the last 20 years, college football has undergone a significant transformation, shifting from a run-heavy under-center offensive attack to a spread pass-heavy, super offensive style of play. We witnessed the rise of the greatest dynasty in the history of the game and the introduction of the first ever college football playoff. But what if we could reset history back to 2002 and see what changes? So I did just that. I started with a new NCAA roster and I created 30 of the best players in college football that were playing in 2002, and I placed them at their respective school. But here's where it gets crazy. Every offseason, I will create the top 24 recruits from that season's real-life recruiting class, and we will track the recruiting process to see where each one ends up. This recruiting is the lifeblood that will create the new college football powers, and we will see who will rise to the top and create new dynasties that will reshape the college football world. We also follow along with each season, looking at player stats, tracking team records, jumping into some of the biggest games from the season to watch live, and seeing who is crowned national champion at the end of each year. And we will be doing this for each season from 2002 all the way until the end of the 2022 season. Now, in total in this series, I created over 420 recruits over 19 recruiting classes, and we will be simulating through 21 seasons. I believe this will be the biggest thing anyone has ever attempted in the history of NCAA football on YouTube, and this series will have 4 or 5 parts, and in total it will be more than 12 hours long. Now, this is actually going to be part 3 of this series. Part 1 and 2 are already up, and if you missed them, they will be linked down in the description below. In the first video, we went through the first 6 seasons, so we went from 2002 to 2007. Then video 2, we simmed through 5, so 2008 to 2012. And now for part 3, we are going to be going from 2013 to 2017. Then the last video in the series is coming up in 2 weeks, and that will be the series finale to wrap it all up. All right, here we go. We are starting the 2013 season, guys. We started this in 2002. This is by far the most time I've ever spent on any video in any one of my channels. We are not even close to being done yet. We've finished 11 seasons. This will be the 12th. Absolutely crazy. So Georgia just won the national championship. We finally got a year where it wasn't Ohio State, it wasn't Michigan. We've had a little bit of new blood. I think Georgia wasn't necessarily the best team, but they did win it. Now, we have a new recruiting class. 2014, guys, I think this is the best one yet. We've had a few that were really, really good. I think this is it. We have it all at every position. Not a defensive tackle. That's about it. Only one end. The D-line isn't the best, but the D-lineman we have is nasty. The front 7 really isn't the best. But overall, this class is freaking stacked. We have Deshaun Watson from Georgia, went to Clemson, USC, Penn State, LSU, Navy, Cal, Alabama. We have Patrick freaking Mahomes from Texas, went to Texas Tech, leaning Michigan, Ohio State, or Notre Dame. Whoever gets these two, I made them very good. I made them very, very good. Whoever gets both these guys is going to be set up for just an absolute smash. Absolute smash. Okay, then we go running backs, and we have four just great ones. We have Joe Mixon from Cali, went to Oklahoma in real life, SC Texas, Ohio State, Georgia. We have Dalvin Cook, went to Florida State in real life. He's from Miami, Michigan, Notre Dame, Ohio State, Alabama. We have Nick Chubb, who went to Georgia in real life. He's leaning Georgia, Georgia Tech, Bama, Tennessee. And we have Leonard Fournette, who went to LSU in real life, Georgia, Florida, Michigan, Ohio State, USC. That foursome, those two QBs and then those 4 running backs alone make this class incredible. We also have 3 really good receivers. We have Juju Smith-Schuster, Long Beach, California, Ohio State, Notre Dame, Michigan, Penn State. We have Deebo Samuel from South Carolina, leaning SC Texas, Bama, LSU. And we have Scary Terry McLaurin, went to Ohio State in real life. He's going Ohio State, Notre Dame, Georgia, Michigan. Do we have a tight end? We do have a tight end. We got Mark Andrews from Arizona. He's leaning USC, Arizona, Nebraska, Stanford. Like, look at this class, guys. This thing is loaded. We also have 3 offensive linemen. We have Isaiah Wynn, went to Georgia in real life, I believe. Florida, Miami, Florida State, Alabama. We have Cam Robinson, LSU, Notre Dame, Michigan, Ohio State. And Oh, we have Orlando Brown, who went to Oklahoma in real life, I believe. And he's leaning Georgia, Notre Dame, Ohio State, Texas. So that is the offensive player. Oh, no, there's one more. And we have Quentin Nelson, maybe the best guard in the NFL right now. He went to Notre Dame in real life. He's leaning Ohio State, Notre Dame, USC. So that is the offense, guys. No centers, but absolutely freaking loaded. Now, like I said, the front seven isn't incredible, but it has two incredible players. We have Myles Garrett, went to Texas A&M in real life. He's leaning Texas, Ohio State, Georgia, USC, Michigan. No D tackle, no outside linebackers, but we do have a middle linebacker, Fred Warner. Now he was, super underrated. I think he's like a 2-star recruit coming out of high school or something, but now he's a 4-star. North Carolina State, Ohio State, Arizona. I think that's Miami of Ohio and the U. Now he's maybe the best middle linebacker in the NFL right now. I made him very good. He's actually a 5-star level player for sure. Then we have 4 cornerbacks. We have Adoree Jackson, went to USC in real life. He's leaning SC, Texas, Ohio State, Notre Dame, Georgia. We have Marlon Humphrey, who's a Bama boy from Alabama, but he is not looking like he's going there. Either Auburn, Clemson, Arkansas, Ohio State, West Virginia. We have Marshawn Lattimore, who's a stud from Ohio, went to Ohio State, plays for the Saints right now. Ohio State, Notre Dame, Michigan. I'll be shocked if he doesn't end up on one of those 3. And we have one more, J.C. Jackson, really good for the Patriots. I believe he went to Florida in real life. He's leaning Miami, Texas, Bama, Florida, Tennessee, Georgia, Notre Dame. Then we have 3 safeties. We have Budda Baker. He went to Washington. He's from Belleville. Went to Washington in real life, Washington, Nebraska, Minnesota, Illinois. So going to some of the smaller schools. We have Jabril Peppers, who is one of the top recruits in the country. He went to Michigan in real life. He's leaning Penn State, Rutgers, Ohio State, Michigan, Navy, Tennessee. And then I think we have one strong safety. We do. One of the best safety prospects in a long time, one of the best. He had a lot of injuries with the Seahawks, but his first 3 years in the league at LSU, he was an absolute freak of nature. Jamal Adams, Notre Dame, Ohio State, Michigan, Tennessee, USC. So that is the class, guys. I am so excited for this class. Somehow Juju Smith-Schuster is the #1 player in the country. But yeah, I'm so excited for this class. Studs everywhere. Whoever gets these 2 QBs, Deshaun and Mahomes, are going to be set up. If Michigan or Ohio State or Notre Dame can get Mahomes, they're going to be completely set up for 4 years. If USC gets Deshaun Watson, they're basically going to go from Marcus Mariota for 4 years to like 3 years of Deshaun Watson. Those 2 plus just everybody else. This class, I think, is probably the best we've ever seen so far. Okay, I'm going to advance right now. We're going to look at the top 25, see who's going to be the good teams. I think Notre Dame, I think it's going to be a lot of the same look. Still think Tennessee has a chance in a year or 2. I think they're probably a year away from being real national title contenders, but we will see. All right, let's go look at the preseason polls. It looks like USC, 99 overall. They were 99 overall last year. I guess I could sort. No, I can't sort. So, yeah, I mean, they just underperform basically every year, but they are loaded. They do have Marcus Mariota. He might be the best QB in the country. Penn State looks good. Georgia, defending national champions. They have Bridgewater. I mean, they're going to be tough. Ohio State, once again, really looks good defensively this year, but offensively just it's not quite where they used to be. Texas kind of opposite. Great offense, okay defense. We have Mississippi State has some good players. We'll have to look at them. A&M looks pretty good. Clemson. West Virginia, Michigan looks balanced, but not incredible. It's going to be really big if Ohio State and Michigan have better QB play this year. We'll have to see. Miami, North Carolina, Notre Dame, 99 overall. The only other A-plus team we've seen so far. I mean, they have a shot. They've underperformed, really, though. Florida looks really good. We'll have to look at them. We'll look at Tennessee. Yeah, Oklahoma, Alabama, like 36 in the country. Just nowhere to be found. Okay, let's go look at some of these raw. Let's look at the Heisman watch. I'm thinking Mariota and Manziel, maybe just Manziel right now. Oh, Braxton Miller's in there. Okay, let's look at preseason All-Americans. A Smith guy, Martin, Willie, no. Central, Henderson, Brandon Sheriff, Jake Matthews, USC. Look at USC's O-line. They're not quite Ohio State's, I don't think, from a few years ago, but very good. Yeah, Ronald Darby. only a sophomore, first team All-American, so not a ton on the first team. Second team, Braxton Miller. Calvin Benjamin at Tennessee. Stephon Tuitt, really good last year for Ohio State. Sharif Floyd back for one more year at SC. That is it. Okay, let's look at these rosters. So this is my Army team. Crazy good QB. I do no recruiting. I literally just sim. Somehow I've led Army to be pretty good. USC, they have Amari Cooper, but they just have not been getting those guys. Amari's really the only big time. Dante Fowler, sophomore. They've got a few guys here and there, but just nothing obviously real life Bama went on their run where they're just getting everybody. Still have Darnold, still have him, bring him back, yeah, but they just don't have enough, I don't think. Clemson has got some big guys. They got 299 centers. They got a good O-line, good quarterback. They could make some noise. I don't think they're going to win it, but they definitely can make some noise. Okay, Florida, one of the higher overalls. They seem really good secondary. Clinton Dix and D. Milner. Good running back there. Timmy Jernigan on the inside. Who's their QB, though? Oh, they have Famous Jameis as a sophomore. So, you know what? Over the next 3 years, you bring in Famous. I believe they got a good... So they have these two good... And I thought maybe they missed out. They were in the running at a really good receiver recruit, but... hey, these guys are underclassmen. They'll be coming up next year. Good tight end, only a sophomore here. So, you know what? Jameis has got some weapons. They got a good defense this year. There's no reason Florida can't make some noise. Florida State has not really done anything. Georgia, defending national champions. They actually look like they could be pretty solid on offense. Teddy, only a sophomore, only a junior, has already led them to a natty. This sophomore running back looks okay. Not the best running back. So, Brandon Cooks, this Morgan, Courtney Young. They brought in Mike Williams. I forgot they got him. So, as soon as Cooks is gone, Mike Williams will step in as their number one. So they're good there. Not much at tight end, but hey, Georgia's got a good team. Not, unbelievable, but definitely good. Going down, LSU has never got the recruits. Miami's got some decent recruits. Had some good recruiting classes. Not even necessarily a bunch of our guys lately, but well, they got Derrick Henry. He's going to be true freshman. They got two really good running backs. They have this guy's a junior, but hopefully Henry starts next year. Okay, Michigan, one of our teams that have just been great, not great at QB. I would play this guy probably. He's younger, let him develop, but just two okay QBs. Still have never got that young recruit stud QB. They have Melvin Gordon and Devontae Freeman. They have, they are going to have no issues running the ball over the next 2 years. Oh, and Devontae, they redshirted 1 year. So 3 years, basically, they're going to have a stud running back at least. Once again, these two would look pretty decent for sophomores, but have not got those stud wide receiver recruits, have not got that stud tight end since they lost Kelsey and Rudolph. Good O-line still, very good O-line. Going to be super good on the O-line. Ronnie Stanley. Two good DNs. Buckner only a friggin' sophomore. They have one good defensive tackle, but he's a senior, so they need to recruit there. No O-line. CJ Mosley as a middle linebacker is going to be great for them. So good, not great front seven. They have a good junior cornerback, and the other guy's okay. Kevin Jones, so good safety there. I feel like I thought they recruited a good safety recently, but I guess not. I mean, this guy's pretty good. 95 speed, 80 overall redshirt freshman, so he'll develop. But there's Michigan. I don't think they're really in the running this year to me, but you never know. Nebraska actually looked like they had a good offense. Yeah, good QB, good running back, good center, few good wide receivers. Not our guys, but they've done well. North Carolina's had some good recruiting classes, but it doesn't look like they've actually developed into anything incredible. Okay, Notre Dame. This is one of the only 99s. The only two 99 teams I've seen were USC and Notre Dame. QB, this Harley, he's only a junior. They're going to have him for 2 more years. This guy, Mike Sapp, freshman, 83 overall. They're in a pretty good spot at QB. They just brought in I thought they got 3, but they only got 2, but it doesn't matter. So they're going to have this Silva as the starter this year, but then next year they'll have Kamara and Ezekiel Elliott. So just a 1-2 punch at running back. They got Stephon Diggs, only a sophomore, 92 overall. It'd be nice if they got another good stud running receiver, but I mean, they're going to have, and this sophomore here looks pretty good too. So these will be their 2 number 1 receivers going forward. Tight end, Safarian Jenkins is only a sophomore still. He's good.
Junior, guy looks good. Sophomore guard, he's not one of our guys. And they got Josh Garnett, another good guard. Decent center, good guard, good right tackle, and a good junior behind him. So not an incredible O-line, but very good. Clowney, only a junior, one of the best defenders in the country. Only a junior D-end here. Good guys behind him. Oh, they got TJ Watt, so another good D-end there. Good senior D tackle. Freshman there, Hunter Jenkins. So get a few more guys in, but good D-line. Really good outside linebacker there. This Stallings looks like a good middle linebacker. Nothing really in the chamber though, so I'll have to get a bit more for the front seven. Good corner, decent nickel. Yeah, so at least these guys are all young. None of them are seniors, a lot of sophomores, so they could develop. Not very good at free safety. They have a really good strong safety in Landon Collins. So Notre Dame is going to be right there. It's really going to come down to QB play for them, I think. If we go to Ohio State, another team I think could be in the conversation, but once again, they don't have that stud QB. They have not got him. That's why I was saying if Michigan or Ohio State can get Patrick Mahomes, they're both in his top 3, it would completely change their team going forward. This Mueller, he is a sophomore, so he's going to develop, but he's just okay. They got TJ Yeldon, only a sophomore, going to develop. Yeah, they're in a really good spot at running back. Wideout, have not been getting those wideouts. You remember for years, they were getting those top tier wideouts. Not right now. They have some decent guys. This guy's pretty good for a freshman, but they haven't got that stud coming in. Tight end for a sophomore, that guy's all good. They've always had good O-linemen. Decker for a sophomore, 89, that's good. Brad Smith, freshman. Okay, so it looks like they definitely lost some guys. They're going to be good on the O-line, much younger. Not going to be incredible like they have been. Tuitt, one of the best ends in the country. Leslie looks really good as well. D-tackle, they have Leonard Williams. This guy looks okay, but Leonard Williams holding it down. Curtis, great outside linebacker there. Middle, they have Ogletree, but he's a senior. So they have a lot of kind of upperclassmen in their linebacking core they got to get developing. Once again, not great corners. Corners just seem to be pretty tough to come by. They have LaMarcus Joyner, but he's a senior. They don't really have any young free safeties or strong safeties, really. So they do have this Martin guy next year, so they'll be in an okay spot. Yeah, and this guy's a junior as well, but they got to get some more recruits in there. But Ohio State, I think they're short at quarterback. I wouldn't pick them this year, but they do have a shot. Penn State, they have Dominic Easley, decent team, not incredible. Keep going down. Tennessee, remember a few years ago, they had the incredible recruiting class, Kelvin Benjamin. I want to look at their team because I do think they have a shot. So this guy's only a junior. This guy's is a sophomore, so they have a few good young QBs who they're developing. They have this Jovan Shaw guy. They got Todd Gurley and Kenyon Drake as sophomores, and this David Brown. So they have 4 stud running backs. Receiver, they have Kelvin Benjamin, Dorial Green Beckham, just 2 6'5" behemoths. They have this guy in the slot who's only a junior. They have OJ Howard they just brought in, going to be a stud for them for a long time. That guy looks okay. The O-line, so O-line not quite at the level of some of those other teams. Ricks is good, but he's a senior. They brought in Jonathan Allen for their D-line. Yeah, D-line looks good, not great. Jordan Phillips is good for them on the inside. Taylor, only a sophomore. That's good. Shaq Thompson. Oh, yeah. And so they're going to be sick at linebacker. Reggie Ragland, Jalen Smith, Shaq Thompson, and they brought in Reuben Foster. So they're going to have like 4. They have too many good linebackers, and they're all young. So we will see as they develop. That is very nice to have. Corner, they have Jalen Ramsey and Tre'Davious White as their 2 starting corners for the next 4 years. So they'll be just pretty good this year, but as they develop, these guys are going to be absolute studs. Free safety, not great. Strong safety, not great. So I don't think a national title contender this year, but by next year, I think they could be. Okay, this Texas team could be, I just exited out. We're going to go back to Texas. They have 99 overall Johnny Manziel, and he's only that high because they redshirted him for a year. So this is actually, he's been through 3 full years this year. He's only a sophomore, and he's a 99 overall. They could have him for 3 more seasons at that overall. Good guys behind him if he gets injured. Not great running backs. I know they have good receivers, though. They have Jarvis Landry and Marquise Lee for the next 2 years. They have this fine guy this year, and then they're going to have to do some recruiting. But for at least the next 2 years, they have Marquise Lee, Jarvis Landry, Johnny Manziel on offense. This Spence looks decent. Good sophomore behind him. Lewis, DJ Humphreys in behind him. O-line looks good. King is good. Yeah, really good on the right side. So O-line looks really good. Mitchell, only a junior. Robert Garrett, only a sophomore. He's a 90, not one of our guys, but that's good to have. 2 good D tackles right here. 3 good D tackles. 2 of them, lower, not seniors. That's good. Good linebacker there. Sophomore, that's good to have. Junior. Okay, Texas looks pretty freaking good. Junior corner here. Not amazing on corner, but a lot of teams struggle to get that. Not amazing at safety. Really not amazing at safety. So secondary doesn't look good. They should be very, very tough this year, though. Hayes for Texas A&M looks really good. They've got some decent guys in there, but the next team we're going to look at is USC. So, oh my goodness. Look at the 99s. I don't know if I've seen a team with that many 99s before. Wow. Okay. Junior Marcus Mariota with an amazing backup and a good third stringer. So they are loaded at quarterback. Running back, not great. Haven't got that big time recruit in. Loaded at wide receiver, but both seniors. So that is the only thing. They don't have great guys behind them. For this year, Justin Hunter and Keenan Allen, my goodness, not great at tight end. I think they're going to have easily the best offensive line in the country. Central Henderson, they have actually a good freshman in behind him. Hurst, Johnson, 99 overall. Lionel Brown, they have this Brooks in behind him. They got to get that Copeland going, and Matthews. Their O-line is absolutely incredible. Best O-line in the country, best QB. They have freshman Joey Bosa on the D-line. Other DN's a 95 overall, so he's gone after this year, but really good. Another 99, another 3 really good D tackles. Good left outside linebacker, really good middle linebacker. He's gone, but Anthony Barr, one of the best outside linebackers in the country, a 95 corner. 3 good corners. They're really getting Fuller was huge for them. Then they have 2 freshmen they can develop right now. My goodness, do they have safeties? They have a 99 Eric Reed and a 93 Chris Banks. So yeah, they could just play Banks. And then this guy's a sophomore, 6'3", 90 speed. Holy cow, USC is loaded. This is up there. I think there was a Michigan team, there was the Ohio State team, or probably the 2, that one Ohio State team where they had AJ Green, Des Bryant, Matthew Stafford, all that. But on paper, this USC team might be the best team we have seen. Look at the 99s. That's incredible. All at like big time positions. Yeah, this team, the biggest thing for them too is they're losing both their wide receivers and they don't have great ones behind them because they still have Mariota next year. Holy, that team is just loaded. Okay, we're gonna quickly just go over the best players in the country. Manziel and Mariota are the best quarterbacks. Blake Bortles at Oklahoma. Bridgewater, my guy, who I've never done anything. Braxton Miller right there. Running backs is Jason Rawls. DeAnthony Thomas at UCF. How's he been? 1,000 yards last year. He's a good receiver. Do they use him? They do not use him at all. I made him a really good receiver out of the backfield. Melvin Gordon at Michigan. Devontae Freeman at Michigan as well. Wide receiver. Keenan Allen. They have the 2 best receivers in the country this year. The best quarterback. Brandon Cooks is a junior. Marquise Lee, Jarvis Landry, Odell Beckham. 2 best wideouts in the country. Just superstars. Like this team. Tight end. This guy, Reggie Jones. Austin Safarian Jenkins is our big guy, only a sophomore, 92. USC is the best left tackle in the country. Wisconsin, Brandon Sheriff. Centers seem to just develop really well. Clemson's got 2 of them, but USC is basically the best center in the country. Tied for the best guard in the country. The best right tackle in the country. This team, my goodness. Okay, we got Vic Beasley for South Carolina. How's he been? It's just weird. Like, he's got 5.5 sacks his career. Clowney, Tuitt, some good DNs on the left side, right end. USC, best in the country. DeForest Buckner, looks pretty good. D tackle. Oh, Sharif Floyd, best D tackle in the country along with Aaron Donald at USC. Holy USC, if they falter this year, I just don't even know what to say. Like, if they're not 1 loss at the end of the year, it is going to be pretty disappointing for them. Ogletree, so Michigan and Ohio State have the 2 best middle linebackers, but USC is right there as well. USC is the best right outside linebacker. Milner, best corner in the country. Ronald Darby right there. He'll be really good by next year. Free safety, USC is the best free safety in the country, along with Tyrann Mathieu, LaMarcus Joyner. Quandre Diggs right there, Clinton Dix right there as well. And then strong safety, we have this, I don't think any of our guys. So, wow, I know I'm kind of beating a dead horse, but that USC team, if they don't get it done, this is like that. Remember a few years ago when they had the 8 freaking 5-stars? This was like one of the classes, right? Like that's how you build a team like that when you get that amount of talent. If USC is not 0 losses or max 1 at week 9, I'm going to be just very disappointed in them. Let's see. All right, week 9, we're going to look at recruiting first. Like I said, this recruiting class is just massive. QBs, oh my goodness. Deshaun, Cal, Clemson, oh my goodness. Well, I kind of hope he goes to Clemson. Cal, I guess, would be kind of cool, but okay. Patrick Mahomes, Ohio State or Nebraska. Wow. I mean, Nebraska would be kind of cool, but I hope he goes to Ohio State just so we can see it. But I'm sure people are getting tired of me hyping up Ohio State, but they've been pretty dope the whole stim. But okay, Joe Mixon, Georgia, Texas, Nevada, Ohio State. So still 4 teams in the running there. Dalvin Cook, locked in at Notre Dame, but they already have Ezekiel Elliott and Alvin Kamara. So they're going to have a ton of running backs. Nick Chubb, Georgia, Florida, maybe, or what is that even? Chippewas, Michigan, Central Michigan. Okay. Leonard Fournette, locked in at Florida, going with Jameis Winston. I actually like that. I think that's our 4 running backs, right? Okay, wide receiver, Juju, looking like Notre Dame is by far his number 1. 3 teams still in the running, but Juju, that'd be huge for Notre Dame. Debo, really looking like SC, but, 5 teams still in the running, so you never know. Terry McLaurin looking like Notre Dame, Texas, Georgia in the running. I think that was our guys. I'm going to bring up my list, actually. Yeah, that was our guys there. Okay, tight end, Mark Andrews, SC. That'd be massive for USC or UNLV, Arizona State. Still lots of schools, but that'd be huge. Isaiah Wynn looking like Miami, Florida, Auburn, Florida State, all really close. Cam Robinson locked in at Notre Dame. That's a big get for them. Orlando Brown locked in at Georgia. That's a big get, a huge get, 6'8", 331-pound get. Okay, now we have, who is it? Guard, Quentin Nelson. I'm going to guess Ohio State. Notre Dame locked him down. Notre Dame is putting together a class, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, Quentin Nelson going to his real life school. Crazy. Myles Garrett locked in at USC. They got Joey Bosa last year. They're going to have Bosa and Garrett coming off the edge. Wow. Lock it in. No D tackles, no outside linebackers, but we do have a middle linebacker, Fred Warner, looking like North Carolina State Air Force. He's going to a small school. It looks like we will not really see much of him in the video. Corner, Adoree Jackson, locked into USC. Marlon Humphrey looking like Auburn, maybe Arkansas. Marshawn Lattimore, Miami of Ohio. I said I'd eat my hat if he didn't go to Notre Dame, Michigan, or Ohio State, so there we go. And JC Jackson going to Florida. That's where he went in real life. So we had a few guys go to their real life schools. Buda Baker looks like he's going to go to Washington, his real life school. Then we have Jabril Peppers going to Rutgers, so definitely not Michigan. And then strong safety Jamal Adams, Ohio State. That would be a huge get for Ohio State. Wow, okay, so we will see. So that's kind of where we're sitting, guys. Deshaun is kind of the one. Like, if Clemson was able to get him, that'd be huge for them. Just totally jumpstart. Cal, it would seem kind of pointless. This is the other one too. If Ohio State gets him, they're going to be set up just beautifully. If Nebraska gets him, it's just going to be kind of up in the air. So there we go. We're going to go seasons. No, we're not. We're not going season stats. We're looking at the top 25. What did I say? We said USC, this is your year. Where are you at? USC 6-0. So they're doing what they need to do. A&M, West Virginia, Oklahoma, Florida. Ton of unbeaten. Miami of Ohio. Georgia, 1 loss. Texas, 1 loss. Texas has a very good offense this year. Clemson, Penn State. So lots of 1-2 loss teams. Okay. One thing I didn't even notice. Okay, Ohio State and Michigan, nowhere to be found. Same with Notre Dame, though. Michigan, I don't even know how many games. I'm going to look at their schedule. Ohio State's 4-3. Crazy. So those two have really fallen off. Okay, I want to see, who does USC? They played Notre Dame last game of the year, but they're 4-3. Stanford, Texas A&M plays Auburn, nothing. Crap, we missed Texas, Oklahoma earlier in the year. Crap, well, I don't really see a big game. I think we're just going to sim to conference championship weekend. Maybe if there's 2 good bowl games, I want to make sure we watch some of these games, or maybe watch 2 of the bowl games. But really crazy to see Ohio State and Michigan falter. They were just so good for so long. To see them just not really in it. I want to look at the Heisman, just see if there's any of our guys. Marcus Mariota's the best. I don't know how none of our guys are ever in the running. We've literally only had Cam Newton win it 1 year. Okay, so we're just going to sim to conference championship weekend. And we'll see where everyone's sitting. Hey, recruiting, we are in conference championship weekend. We should see where a lot of these guys are locked in. QBs are just going to be massive. Deshaun, looking like he's going to be a Cal Golden Bear. I don't even think I remember one of our players in the 12 years going there. Kansas State, Ohio State, Nebraska. Okay, we will see. Running back, Joe Mixon, Georgia. Going to be a Bulldog. I like that. We know Dalvin. Chubb looking like Florida or Memphis. And Leonard Fournette already going to Florida. So going to have some really good running backs for Jameis. It's looking like Juju. Looking like Notre Dame. That'd be a huge get for them. Debo looking like SC or Texas. Either one. They both need a good young receiver. Scary Terry going to Georgia. So Georgia's starting to get some recruits. Mark Andrews. Oh, I really hope he goes to USC over San Diego State and UTEP. I just like to see the guys. I like to see like dynasties and really good teams. So Isaiah Wynn, Florida State or Florida. Florida's starting to get some recruits. Cam Robinson, Notre Dame. We knew that one. There was one more. Orlando Brown going to Georgia. So Georgia's getting a good recruiting class off that natty. Quentin Nelson, Notre Dame. Garrett, SC. We've seen that already. Middle linebacker, Warner looking like Ohio State. Now that would be huge for Ohio State. They got Luke Kuechly just left. Adoree Jackson there. Humphrey looking like Auburn. Marshawn, we knew. Was it just those 3? Oh, and J.C. Jackson going to Florida. Free safety Buda Baker locked in at UW. Jabril locked in at Rutgers. And then last was Jamal Adams, who's looking like Ohio State or Kansas State. Kansas State's in on a few of these guys. How the mighty have fallen for Michigan. Hey, Michigan's just not. It used to be Michigan, Ohio State fighting for a lot of these guys. And they are just not even in the battle. Okay, we're going to look at the top 25 here. West Virginia, Texas A&M, USC, San Diego State. We have 4 unbeatens. How are you going to decide who's in it? We are going to need some guys to go down. If USC goes undefeated with this good of a team and doesn't make the national championship game, wow, Texas 2 losses, just Florida had a really good year. I don't think we've had a year where there's 4 unbeatens going into championship weekend. Crazy. How many of them are actually in a game too? Texas A&M is, and they have to beat Florida. That is a barn burner game. San Diego State has to beat Boise State, which is not an easy game. USC has to beat Cal, which should be a bit of a walk in the park. Okay, I think we're going to watch that Texas A&M Florida game. This is a big game, some good teams. Texas A&M doesn't have a ton of our guys. They definitely have some. Jameis Winston is there for Florida, though. And Florida's got a really good recruiting class coming in. Wow, Texas and A&M, the #1 offense in the country. Both have great defenses, too. So this A&M team actually looks pretty freaking legit. This Hayes guy's really good. Greg Robinson, Jameis Winston, Clinton Dix, Timmy Jernigan are some tough teams. Florida, even like if they win, they only have 1 loss. And if a bunch of other teams lose in their conference finals, Florida could easily make the natty too. So this is a massive game right here. Okay, we are going to sim through the first quarter. Okay, 10-0 Florida. Good quarter for them. Okay, huge bounce back. 13-10 Texas A&M. All right, okay, we're going to go next quarter here. 13-10 A&M. Okay, 20-10 A&M, but Florida is driving. So we're just going to watch this right here. End of third quarter. What's the down? Florida's actually got a lot more yards. Can't see the down, but that's Jameis Winston in shotgun there. Little handoff, boom, get upfield. I don't know who else of our guys, like, does Florida have any of our receivers? I don't think they have a running back right now, but they're about to get 2. Fournette and Chubb. So it's 2nd and 4. There's a big drive for Florida. Get this down to 1-point lead. Jameis and shotgun. What a get for them to get Jameis Winston. Drops back. Fires it into the flats, broken up by the A&M defender. So they don't get Tim Tebow, they get famous Jameis a few years later. Yeah, I don't think they have any of our receivers. I don't know who number 11 is. He'll drop back, little screen, fake screen to the tight end, and he holds on. That is a huge hit over the middle. Nick Petty holds on. Florida is moving. Famous Jameis. Okay, another shotgun, trips to the top of the screen here with a tight end. Drops back, fires it in over the middle. He dropped it. That looked like it was going to be complete, but he drops it. Oh, crap. I accidentally just simmed a play, but that is a 4-yard rush from Florida. Didn't mean to do that, but there we go. We're going to go next change of possession here. Let's see what, oh, big gain there, but a penalty, 6-yard, 3rd and 7. Okay. A&M is punting this football. We're going to see what Florida can do. 4th and 2. Now they have to punt. A&M has really good field position, but now they have to punt. Yeah, punt for a touchback. Okay, 5 minutes left. Winston, 4th and 11. They have to punt. So we got a punt fest here. 4th and 10. Texas A&M has to punt. D. Milner, fair catch. Oh, the Florida fumbled and then intercepted. Okay. So this is getting crazy. Drop 5 yards, 3rd and 1. Okay, we're going to watch here. So it's 3rd and 1, 2:55 left. Florida down 3. A&M is trying to book their ticket to the national championship game. Florida is trying to play spoiler and maybe even make it themselves. And Jameis just throws that away. Airmails it on 3rd and 1. It is 4th and 1. Are they going to go for it? So here it is. Florida's going to punt. I didn't even mean to play this play, but they kick it out of bounds. Okay, A&M 6-yard rush, 3rd and 2. Huge gain. Okay, this might seal it here. Hayes, okay, 3rd and 6. We'll watch this play. Trying to go through this game somewhat quick. I don't want to watch too much, but here we go. A&M 3rd and 6, trying to seal it. Oh my God, a tunnel screen and they get it. Huge gain. Florida is out of timeouts, and that is going to do it for the Florida Gators. A&M pulls a tunnel screen out of their pocket. -4, 6-yard rush. Hayes, throw it. These teams are so bad at clock management at the end of the game. So field goal, no good. 50 seconds. Not a great chance for Florida, but they really only need 3. So you got Jameis Winston, one of the best QBs in the country. Let's see what you can do. All of a sudden, you have life. All you need is field goal. Check it down. Get out of bounds. Oh my God, he doesn't get out of bounds and he gets absolutely smoked. Wow, that is tough. Now you got to spike the ball. It's 3rd and 5. You lost like 20 seconds because the guy doesn't step out of bounds. Instead gets truck stick. Crazy. Okay, so now not looking good for Florida. You still have Jameis Winston at QB though. Let's see what they can do. Okay, drops back, sets up, finds a guy over the middle. Clock is going to stop while they move the chains. That is huge. You need to get those first downs in college football so the clock stops while they move up the chains. Saves you so much time, especially when you have no timeouts. Clock just started now, so they only lost 4 or 5 seconds so far. Oh, you can't do that, Jameis. You just got to snap the ball. Bringing a bit of a blitz. That's another first down. Not able to get out of bounds, but stop it while they move up to the line. There we go. Okay, spike the ball. Here we go. Spike it. There you go. 16 seconds. They need what? 30, 25 yards to get to pay dirt. Here we go. Jameis shotgun. Drops back. Slides. Steps up and gets hit. That's going to do it. That'll be the game. They might be able to get one more playoff, but no, they won't. So that is it. A&M booking their ticket probably to the Natty, but there is 4 unbeaten. So you just don't know, but it is looking very good for the Aggies. There it is. Aggies take down Florida. Close game, but I think they got a really nice recruiting class coming in. They have a lot of young talent. Jameis, I think, is a sophomore. So Florida is going to be right here. They're the 5th team in the country. That's their 2nd loss, but they have had a great year. Hayes did not even play good for them. He's only a junior too. So honestly, Texas A&M is going to be here next year. Maybe not in the Natty, but right around here. Yeah, they don't have any of our receivers also. So these teams weren't flooded with our guys. Yeah, nothing there. Really, it's just Jameis, who didn't really have a great day either. Brian Bolden, good running back, and they have the young guys coming in. So there we go. A&M takes down Florida. Okay, now we're just going to sim through the rest of these games. We'll see what the Natty... I would love to see an A&M USC national title game. That would be sick. I don't know if A&M's a blue blood, but 2 high-level programs with some really good teams. Okay, we're simming a bowl season. Cross our fingers. Okay, Holt wins the Heisman. Mariota is right there behind him, though, gets 2nd place. Okay, let's see. Scores and schedules. It's West Virginia versus A&M. Did USC lose? USC went 13-0, and it picked West Virginia. Okay, that's crazy. I'm going to not obviously give USC a natty win, but when we look back, we got to remember this team. This is one of the best teams on paper we have ever seen in this sim. 2013, They didn't win it, but yeah, 13-0, USC 13-0. I just want to keep track of that because I'm not going to give them a national title win, but undefeated and just lose out on the game. We still got to give them some props for that. I think this is a team to look back at. They could go 14-0, but just, you know, not make the national championship game. I want to look at A&M and West Virginia, especially like this West Virginia team. There's 0% chance they're anywhere close to this team. They actually are a good team, but just nowhere close. Like good QB, good, yeah, but look at this squad. It's one thing if USC lost a game, then it's like, whatever. Look at this team. Oh my gosh. So freaking loaded. Okay, I also wanted to look at A&M. I think we might have looked at them a little bit before the year started, but that's tough for USC. Okay, A&M's better for sure. Like this QB's only a junior. Going to be really good for them next year. Good players throughout. Like I said, not a ton of our guys, but just a good team. They're a good, solid team. I have no issues with them making it. I don't know how you put West Virginia in the big dance over USC, but that is how the cookie crumbles. We do have USC versus Ohio State, I remember seeing, but Ohio State lost 5 games, so it's not true Ohio State. Tennessee had a good year. Georgia in the Fiesta Bowl. Auburn, Nebraska in the, that's not a January. Oklahoma versus, wow. Those are 2 good teams right there. Florida versus Miami in the Peach Bowl. That's good. Michigan, fall from grace. The Michigan Wolverines. Okay. I don't really care about this game too much just because neither team has a lot of our guys, but we will check it out and just see what happens. Hey, there we go. A&M, 41 points. Really good D. Like this A&M team, like they don't have the, you know, depth on their roster, but they are a good team. They should be the pretty heavy favorites against West Virginia. I would actually love, if it was USC A&M right now, that would have been a really good game. But here we go. We're not, like I said, I'm going to go through this really quick, only if at the end, if it's like the last drive, if there's something going on, we'll watch it. But yeah, that is the only way we're really going to hop in here at all. Okay, 3-0 after 1 A&M, so we're really close so far. 7-3 West Virginia. A&M can do nothing against them. Okay, there's fine. Okay, now A&M's doing something. Okay, 17-7 A&M. They have a bit of a stranglehold on this game. Yeah, 24-7. It is over. Texas A&M. Yeah, they are going to win it. Texas A&M. W versus they beat West Virginia University. With USC, I don't know. I might even give them a split national championship. I just don't think we've had a situation like this. Like A&M and USC were the best teams. USC was the best team in the country. So when we're tabulating, I might give USC a little bit of a partial natty. If they win another one in there with Ohio State and Michigan with 2 around there, then whatever. But yeah, so A&M natty. I'm giving USC a little consolation prize there, but A&M's bringing back their quarterback next year. They are going to be in a really good spot as well. Okay, simmed into bowl season. We'll check out final top 25. We'll look at all the stats for the year. Heisman, we already know, but we'll look at all Americans, all that good stuff. Okay, final top 25. A&M, USC, both 14-0. I'm giving a split, guys. I don't care. I'm giving USC I'm giving USC a natty right now. I know they didn't really, but at how good that team was, I think on paper that is the best team we have ever seen. And we have Oklahoma, West Virginia, Texas right there. Texas is going to be very good next year. Georgia, Miami, Fresno State, Florida is going to be good next year. Ohio State and Michigan, though. How the mighty have fallen. Ohio State, I think they've been the best team throughout. They need Patrick Mahomes. If they're able to lock down Patrick Mahomes, they're going to be fine. If not, they are going to be in trouble, I think. Okay. Marcus Mariota, best All-American first team. Sterling Shepard, only a sophomore. 1,300 yards. Wow, huge year. Central Henderson. Oh my God, it's USC did it. Same thing Ohio State did. 5 freaking first team All-American O-linemen. So we've seen it twice now. Crazy. On defense, nothing. Total shutout there. Okay, second team. Hayes, this guy from A&M. He's going to be a killer for them next year. Ran for 1,100 yards. Jeremiah Hayes, they got a stud. Nothing. Sheriff, Greg Robinson for A&M, Timmy Jernigan for Florida, Anthony Barr for SC, Landon Collins from Notre Dame. Okay, there we go. Let's go look at freshmen. Kevin Scott. Okay. Laquan Treadwell for Iowa State. Yeah, not a lot. Joey Bosa and Robert Ndici, Kemdici, whatever his name is. Kendall Fuller for SC. There we go. Okay, that's all our All-American teams. Let's go look at some stats. Season stats. Best rating. There we go. That's all the ratings. Yards. Cunningham. Charlie Davis. Okay, there's Hayes right there. This Hayes guy was something else. Did he win the Heisman? I don't know if he did. Blake Bortles. Right there for OU. Marcus Mariota right there for SC, who will be back. Passing touchdowns. Mariota, INTs. Okay, let's look at rushing. Oh my goodness. This guy won the Heisman, I'm pretty sure. 2,812 yards. Holy. His only year as the starter. Only a he's good, 93 overall, but oh my gosh. I've never seen that. 216 yards a game. Okay, well, there you go. TJ Yeldon, 1,500 yards as a sophomore. That's really good. Wow, I don't even know what to say to that. 2,800 yards, okay. Holy. Receivers, nothing. Sterling Shepard, oh, this is receptions. Sterling Shepard, third in the country. It was him and they had Blake Bortles. These two were just absolute light show together. There's Jarvis Landry, good year. Oh, Justin Hunter for SC. Look at TDs, Clemens, Sterling Shepard right there as well. Okay, let's look at defense. Weaver. None of our guys. Tackle for loss. Holy, Corey Henderson. I don't know if I've seen 38 really this sim. That's a lot. None of our guys. I don't know why these guys don't put up stats on defense on any of our big players, but it is what it is. Okay, picks. Kind of same thing. None of our guys really. Okay, now we're going to look at more individual teams, take a closer look. I don't even look at Alabama anymore. Clemson, no. Florida had a big year. Big recruiting class possibly coming here. Not a great rating, honestly, for Jameis, but he is only a sophomore. 30-7 touchdowns. Yeah, had 500 yards on the ground. About to get two really good running backs. This guy's actually going to be really good next year. Losing his two top receivers, but has some young guys coming up. So Florida's going to be right there next year. I could see them as a dark horse natty contender. Georgia, Bridgewater had a really good year. Rushing, they're going to try to run the football. Did it pretty well. Receivers, Brandon Cooks as a junior. He might be the best receiver in the country next year. You got big Mike Williams coming up as a freshman too. So Georgia's going to be around. LSU, no. I don't even. Michigan, we kind of owe it to them because they've been so good, but it's their QB. They have not had good QB play. This guy's a sophomore. He could get better, but QB, not good enough. They have Melvin Gordon and Devontae Foreman going to be very good for them next year. Don't have a ton at receiver. Nebraska had a really good year, actually. They have rushing. They just don't have any of our guys. This guy had a really good year at QB. Okay, Notre Dame, once again, not getting the QB play at all. Really just not very good. And this guy's got a good overall. He's a junior. 93 overall, but just has not been good for them, has really cost them. This Silva was the starter, but next year they're going to have Kamara and Ezekiel Elliott. I think they're getting at least one more 5-star big guy. Safarian Jenkins as a receiver. They have a really good young receivers. They just don't have quarterback play. Their quarterback plays like shit. Ohio State, same thing. Horrible quarterback play this year. Unbelievably bad. He can run the ball, but that's about it. Jeez. Receivers, they don't got it. They need, with a bullet, they need Stephon Tuitt. Big year. Tuitt's been really good for them. They're right there for Mahomes. They need him. They need him bad. Okay, Tennessee, how'd they do? Gabe Taylor, tackles for loss. Jonathan Allen had a really good year. Jordan Phillips on the inside as well. 2 INTs. Okay, receiver, Calvin Benjamin, OJ Howard, Dorial Green Beckham. Look at their 6'5", 6'6", 6'5", junior, freshman, sophomore. Rushing, they have this Shaw who's going to be gone. Then they're going to have Todd Gurley next year, Kenyon Drake. This guy wasn't great for them. 126 QB rating, really not very good. Okay, Texas, Manziel. Good year. For sure, not amazing. Manziel ran for 900 yards, which is big. They don't really have great running backs, which is hurting them. Really good receivers. These two could be these two could be both 99s next year. They're gonna have unbelievable receiver play. Texas has a shot next year, 100%. Tackles, here's where we sit. Tackles for loss. I didn't really look at all this for some of the other schools, but there we go. Okay, passing. Let's go look at A&M, national champions. Hayes, one of the best players in the country, debatably the best. Really good QB there. Ran for 1,100 yards. Crazy, great year. Good, not great receivers, but did the job. Okay, let's look at SC. I know people, I'm sure, are going to flame me in the comments. I'm giving them, split the natty. I'm doing it. I'm splitting the natty. 3,200 yards, 37 touchdowns. Mariota's been great. He added 800 on the ground. They don't have great running backs. That's been a bit of a weakness for them. I feel like they are bringing in a 5-star, though. Justin Hunter. They lose Justin Hunter and Keenan Allen. So they're going to need some young guys to step up. And one of the best O-lines ever last year, Anthony Barr. They're losing him, but he was great for him. Joey Bosa. Big time. They're bringing in, who are they bringing? Myles Garrett in. This, I think, was their year, but they're still going to be really good next year. Okay, we are going to advance to the end of season. We're going to go National Signing Day. We're going to look at these final recruits, see where they all end up, and that will wrap it up. What season is this? This is 2013. So this is the 2013 season. A&M, kind of USC. I'm giving it to them. National champions. And yeah, in the 2014 recruiting class, we are going to go to National Signing Day. Okay, here it is, Natty Day. Okay, let's look at all prospects. Where these QBs go is just going to be so huge. So it looked like Watson was going to go there. He's going to Cal. Is Mahomes? He spurs Ohio State for Kansas State. The two just, it's cool, but we're just not going to see him. They're not going to be in natties. They're not going to be anywhere. Okay, Mixon, Dalvin Cook, Notre Dame, Georgia Tech, Florida. Wow, okay. Okay, so Florida gets 2 of them. Oh, no. Yeah, okay, Chubb's going to Georgia Tech. We're not going to see much of him. Dalvin going to Notre Dame. They already have Kamara and Zeke. Don't really need them, but hey, there you go. They also get Juju. Debo goes to SC. That's huge. SC, and it was down to SC and Texas. They both needed him. Terry goes to Georgia. Georgia definitely getting a bit of a recruiting class. Notre Dame, definitely. I think Notre Dame's going to finish with the #1 class. Mark Andrews. So 2 great pass catchers for SC. Wow, huge. Tackles, Florida State, Isaiah Wynn. We knew that. And Orlando Brown, we know Georgia. We know Quentin Nelson's going to Notre Dame. We know Myles Garrett's going to USC. We know middle linebacker Warner's going to Ohio State. So Ohio State does get a good pick up there. Corner Adoree, we knew USC. We knew that. Yeah, we knew all the corners. And Buddha and Jabril we knew. And we knew, okay, Jamal does go to Ohio State. So Ohio State got a few guys. I think Notre Dame's going to finish with the #1 class. Maybe SC will be up there. USC #1. Florida, Notre Dame, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Ohio State. Starting to fall off. There we go. 21, they only got 18 recruits, is going to hurt them. But USC 5 stars once again. Notre Dame, Florida had a really good. Where's Georgia? Georgia only had 20 recruit. Georgia had a good recruit. I guess they didn't get a lot of. They only got like 6 kind of elite 4 and 5 stars, but they got some names. Let's just look at SC. So Garrett, Adoree Jackson, Mark Andrews, Debo Samuel. Our 4 guys, but yeah, and then 4 stars, some 3 stars. Florida got Fournette. No, it's only one of our guys. Notre Dame. Quentin Nelson, Dalvin Cook, Juju. The only thing with Dalvin, he won't play until his senior year. Tennessee keeping it going, not really getting our guys, but loading up on recruiting classes again. So that is going to wrap it up, guys. That was the 2013 season, A&M/USC. I'm giving it to them. I don't care. And recruiting rankings, USC with the #1 recruiting class as well. That's their 2nd year in a row. So there we go. Okay, see you guys in a minute. All right, guys, so here we go. 2014 season coming up, the 2015 recruiting class, USC. I'm giving them a split natty. I know, I guarantee people will be mad in the comments, but 14-0. They were easily the most talented team in the country, just didn't make it because sometimes this AI in this game is stupid who they choose to be in the national championship. So I'm giving them a split natty. USC is looking like they could be on a bit of a roll here. And this 2015, so I said 2014 was good. I think 2014 might be a little better. This is by far the best QB class we will have the whole time. I can't see another year in the future coming close. I don't think any years we had before come close. This QB class is going to set up some teams for absolute just to be dynamite. The rest of the class is really good. We have only one offensive lineman, no tight ends. That's really the only position groups that aren't hit with some really good talent, but the quarterbacks by far are going to make this class. Now, we had two great quarterbacks last year with Mahomes and Deshaun Watson, but they both went to small schools. So I'm kind of hoping these guys go to some bigger ones, but here is the 5 QBs in this class. First, Kyler Murray went to A&M first, transferred to Oklahoma, was the first overall pick, won a Heisman. 5'10", but I gave him like 95 speed. He's Texas, OU, LSU, A&M. Then we have Josh Allen, who went to Wyoming. He was like a 1-star recruit, but he's actually not from Inglewood. He's from California. The city he's from wouldn't let me choose that city. So he's from California, 6'5", 240, absolute freak of nature. Basically the white Cam Newton in college football, chance to be. USC, Texas, Ohio State, Notre Dame, Michigan, all the big schools in on him. Then we have Joe Cool, started at Ohio State, went to LSU. He's from Ohio, so he's leaning Notre Dame, Tennessee, Georgia, Auburn, Florida, Ohio State, and Michigan are the outside looking in. I thought they might be a little higher up there. Dave Miller, no. Then we have Lamar Jackson. So look at this top 4, and we have one more QB who's not quite on this level, but was good in college, a top 3 pick in the NFL draft. Lamar Jackson from Florida, went to Louisville in real life. He's leaning Bama, Tennessee, Florida, Notre Dame, Auburn. Then we have one more, and it is Sam Darnold. Went to SC in real life, was 3rd overall pick by the Jets. He's leaning SC, A&M, Texas, Notre Dame, Florida. So Sam Darnold, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Kyler Murray. And then there's a bunch of other 5-stars. Like, I don't usually look at the other guys too much, but like this Dave Miller guy, another 5-star QB, Jeremy Poe, 5-star QB. So we have freaking a lot of 5-star QBs, and Darnold's not even a 5-star, and he's really good as well. So this is probably the best QB class we will see the entire time. Okay, running backs, we have 3 of them. First, Saquon Barkley, a generational talent at running back. One of the best running backs we'll have come in. He went to Penn State. He's from Pennsylvania. He's leaning Georgia, Notre Dame, Florida, Clemson, LSU, Ohio State. Ronald Jones went to USC in real life. He is from the state of Texas. He's leaning Minnesota, Clemson, Mississippi State, Auburn, UCLA. Kind of a little bit weirder. And then we have Damian Harris, who went to Alabama in real life. He plays for the Patriots right now. Tennessee, A&M, Georgia, Florida, Notre Dame, Auburn are running backs. Then receivers, we have 3 again. DJ Moore, Florida, Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee, Notre Dame. We have Christian Kirk, who's leaning SC, Texas, OU, Nebraska. He went to A&M in real life. And Calvin Ridley, who went to Bama in real life. He's going Miami, Florida, Georgia, Texas, A&M, Clemson, Florida State, Mississippi State, Auburn. So he's got a lot of teams in the running. We have no tackles, and we only have one offensive lineman. Somehow he's a 3-star. He's definitely not. I made him like an 84 maybe overall. Notre Dame, Tennessee, Ohio State. So whoever gets him, he's a 3-star, but he's going to be a really good addition for whoever gets him. Okay, then we go to DNs. There's 2 of them. We have Clelin Ferrell, who went to Clemson. Was a really high pick in the NFL draft. He's got Notre Dame, Alabama, Tennessee, Florida, Auburn, Georgia. The other one is Josh Sweat, who's got Vautech, Vandy, Kentucky, Tennessee, North Carolina State, Maryland. D tackles, we have 2 again. So Christian Wilkins went to Clemson in real life. He's leaning Tennessee, A&M, Florida, Georgia, Notre Dame, Mississippi State. Darren, I don't know how you pronounce his first name. I think it's pronounced a little different, but Darren Payne, we'll call him for this. He went to Bama in real life. He's leaning Bama, Tennessee, Ohio State, Michigan, OU. Then we have linebackers. We have 2 linebackers, 2 middle linebackers. We have Roquan Smith from the state of Georgia. He went to Georgia, leaning Georgia, Georgia Tech, Bama, Tennessee, Auburn. And then the other one is Tremaine Edmonds, who is a 1st-round pick by the Bills. He's leaning A&M, Notre Dame, Tennessee, Georgia. Okay, then we go cornerbacks. We have 3. Denzel Ward, a stud from the state of Ohio, went to Ohio State, was a top 3 pick. Notre Dame, Ohio State, Tennessee, Pitt, Michigan, Kentucky, Penn State. So it looks like he's staying up north. Then we have Dante Jackson from Louisiana. He's leaning Tennessee, Notre Dame, Georgia, Florida. And we have one more. It is right here, Mike Hughes, who's leaning Tennessee, Notre Dame, Georgia, Texas, Ohio State. Then we have 2 really good safeties. So we have one free safety, Ncaa Fitzpatrick from New Jersey, and he's actually leaning SC, going across the country, or Texas, Georgia, A&M, West Virginia. And the other one is Derwin James, also leaning SC, which would be crazy. He's from the state of Florida. It's SC and a bunch of kind of smaller schools, but Derwin James, absolute physical freak at the safety position. So that's all our guys. Very good class, but the QBs are what makes it. Like, this QB class is freaking legendary. Here's the top 10 player tight end leaning SC. I wonder, maybe if I ever do this again, I'll look a little bit more at some of the big time recruits who aren't our guys. It's just so hard to know with them. It's more interesting when we actually are kind of invested in the guys already, but obviously these guys do make a pretty big difference on how it all turns out. Okay, so that is the 2015 recruiting class. We are in the 2014 season. Texas A&M / USC, I'm calling them co-national champions. Last year, I could see USC being really good. I don't know about Ohio State, Michigan. I could see Notre Dame being good if they can finally get their QB to play well. Tennessee, this might be Tennessee's year, actually. They had a great recruiting class about 3 years ago and a few other good ones. So I could see Tennessee making some noise. But we're going to look at the top 25 here first and then see where we go from there. So A&M, defending national champions. They are a 99 overall on offense. They do bring back their QB, so they're going to be a tough out. We have USC, who's also a 93. So they lost a ton of talent. They were 99 across the board. So they're not even looking like the most talented team in the country. Georgia might just be, or Texas looks like they might be, or Florida. We forgot about Florida. Okay. So this is definitely, it's been USC, Michigan, Ohio State, really just running shit. Looks like USC could take a bit of a step back. Georgia looks really good. Texas looks really good on paper. Florida, North Carolina looks really good on paper. Tennessee, like I said, looks amazing on paper. Notre Dame still looks really good. Florida State, Penn State, Michigan, Ohio State looks really good on paper. So I don't know. Ohio State, I still don't think has the QB. But that's what the top 25 is looking like. Obviously, that doesn't really matter. It's all how they perform. But, okay, Mariota is the Heisman favorite. That is one of the reasons I'm not going to count out USC. They got frickin' Marcus Mariota, might be the best player in the country. Jeremiah Hayes right there for A&M. Johnny Manziel right there for Texas. So those 3 players going to be very, very good. Look at preseason All-Americans. Marcus Mariota first. Sterling Shepard, Jarvis Landry, Luke Jokel, Greg Robinson on defense. And Landon Collins for Notre Dame. That looks like it. Okay, let's go second team. Nothing so far. Ronnie Stanley for Michigan, big offensive lineman. Timmy Jernigan for Florida. Leonard Floyd for North Carolina State. That looks like preseason All-Americans. Okay, we're going to go through the rosters here. Bama, Amari Cooper, really good, but Bama just has not got everything else rocking. Like, Amari Cooper's at 99 as a junior. Going to be, tied for the best receiver in the country. Cal Golden Bears, I actually looked at them really quick earlier. They got this Rankin who's really good, and they got Deshaun Watson. And this guy actually put up really good stats last year. 3,500 yards, 43 touchdowns. So maybe they're going to let Deshaun throw the ball quite a bit in this system. So I don't know what they got at wideout and stuff. Nothing great, but maybe that'll be a good spot for Deshaun. I don't even remember where Mahomes went. Was it Kansas State maybe? Yeah, I think it was. We'll look at Kansas State if I remember when we get there. Okay, Florida, definitely in the national title hunt. They have some super duper stars. First and foremost, Jameis Winston, only a junior, one of the best players in the country. This Chauncey Robinson looks great. Timmy Jernigan, Clinton Dix. This Carpenter is good. A good receiver, 97 speed. Vernon Hargraves, only a sophomore. So, Jameis right there holding it down. Good running back. And then they brought in Leonard Fournette. I thought they brought in 2 guys, but they got Leonard Fournette as a freshman. He's going to start next year. I don't think they've got any they have a decent wide receiver core. Really good. 2 really good tight ends. Good or left tackle, really good guard. So yeah, this offense looks very good. Led by Jameis Winston, very, very good, honestly. I don't know how good their defense is. Could be just okay. Jernigan looks like by far their best player. Defense looks okay, not incredible. They are going to definitely get it done with their offense. They have J.C. Jackson and Vernon Hargraves. They're going to have a great 1-2 punch at corner. So they're going to have a nice secondary, a little young, but very good. So Florida, definitely in the national title hunt. I think Georgia's definitely, with just these two, Bridgewater and Cooks on offense leading the way. Shazier, Barrett looks good. Mike Williams, only a sophomore. They're going to be really good. They have a 99 senior quarterback and a 99 senior wide receiver. Georgia's going to be in the hunt. Kansas State, yeah, so they got Mahomes. Mahomes is going to be a 4-year starter there. Absolute freak. I made him about as good as you can make a freshman. It's kind of too bad he didn't go to a bigger school, but just because we'll literally never see him. I don't know, unless they go on some crazy run. Louisiana, Marshall, Maryland, Miami, how are they looking? Decent. Derrick Henry, redshirt freshman. So this is technically his first year. He's a 92 overall. Michigan has some studs, but once again, the QB, Adrian Graham, looks okay. Michigan could be in the hunt again. They've had a bit of a downturn a little bit. I don't think Florida looks that much better than them, and Florida's in the hunt. So I think they're still in it. North Carolina was really highly ranked. They have a really good QB. 2 really good running backs, all seniors though, Fred Hagen. Yeah, they don't really have underclassmen, but for this year, few good receivers, nothing incredible. Tight end looks pretty good. So yeah, this North Carolina team, not with a lot of our guys. Eddie Goldman, D tackle, is one of our guys. Yeah, not a lot of our guys, but I mean, they have a ton of talent. They've got some really good, not amazing recruiting classes, but some good ones. Okay, Notre Dame, always in the hunt. It's if their QBs can play well. This sophomore, Mike Sapp, 88 sophomore, that's really good. How good is he going to play? If he plays well, Notre Dame has a shot. Jadavon Clowney, Stephon Diggs, good O-line, Landon Collins, Alvin Kamara, talent all the way down. Ezekiel Elliott, Quentin Nelson. They have a ton of talent. They have all the talent in the world. We'll see how the QB plays. I think Ohio State is in a similar boat. Is this Mueller guy going to play well? How did he do last year? Not good at all. At all. So unless this guy can pick it up, I don't see, TJ Yeldon's going to be really good for them. I just don't see how they get it done unless those guys can really pick up the slack. Some good receivers. Stevens is going to be really good this year. They haven't been getting those big time recruits. Good junior tight end. Every year they have a freaking good O-line. Not as good as it was a few years ago, but okay. It's young. So yeah, definitely not where it was a few years ago. Still good. Tuitt, one of the best players in the country. Still Leonard Williams on the inside. So they have a few really impacty linemen. This McCarthy looks okay. Fred Warner is a freshman. Bush looks good. Graves, really good one corner and a good junior, sec. They have 3 pretty good corners, one really elite. Good safety there. Really good strong safety here, and good they got Jamal Adams coming in. So they have a chance. I don't trust their QB. He's not played well when he's been the starter, so I don't see it, but you never know. Oregon, Penn State. Tennessee, we definitely are going to take a look at them. How is their QB? So they have 2 91s, a senior and a junior, battling it out. They have no underclassmen, so at least if this Porter guy comes back next year, though, they'll be in a really good spot at QB. 3 unreal running backs led by Todd Gurley and Kenyon Drake as their 1-2 punch. They have Kelvin Benjamin, Dorial Green Beckham, and they got this Skies, actually looks pretty good for a freshman, but 2 just 6'5" condors. They have OJ Howard, sophomore, 6'6" tight end. This team, it's once again, we've had a few of these guys where it's going to come down to QB, and I think that's going to be really, their O-line isn't as good. If you think it's some of those USC, Michigan, their O-line's not very good at all. Jonathan Allen, really good on the D-line. Cooley looks pretty good. 2 amazing guys on the interior here. So they have a really nasty D-line. Really good left outside. They have maybe the best young linebacking core in the country. Reuben Foster, Shaq Thompson, Reggie Ragland, and Jalen Smith. So they are loaded at linebacker. 5 good linebackers. Loaded at corner. probably the best corner room already in the country, and none of them are even seniors. Oh, one is, but Jalen Ramsey, Wood, and White is going to be their nickelback, and then next year they'll just have Ramsey and White as their two corners. So they are loaded there. Decent safety there. Couple decent safeties, not matching their corners. But hey, that team looks really, really good. Texas, look at their top three on offense. Johnny Football, he has not been great statistically yet, so we need to see that from him. But, and they have this Travis Smith waiting in the wings to take over for Johnny. Johnny should just be a smash this year. Colt Carter, they have not got running backs in. This Brittman looks actually like he could be pretty good, but an 88 starter isn't bad. Receiver, they have two super studs. Haven't been bringing in the young talent, but this is their year for Texas. They want to get it done. They're threesome on offense. It looks like they have some really nice offensive linemen. Yeah, well, on the left side especially. And right tackle, DJ Humphries. Mitchell looks like a stud. Garrett's a stud. Clarence Crosby is a backup. Hawkins and Hudson is studs. Really good D-line. Linebackers are okay, not incredible. Okay, no, linebackers are pretty good when you throw in that outside linebacker. They have one good corner, and then they're pretty young and not great, but not embarrassing corner. Good, yeah, and they're okay at safety. So defensively, especially the front seven's really good. Offense looks ready to rock. Secondary's just okay. They have a chance. A&M, this Hayes was incredible last year. Arguably the best player in the country this year. They have Greg Robinson, this McCullough. Not a lot of our guys. Oh, they brought in Baker Mayfield. I forgot about that. So they're literally going from Hayes to Mayfield next year. So that's huge for them to keep their head above water. They don't have like the superstars, but they put it all together last year. They went on a run. There's no reason to think they couldn't do it again. Okay. USC, defending national co-favorite or whatever. I'm going with it. I don't care. Definitely, like we remember last year, they had like 799. So they lost a ton of talent from last year, but they still have Mariota. They have a good running back. They got some decent young guys. Wide receiver, they have Deebo Samuel as their number one wide receiver as a true freshman. Yeah, so receiver, they just lost a ton of guys. They actually brought in 3 studs though. This Stokes, Lane, and then Deebo. Tight end, Mark Andrews. So their best 2 pass catchers are true freshmen, which is obviously a little scary. They didn't bring in a good QB either, hey? They don't have anybody, so they really need to get one of those big time 5 recruits in at USC this year and just let them play. One of the best O-lines ever last year, and they lost a ton of them, but they still have a pretty good O-line. Really good D-line. Sophomores, Woods and Bosa. They brought in freshman Myles Garrett and this Bruce Fine guy, loaded at D end. Some good D tackles. Definitely need to recruit some more. Decent guy there. Linebacker, linebacker, they're not very good. Corner, Adoree Jackson. They got 2 young guys in this. Okay, so they got 3 really good young corners. None of them are elite yet, but they looks pretty good. Sophomore there, Daniel. Oh, they didn't. I thought they got a good one of our recruits at safety, but I guess not. But honestly, they have some good young safeties here that they're developing. So I don't think USC's winning it this year, but you have Marcus Mariota, arguably the best player in the country. You have a ton of talent still. I wouldn't call them favorites, but you never know. Let's go through, look at the best players. So we have some great QBs this year. Mariota, this Hayes guy, Manziel, Bridgewater, Jameis Winston, and Braxton Miller killing it for Cincinnati. So maybe Cincinnati, honestly, if he just plays really well for them. DeAnthony Thomas, best running back in the country this year with Devontae Foreman and Melvin Gordon. So Michigan's loaded with 299s. Really good there. Wide receivers, we got Brandon Cooks, Amari Cooper, Marquise Lee, Odell Beckham, Stephon Diggs, Kelvin Benjamin, Sterling Shepard, Dorial Green Beckham. So our guys are just littering the wide receivers. We haven't had like great tight end prospects coming up lately that we made. So Taylor Decker, best left tackle, but we see like the O-line isn't quite, across the board where it was with some of our guys. Still some good players. This guard's really good, but okay, and right tackle's looking pretty good this year. Ronnie Stanley, Greg Robinson, but especially left tackle, left guard weren't quite as high. Clowney, Tuitt, 2 seniors, best arguably the best defenders in the country. Buckner, Garrett, really good there. D tackles, Jernigan and Leonard Williams, Jordan Phillips are all the best. None of our guys that left outside. Middle, Ryan Shazier is the best middle linebacker. Shaq Thompson right in there behind him. Right outside, don't think it's real. Oh, Leonard Floyd for North Carolina State. Cornerback, Ronald Darby's the best in the country right now. Where's another one of our guys? We have some really good young guys, like Ramsey's only a sophomore. We have some really good young guys coming up. Quandre Diggs and HaHa Clinton Dix, the two best free safeties. Strong safety, Martin Landon Collins. There we go. Von Bell for LSU. So that's where we're sitting with all the rosters, top 25, everything like that. We are going to advance to week 9 here. We're going to look at recruiting, look where everyone's sitting. All right, here we are in week 9. We are going to look at recruiting right here. Go through recruiting. I just got one spoiled. That's crazy. Okay, Kyler Murray leaning Texas, maybe LSU. This would be an incredible get from Texas. They would go from Andrew Luck to Johnny Manziel to Kyler Murray. Wow, that could be incredible. Josh Allen at USC was right at the top of his board. Now he might go to Hawaii or Texas. So Texas is in on the two of the best. Oh, God. Joe Burrow might go to Kansas. He's going to go to Temple or Kent State. I don't know. Kind of sucks that some of these big guys are not going to the big schools. Lamar, Auburn, or Northwestern. I mean, Auburn would be kind of cool. Sam Darnold is locked in at SC. So SC doesn't get one of the big boys, but they do get a good guy who's going to step in for Mariota after he leaves. So that is good. That could be why Allen really soured on USC, because they already got him. But kind of where Kyler and Allen go, like Burrow, yeah. I would have liked Notre Dame or something, Tennessee. Any of those would have been cool, but okay. Saquon going to Florida. And who did they get last year? They got like Leonard Fournette, I think. So kind of going to a crowded backfield. Ronald Jones going to UCLA. And last one was Damian Harris. He's going to Florida as well. So Florida's got 3 5-star running backs in 2 years. DJ Moore looking like Alabama. Christian Kirk looking like OU or Texas. And then Calvin Ridley looking like Miami most likely, maybe Georgia or A&M. We go tight end. We didn't have any. We only had 1 tackle. He's a 3-star, but he's not really. Connor Williams going to Ohio State. Won't look good on the top 5 rankings or anything, but that's actually really good. Florida, another big recruit. So Florida's starting to put together some recruiting classes. Sweat looking like Va-Tech or Kentucky. D-tackle Wilkins looking like Tennessee or maybe Florida. So Florida looking like they could have the best recruiting class. De'Aaron Payne looking like Tennessee, maybe Alabama. Ohio State is really striking out on a lot of these guys. Nothing there. Middle linebacker Roquan looking like Auburn, maybe Tennessee, but probably Georgia. Tremaine Edmonds looking like Georgia or Virginia. If we go corners, Denzel Ward going to Ohio State, so they don't get complete strikeout completely. Dante Jackson, either Georgia or Tennessee. Mike Hughes is going to be Georgia or Tennessee. So Georgia and Tennessee putting in work defensively. Texas looking like it's either Texas or Georgia, 100% for Minkah Fitzpatrick. Derwin James locked in at USC, so that's a big get for them. So that's where all the recruiting sits. Florida looks like they're off to a really nice start. Once again, I'm kind of disappointed with the quarterbacks, just because we won't see them a ton when they go. Like if Josh Allen goes to Hawaii, we'll just never really see him. So we'll have to see on that front. Okay, Texas A&M 7-0. Okay, dude, these two don't play each other. SEC. Yeah, they do. Okay, we're gonna watch that game. We're gonna sim to that, and we're gonna check that out. Just right away. USC 1 loss. So I thought USC, and they have a pretty easy schedule the rest of the way. So USC in position. Auburn. Where's the Florida? Georgia, Florida 7-1, 6-1. Have they played already? Oh, they're the same week. So in 2 weeks. Okay, we're gonna sim to that point. Tennessee 2 losses. You were hoping for a little bit more from them, but they could make still the championship game. Clemson only got 1 loss too. Okay, I'm going to sim ahead 2 weeks here. And that should put us in line. So through week 9, through week 10, we'll go to week 11. Okay, we're going to look back at top 25. C. Could be Georgia and Florida. Texas and Texas A&M. I think this should be this week. Right here. No, 1 more week I got to sim. But those guys are both undefeated. So we're just going to... We have some really good teams. Somehow my Army team just keeps friggin' doing well. And I don't get fired. USC, okay, we're gonna have some really good teams right at the end. Once again, we have two shitty teams that I really don't want to make it in Boise and UCF. Okay, so I'm going to sim one more week here. We should be able to watch Texas A&M. As long as they both don't lose this week, they should both be undefeated. Kind of how it was with Michigan and Ohio State for all those years, where the winner of this probably will make the Natty. So, because I don't think Big 12 has a championship game in this as well. Okay, we're going to go really quick. Make sure they're both... They're 1-3 in the country. Texas A&M. Wow, Lone Star Showdown. 1-3 in the country. Winner of this game is going to have an inside track for sure to the national championship game. Just on paper, Texas looks a little better, but it is going to be a nail biter 100%. Wow, so that's where they sit. Unbelievable on offense, both of them. The 1-2 in the, or 1-4 in the country, 1-2 in yards. Both a little more pass heavy. Defenses are very similar as well. Some big Calvin Ridley visiting A&M. That's their top three, really solid. Marquise Jarvis, very good top three for Texas. I'm going to go with Texas in this one. I think their top three is pretty incredible. And if they want to get it done, I think this is their year. They don't really have those good receivers in the waiting wings. To have 3 99s on offense as your three best players, that's basically what USC was last year. This is their time. So we're going to go through the first quarter here. Okay, 7-7, gonna go to halftime. 21-14, A&M got a last second touchdown there at the end of the half. Okay, we're gonna keep rocking. 28-21, Texas has the lead. Oh, interception. He just got picked off, the A&M quarterback. We're going to watch right here. A&M stud QB Hayes just got picked off. We have Johnny Football in at quarterback. Two super talented wide receivers. They'll drop off. That could have been picked off, Johnny. 2nd and 10 here. Even a field goal would be huge. A touchdown wouldn't be a nail in the coffin, but it'd be close. Here we go. Pistol right here for Johnny Football. Little fake handoff. He's going to keep it and run. Johnny Football out in space. Puts his shoulder down. Johnny Manziel for the Longhorns. What a play. Texas is looking good. This would be, if Texas wins, I think they won a natty really early in the sim as well. This would be their second little pop pass over the middle. It is incomplete. That looked like it could have been completed, but it also looked like it could have been a little scary for Johnny there. This would be huge though for Johnny. As a senior, this is his 5th year at Texas. He got redshirted. If he could lead them to a national title in his last year, little speed option and he gets cranked by the defensive end. Needed to flip that out, Johnny, but here we go. 3rd and goal. If they get a touchdown here, I'm not going to say game, but it's going to be very tough for A&M. If they only get a field goal, A&M is in a really good spot here. Okay, here we go. Oh, a little draw. So they did not want to mess with it. They didn't want to pick. They didn't want anything like that. They are just going to basically take their 3, put the pressure on A&M. Okay, next change of possession. They made their field goal. I'm not going to watch the whole drive here. We're just going to kind of sim, and if it gets into the red zone, we'll watch it. Okay, so they punt that football. Johnny Manziel, Marquise lead is 3rd down here. They're just on the edge of field goal range. So A&M needs a stop. This would not be a gimme field goal for the Texas kicker. Johnny drops back, a little bit of pressure, slides, can't take that sack. Oh my God, Johnny Football. We don't honestly see that many cool plays when we watch. That was low key. I don't think I've ever looked at a replay. Hopefully this doesn't I've never even done this, but this was a low key, a drop by Johnny Football on kind of the move, avoiding pressure, throws it like 40 yards into the end zone, toe tapper. Johnny Football, that is what it's all about for Texas. Wow, and that should ice it, honestly. We'll go next change of possession here. A&M's going to need a fast touchdown, which they get. They're now down 10. Texas has the ball, 10-yard penalty. Okay, it's 3rd and 21, yeah. Okay, so A&M, if they get close, we'll go watch. Okay, 27-yard gain, huge 9 yards. Oh, they lost, so it's 4th and 9, pass throwaway. So that is going to do it. Texas is going to win this one. Johnny Manziel knocks off defending national champions, the #1 team in the country at home. Oh no, on the road. Play of the game, no doubt. Play of the season. I don't know what his stats are like, but if Manziel wins the Heisman, that could be his Heisman moment right there. Caps off the win. Knocks off A&M. Texas is back. If they handle business the rest of the year, they should be in the national championship game led by Johnny Manziel. Jermaine Hayes has been incredible for A&M. He was good today, only a 50% completion percentage. Not quite his like all-pro, all-star level self. Texas, Jarvis Landry, 189. Marquise Lee had a really nice game as well. Carter and Manziel were both decent on the ground, but Johnny Football had himself a game. 367 yards, 3 touchdowns, over 400 all-purpose yards for Johnny Football. Texas, baby. There we go. Knocks off A&M. And like I said, if they handle business, they basically punch their ticket. I mean, we never know because this game can do really weird things, but we are going to sim now to conference championship weekend. We're going to look at recruiting, see the conference championship games and all that. All right, let's go look at the recruiting trail here. We are in conference championship weekend. This will be the last time we look at it before signing day. So Kyler locked in at Texas. That is huge, huge, huge. Josh Allen locked in at Texas. Yeah, little less cool that they're both there. I mean, that's the second time they've done that. They also got Terrell Pryor and Andrew Luck. But, I mean, Texas is set up. Temple gets Joe Burrow. Oh, Lamar looking like Auburn probably, which is kind of cool. And we knew Sam Darnold. So it's just shitty because now basically we'll never see anything from Joe Burrow and we'll never see anything from one of these two. So Texas, though, good on ya. Saquon. Yeah, and we kind of similar with the running backs now. We're not going to see much, like either Saquon or Fournette is just not going to play much next year. Okay, DJ Moore going to Bama. That's a big pickup for them. Kirk going to Texas with those QBs. That's a great pickup for them. And Calvin Ridley looking like A&M, Georgia, Miami. Still 3 teams in the running there. No tight ends. We knew Connor Williams is going to Ohio State. DNs, Farrell going to Florida. Josh Sweat going to Vautech. Tennessee looking like they get... Okay, so it's either Tennessee or Florida. Christian Wilkins. Tennessee is getting Darren Payne. Big pickup there. Middle linebackers. Roquan going to Bama. So Bama gets 2 5-stars. They have not been showing out, so that's big. And then the other one, Tremaine Edmonds is going to Georgia, so that's big for Georgia. Ward, we knew Ohio State. Dante Jackson looks like Tennessee. They're kind of turning into cornerback U. Who was our other guys? It was Mike Hughes going to Georgia. That's a nice pickup for them. Ncaa, Georgia or Texas. And we know Derwin James is going to USC. So Texas, Florida, SC kind of looking like they're really holding it down. Guess we could look at like the top classes already. I never really usually do this because it's so... like, it's a lot of just guys leaning. Texas already has a hell of a recruiting class. Ohio State hasn't got a lot of 5-stars, but they got a lot of 4-stars. But Texas, great recruiting class. Really freaking good. So I'd be shocked if Texas doesn't end up with the number 1. But it's kind of weird because you have guys canceling each other out. Josh Allen and Kyler Murray are never going to play together. So... there we go. Okay, top 25 though. Texas, A&M is 2. So USC lost a second game. So Oklahoma, Auburn, Georgia, Florida. So all 3 of Georgia, USC, and Florida lost a second game. So that's really opened the door for a possible Texas A&M Texas repeat. But I'm guessing A&M is going to be in a conference championship game. So yeah, USC, Cal. So A&M has to beat Florida, which Florida's good. Okay, if they do it, it looks like we could get A&M Texas rematch. Don't see that very much, but hey, we will see. We're going to sim. Johnny Football wins the Heisman. What did I say? If he wins it, that's going to be his moment. Just narrows out that Hayes guy from A&M. So there we go. Johnny Football in his senior year wins the Heisman. We don't need to look at recruiting again. We need... okay, so I already seen it. It is Auburn. Auburn gets in with 2 losses. We'll have to check out Auburn's squad. I don't remember who they have right now. Georgia, USC, Iowa, Tennessee. It's too bad some of these guys lost that second game. Notre Dame had a bad year. A&M. Oh, A&M must have lost. Yeah, A&M lost in the SEC championship game to Florida. So I'm surprised Florida didn't get in. I would have gave it to Florida, honestly. Or Oklahoma. Oklahoma won loss. But I'll have to look at Auburn. I mean, I don't remember who they have. It is a big school. I mean, definitely. Do they have Taj Boyd at quarterback? No, they must have. I thought they had. So this guy looks pretty good. Running back, Bell looks good. fullback, I didn't really care about, but they have a good fullback. They have two pretty good receivers. Good tight end. Like, once again, not a lot of our guys. Not great on the O-line. Left end, Mark Edwards looks like a stud. D-line is just okay. So they are not uber talented, but hey, get in the dance and you never know what happens. I think Darby's the best corner in the country right now. They have another good safety. So decent. They're not amazing. I mean, I would have rather seen Florida, Tennessee, USC, whatever, but Auburn gets in. They are going to play Texas. Texas should be the resounding favorites right here. Johnny Manziel trying to win the Heisman, lead Texas to a natty. I'm going to look, but I believe they won it in like 04 or something as well. This would give them 2. Yes, they won it in 03, so our second year. So still not really a bunch of our recruits in, but this would give Ohio State, Michigan, and Texas each two natties since in our sim, and then there's a bunch of teams with 1. But yeah, Auburn has never made it in the sim, so here we go. Okay, so here's where we sit. Texas, number 1 offense in the country in yards and points. Auburn is not far behind them. Texas definitely looks like they have the better defense. They're better. Once again, this is a year where it feels like, Auburn is overmatched, but you never know. We have had some upsets in these games as well. Okay, we're going to go to the end of the first quarter here. 7-0 Auburn. So Texas is not able to get the offense rocking. 14-7 Auburn. So hey, they're more than hanging in right now. 24-21 Auburn going into the fourth quarter. This is Auburn. Okay, they're going to punt to Manziel here. 3rd and 6, 4th and 18. They punted that. Oh, that should have been a field goal. Now all of a sudden Auburn. 3rd and 5, 2nd and 7. Auburn. Texas cannot get him off the field. They have to hold him to 3 here. A touchdown might ice it. 1st and 10 inside the 20. QB drops back, fires it over the middle. He holds on. That is humongous. Auburn trying to knock off this amazing Texas team, loaded on offense, only able to score 21 points so far. Auburn, what are you gonna do? Texas, can you come up with a play here late? Little handoff, read option. Oh, he got the first down though. So even though they didn't let him get a score, he gets the big first down. What did I just, 2-yard rush, 2nd and goal from like the 1-inch line. So Texas is in trouble here. They need to hold them to 3. Auburn QB making some adjustments. What are you gonna do? Running back looks gassed. You better hope he doesn't fumble. What do you got? Okay, oh, a little speed option. He pitches it big. The cornerback met him, but the running back bowls him over. Andrew Bell gets in. Beats Bo Jackson's career rushing mark. Wow. Okay, so now Manziel and Texas. Okay, that's a huge. Oh my goodness. So they just went 4 plays down. I was going to give it another play before we went and watched. So what an answer drive. But they made the extra point. Onside recovered by Auburn. 2nd and 13, 3rd and 10. This is 3rd and 10, a minute 39. This is the game. Texas only has 1 timeout. If they stop them, they get the ball back. If they don't, Auburn wins it counter. Once again, the running back almost blows him up. 4th and 2. This is going to be a long field goal, but they're going for it. They are going for it. The national title on the line. If they get this first down, it is over. If they don't, Texas has a chance. Play action in the flats. He's going to get it. That's it. Auburn upsets Texas. Again, I was pretty confident in the team, and they got upset. That is going to do it. 4-yard rush, 2-yard rush, 2-yard rush. Field goal, no good. I don't know. Sometimes this shit does weird stuff. Texas had no timeouts. It was just a bunch of, why would you not let the clock run out? Okay, all of a sudden, Texas technically has a shot. They're on life support, obviously. No timeouts, 26 seconds. Somehow they can win this. The AI in this game does some weird stuff. Johnny Manziel, a ton of time. He's letting this fly. Oh my gosh, it should have been picked off. I was going to say, wow, Ronald Darby, best corner in the country, almost picks off Johnny Football. Johnny Football trying to have this magical run in his senior year at Texas. If they can somehow do this, they need a field goal. He has 2 studs on the outside. Can Landry or Marquise Lee make a play. Over the middle, you can't have that. That might ice the game here. Yeah, can't do that, Johnny. 10, 9, 8. He's trying to spike it. Oh, God. Yeah, so that is going to do it. We're going to have one more play, but that is going to clinch it. They deserve to win anyway because I don't know what happened to the clock management there at the end. I have no control over that. Here it is. It's going to have to be, they don't really do like the, schoolyard bullshit in this anyway. So it's going to have to be like, an 80-yard touchdown pass. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, that is going to do it. Technically, Jarvis Landry going to be his last catch of his career. 1 and 0. There it is. Auburn, national champions. Crazy. 2014. Auburn W versus Texas. Wow. Auburn upsets Texas in Johnny football. Crazy. Texas gonna have a good future. Looks like they're bringing in the best recruiting class in the country, so they're gonna be right there. But wow, there we go. We've definitely had some years where it's not amazing teams get it done, but hey, that's how it works sometimes. So Davis had a great game. 309, 3 touchdowns, 173 QB rating. Bell was amazing for them on the ground. 162, 2 100-yard receivers. You can't take anything away from these guys. Their 2 receivers came to play. Marquise Lee, 147, 2 touchdowns. Landry, 89. Couldn't run the ball. Weren't really trying to a ton. Johnny had a good game. I mean, they just came up short. Auburn was a tad better, and they got it done. So 2014 national champions, Auburn Tigers. So they get one in this sim before Alabama, which I'm sure Bama fans watching this are not going to love, but that's how she goes sometimes. Okay, we're going to sim to the end of bowl season, then we're going to look at the stats for the year. Final rundown of the year, top 25. Auburn, Texas, Florida. Florida just came up short from making it. Tennessee, A&M, Oklahoma, Georgia. Did USC lose another game there? USC, Ohio State, Michigan just fallen off the map. They had such a good run there, especially Ohio State was good for a long time, but they're out of it now. Okay, All-Americans, Johnny Football, Greg Robinson's Tuitt, Kenyon Drake as a returner, Hayes, Marquise Lee, this is second team, DJ Humphreys, looks like it's it there. Okay, let's go look at the stats. We'll look at this leaders in the country, and then we'll look at some more just individual teams. Okay, NCAA, who led the country in passing? Okay, this Jermaine Hayes had a great year. My God. David Parker at Boise State had a really good year. Johnny Football, really good year. 44 touchdowns. Johnny Football played great. Rankin, definitely some good ones this year. Okay, for rushers, Nick Chubb right there at Georgia Tech as a true freshman, 1,500 yards. Wow. Derrick Henry is a freshman also. So he's a red shirt, but a few freshmen killed it. Rushing touchdowns. Derrick Henry, Kenyon Drake, only 900 yards but 16 touchdowns. Look at receiving yards. Sterling Shepard. Shepard's had a great career. Okay, it's only back-to-back years. I thought his freshman year was a little better. Marquise Lee wraps off a good run at Texas, just short of winning the Natty. Jarvis Landry, so that threesome this year for Texas was just incredible. Look at defense here. Let's look at tackles for loss. Cedric Reed, Stephon Tuitt. Tuitt had a great year. Usually guys do not put up stats for whatever reason, but Tuitt did. Over 7.5 sacks every year, capped off with 10 this year. Tackles for loss, 28 this year, one of the highest in the country. So Tuitt really did his thing. Yeah, led the nation in sacks. So yeah, he's one of the better defensive players we've actually had who actually put up stats. Okay, let's look at just some more, little closer at some of the teams. Alabama, yeah, Amari, yeah, they just don't throw the football. BYU, Baylor, Clemson. Clemson has never got the QB. Okay, Florida. So Jameis is still back next year, so Florida has a shot again next year. They're bringing in a really good recruiting class. Chauncey's gone, but they're going to have Leonard Fournette and Saquon Barkley. Really, really good. They haven't really got those receivers, but yeah, Florida should be in the running next year for sure. Georgia, Bridgewater had a really good year. They just don't throw the ball a ton, but like he was so efficient running the ball. Oh, they have freshman Joe Mixon, so Mixon's going to step in for them next year. They're losing Cooks, who never put up huge stats because they're just not that sort of system. But with Cooks and Bridgewater kind of at the helm, they did win a national championship 2-3 years ago. So hey, Georgia's going to be happy with that little run there. I actually want to look at Kansas State. How did Mahomes do his freshman year? Pretty good. Not throwing the ball an absolute ton. Rushed for 400 yards, so 3,000 yards, pretty good. Look at Michigan. Like, these guys just not getting the quarterback play, Not at all. Really hurting them. They have a stable of good running backs, but like looks like they're not even trying to really run the ball. I don't know what this team's doing. How did Rodney James get so much run? And Devontae Freeman got hurt. They must have lost Freeman and Gordon. So I don't understand how they got that much run out of those guys. I want to look at Notre Dame. Once again, just not getting good QB play. Like this was okay, but not good enough. Zeke was really good, and they have Zeke and Kamara. They can still do some damage, but they are not getting quite the recruiting classes they were. Speaking of not getting recruiting classes, that is our guys Ohio State in a nutshell. Just not getting it done, not bringing in those. They used to just get every high-level offensive player they had a shot at. Not feeling like that these days. Tennessee, once again, QB play. Was okay, but not incredible. Rushing, they had Gurley and Drake leading the way, so really good 1-2 punch there. Receivers, they're just not throwing the ball, so these guys aren't putting up big stats, but they do have some players there. Texas, 191 QB. This is one of the best QB seasons we've seen. What did he add? Yeah, he added 700 yards. He had over 50 touchdowns. Johnny Football, yeah, he did it in his senior year. 2 1,200 yard receivers basically. Texas was that close. A&M, this guy was a freak for them. His 2 years starting, he was an absolute dynamo. Almost 1,200 yards rushing last year. Still really, really good this year. They are going to miss Jeremiah Hayes, but they have Baker Mayfield ready to step in. Then USC, Mariota had a pretty good. Oh, he got hurt, so that might have put the nail in USC's coffin because they did lose a few games at the end of the year there. But he's a 4-year starter, always really good. Did get hurt his senior year, which could have stopped them from really, getting into that national title game. So that is going to be it, guys. That is the 2014 season. We are going to sim to National Signing Day and just look at the final recruiting class, and that'll wrap this season up. All right, National Signing Day. Here we are. Go all prospects. We know where a lot of these guys, so we knew the QBs, Texas, Burrow. Yeah, we knew all these guys. Darnold. Running back, we knew Barkley. We knew Ronald Jones. Yeah, we knew the running backs. Wide receivers, we knew DJ, Christian, and Calvin ends up at the U. Just over Texas A&M. We knew the DNs, Farrell, Sweat. We knew that. We knew Wilkins. I think it was down to just narrows out, but they each get one of the 2 D tackles. We knew Roquan, and we knew Edmonds is going to Georgia. Corners, we knew Denzel Ward. Dante Jackson looked like he was going to go to Tennessee. He does. Hughes looked like Georgia. He does end up at Georgia. Free safety, Ncaa, Spurs, Texas for Georgia. That is huge. And then we knew the last one was Derwin is going to SC. So that is where all our recruits are. If we look at the top classes, I'm going to guess Texas. Okay, Texas, Ohio State, Missouri, Florida, USC, Florida State. Bama finally has a good recruiting class. Tennessee right there. Oh, I was going to say Ohio State, nowhere to be seen, but they got a bunch of 4-stars. Didn't get the really elite guys, but got the 4-stars in there. Texas definitely. Florida had 7 5-stars, but only 1 4-star. So they had a weird recruiting class, a ton of high-end talent, but not a lot of depth. So 7, I think that's the second most 5-stars I've ever seen. Barkley, Harris, but 2 running backs, and they already have a really good running back. Fry, Washington, Farrell, and Wilkins were our guys. Texas, once again, they got 3 5-stars, but 2 of them at QB. So, you can only play one of them. Ohio State, a bunch of 4-stars in, so that's going to help with their depth. USC got a bunch of 3-stars, so not really the elite guys. Did get Sam Darnold, which is going to help because they really did need that quarterback. So that was a huge hole for them. So that was big. Okay, so there's our recruits, guys. That's where we're sitting. That is the end of 2014 season. See you in a minute with 2015 and the 2016 class. All right, so here we go. 2015 season on the way. 2016 recruiting class. Texas just lost in the national championship last year to Auburn, but Texas did just have the #1 recruiting class. They are losing a ton of talent, but they should be good over the next few years. We are just going to get right into this recruiting class. Now, this is a good, I wouldn't say it's very good defensively, honestly. It's a really good class. I don't think it's maybe quite as good as some of the previous ones, but it is really good. Ton of talent. We are just gonna get right into it. Okay, some big time talent at most positions. Not a ton of O-line again. It seems like O-line is definitely, there's a ton of defensive front seven guys in this class. Okay, so there's 3 really high level quarterbacks. The first is Dwayne Haskins from Maryland. He went to Ohio State in real life, was a first round pick of the Steelers, I believe. He's Tennessee, Notre Dame, USC, Georgia, a lot of the big guys. Then we have Justin Herbert. Wow, he's from Eugene, Oregon. He's leaning A&M. That would be a tremendous get, incredible get for A&M. They have Baker Mayfield right now. He's really going, not small schools, but somehow my Army team is in second, and somehow my Army team is in second for Jalen Hurts. So I don't know how that works. My team, I don't recruit, I don't do anything, somehow is in line for the 2 of the top 3 quarterbacks. Jalen Hurts and Herbert are looking at like the same schools, definitely not the big guys either. So that's kind of interesting other than A&M. Miles Sanders, he is the only running back recruit in this class. He's Notre Dame, Tennessee, Ohio State, Michigan. So that is it. Looks like there's a few other 5 stars, but as far as like our guys, he is the only one. We go receivers, there's 4. This is a very good receiver class. First, we have AJ Green, went to Ole Miss. He's from Mississippi. He's leaning Tennessee, Georgia, A&M, Auburn. Then we have Chase Claypool. He's Canadian, actually. He is leaning Notre Dame. That's where he went in real life. We also have Tennessee, Bama, Michigan, Ohio State. DK Metcalf from Mississippi went to Ole Miss. He's leaning Bama, Auburn, Tennessee, Mississippi State, Florida. And then Michael Pittman is the last one. He's from California. He went to USC. He's leaning Cal, USC, Stanford, UCLA. Okay, no tight ends. We only have 1 offensive tackle as well. It is Jonah Williams. He went to Alabama in real life. He's leaning Florida, Georgia, Tennessee, Notre Dame, A&M. Then we have 1 interior lineman. It is Landon Dickerson. He's only a 4-star. He's very good though. I believe he went to Florida State and then transferred to Alabama at the end of his career. He's leaning Alabama, Texas, USC, Auburn, Florida. Then defensive line, we are pretty freaking stacked. So we have 3 defensive ends that are all nasty. First is Brian Burns. He's leaning Florida, Notre Dame, A&M, Georgia, Miami. We have Rashawn Gary, who I believe was the actual #1 recruit in the country. His recruiting class, his 2016 class. He went to Michigan in real life, but he's leaning Georgia, Florida, Tennessee, Notre Dame, Auburn. Then we have Nick Bosa, who went to Ohio State along with his brother Joey, who's leaning Alabama, Tennessee, Notre Dame, Florida, Georgia. One thing I'm noticing is USC is not in on a ton of these guys, or really Ohio State is not up high on a ton of these guys. So they've been the 2 best teams throughout the sim, 2 most consistent, especially with recruiting. So that is interesting. They might be starting to fall off just a little bit. Okay. Then we have Jeffrey Simmons. Tennessee just got another good D tackle last year. Georgia, Florida State, Alabama. Ed Oliver, Tennessee, Georgia, Florida State, basically the same group. And then Derek Brown, basically the same group, but throw Alabama in. So that's 6. Oh, and Quinnen Williams. I forgot about him. Basically Tennessee, Notre Dame, OU, Texas, SC. So in the same group. So that's 7 impact. Oh, there's a 4th. I forgot about Dexter Lawrence as well. So there's 5 impact D tackles and 3 impact DNs. So there's a ton of front 7 talent here, guys. North Carolina, Duke, Tennessee is in on all these guys, all of them. Nothing for outside. We do have 2 good middle linebackers though. We have Devin White, who went to LSU in real life. He's from Louisiana. He's leaning Notre Dame, Texas, Michigan, Penn State, USC. Then the other one is Isaiah Simmons, who went to Clemson, but he's actually looking at some of the smaller schools a little bit, or more middle of the pack. Tulsa, Kansas State, Mizzou, Oklahoma, Kansas. Okay, then we have 2 corners, I believe. It's Trevon Diggs from Maryland. He went to Alabama, Alabama in real life. He's looking at Maryland, Notre Dame, Tennessee, Penn State, Va Tech, Alabama, and my Army team for some reason. Byron Murphy from Arizona. He went to UW in real life. He's leaning SC, OU, Arizona, Stanford, Texas. I think that's it. And then we do have a few safeties as well. So for safeties, we have Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, who's been really good in the NFL the last few years. There wasn't enough room to put both names, so it's Gardner John. But he's from Florida. I believe he went to Florida in real life, like the school of Florida, the Gators. And he's leaning Notre Dame, Tennessee, SC, OU, Texas. Oh, there might actually be only one safety. Yeah, okay, there is only one safety. So it's just Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. So that is the recruiting class, guys. Very good defensively, but there's still a few good QBs. There's some good receivers, but that defensive front seven is really where this class really shines. D-line, D-tackle is probably the best D-tackle class we've had ever in this whole thing. So that is the recruiting class, guys. That is where we sit. We are going to sit into the season now. Go look at the top 25, look at our rosters. All right, so here we go. Let's look at the top 25 preseason polls here. Auburn is number one, but they're defending national champions. Only a 90 overall. Probably not. This could be Tennessee's year. Tennessee had a few really good recruiting classes. They're getting to where they're all upperclassmen. Tennessee's got a shot. Same with Florida. Looks like Tennessee's better defensively. Florida's better offensively. Both are really good. They have Jameis Winston as a senior. They'll be tough. Texas was really good last year. They lose Manziel. They lose their two stud receivers. I could see them taking a bit of a step back. A&M loses their stud QB, but they do have Baker Mayfield stepping in. They should be good. Georgia loses Bridgewater, but they still look pretty good. My Army team somehow is really freaking good, and I do nothing for them, so I don't know. Oklahoma. This looks like Oklahoma's maybe best overall team. We're seeing no USC, no Notre Dame, no Ohio State in the top. Oh, USC just gets into the top 10. They actually might have the best overall team in the country overall wise, but yeah, I don't think we have any 99s. Oh, we have one. So Tennessee looks like probably the best talented team. North Carolina, Florida State. Okay, so Notre Dame is a 99 overall. Michigan looks actually pretty good. Where is Ohio State? Ohio State at 97. They're still there, but they are not getting those recruits like they once were. That looks like kind of the high level teams right there. Okay, now, actually, I'm going to look at Heisman and preseason All-Americans as well. So Manziel's back? Why did I think Manziel was gone? Really? Oh my goodness. I thought Manziel was gone. He lost his two receivers, but Johnny Football is back, trying to go back-to-back Heismans. Wow, he just comes up short. I don't know why I thought he was gone. Kenyon Drake is back as well. Okay, so preseason All-Americans, Johnny Football is back. I don't know why I thought he was gone. Sterling Shepard is back, Taylor Decker, Joshua Garnett. So a few really good offensive linemen for Notre Dame there. Defensively, Ronald Darby, best corner in the country for Auburn, defending national champs. Leonard Fournette at kick returner. My Army QB, Derrick Henry, only a sophomore, and he's a 97 overall. Wow, crazy, because he got redshirted. DJ Humphries for Texas. Jamal Adams for Ohio State. That's a big pickup for them. Zeke at kick returner, second team. All right, we're going to look at some rosters now. Going to go through. Bama still has Amari Cooper. I don't know why. I felt like some of these guys should be gone, but Amari's still there. Not a ton else on that team. Auburn, defending national champions. I don't want to say they got lucky last year. Oh, they have a couple of really good corners. Marlon Humphrey. They still have a decent quarterback. Oh, they got Lamar Jackson. Oh my goodness. He's not going to start this year. That could set them up. I mean, I don't think they're going to win another one, but you never know with Lamar coming in. That's a little scary. Clemson, nothing. Robert Kandichi. There we go. Florida looks like they are in the national title contention for sure. They have Jameis Winston. They got a stable of running backs. Leonard Fournette, Saquon Barkley, and Damian Harris. Wide receiver, they have a really good senior, good sophomore in behind them. They have enough to get it done there. Two really good freshman tight ends, actually. Really good left tackle. O-line looks just overall pretty good, yeah. Really good O-line. Let's go through their defense. Two good D-ends, good D-tackle, left outside. Yeah, like this team looks very good. They easily could get it done this year. Secondary, they got Vernon Hargreaves, J.C. Jackson, a couple of really good young corners. Safety, they're just not okay or not very good. But overall, Florida could easily get it done this year. Georgia, some good players. They do lose Bridgewater, and they don't really have that QB to step in. I don't think Georgia's going to get it. Oh, they have Terry McLaurin, too. They have a couple of really good receivers. They got Mike Williams and Terry McLaurin there. So, really good receiving core. But they don't have that quarterback, and they have a good running back. But I would take Florida over them. LSU, Marshall, Miami, Derrick Henry. And this should be Derrick Henry's just show. He should just be absolute. You give him the ball every play and let him frickin' rock. 97 overall sophomore. Michigan, they got Devontae Freeman. It's going to be up to their QB. Is this Adrian Graham going to be good? They have nothing in between these two. So Michigan has not been able to get that QB. They haven't been getting another running back in behind. They had Devontae Freeman and Melvin Gordon, but they haven't got a good running back since. Haven't got those big impact guys on the outside. This sophomore tight end could be pretty good, but yeah, I don't know. Michigan will be okay this year. I don't think they're going to win another natty anytime coming up here, but you never know. Notre Dame, ton of talent. But how's their QB going to be? This guy has not played. He played okay actually last year. It must have been a different guy. You have this freshman coming up, but it's really going to be up to this Sapp guy. Is he going to be able to play good? He's here for 2 more years. If he plays well, they'll be in a good shot. If he doesn't, they're going to be in trouble. Look at their running back room. They're going to need one, in the next little bit here. But Zeke, Alvin Kamara, and Dalvin Cook, obviously loaded. They have Stephon Diggs. And they got Juju in behind them, so they're going to be good for a few years at receiver. 3 great receivers this year. Really good tight end. I know they have a good O-line. Cam Robinson, oh my God, they have a great, oh my goodness, an amazing offensive line. Best offensive line in the country probably right now. We'll go through their defense. TJ Watt, Hunter Jenkins, another sophomore, good outside linebacker, Yeah, just okay at linebacker. Secondary is always 2 really good corners, okay. 3 really good corners, and then some young guys, but they're all seniors, so that's not the best. And then safety, they have maybe the best safety in the country at strong safety. So if Notre Dame gets QB play, they are going to have a shot. So there we go. Okay. So yeah, Notre Dame, I think, has a shot. Ohio State, they have some talent, but they don't have, I don't know. They have this Chip Mueller. This guy actually looks like he could be pretty good behind him. Chris Mueller this year, Jack next year. TJ Yeldon's going to be really good this year, and then they have this Garrett behind him. They have this Quincy Carrington coming up. You'd like to see them get a big-time recruit, but they have not been getting those wide receivers. We remember, more to the beginning to midway through the sim, every year they were getting an impact wide receiver. They had friggin' AJ Green and Des Bryant together. Not really happening now. They've always recruited well on the O-line, and I don't think their O-line's quite Notre Dame, but it is very good. D-line, not having those impact players other than Leonard Williams right now, and Williams is a senior, so D-line, front 7. Okay, James McCarthy, they do have Fred Warner as well, but front 7 overall needs more playmakers. Denzel Ward, that was a huge get there. Decent at corner. That Denzel Ward was massive. Travis Cunningham, only a sophomore. That's good, and they have a good free safety. And so they're there. They have a shot. I don't think they have enough impact players, especially at the skill positions. Okay, Oklahoma looks like one of the better teams in the country. I'm not going to go through their whole roster, but Sterling Shepard is their number 1 wideout, really good running back. They have JT Barrett, really good junior quarterback. So honestly, I think Oklahoma, dark horse, they're a team that could easily work like Auburn last year and find their way into the dance. We're going to go down. Temple has Joe Burrow. I didn't even mean to click on them, but we're not going to see much of Joe Burrow, but there it is. Okay, Tennessee. Definitely, oh my gosh, they have no quarterback. I was going to say definitely a title contender. They have no quarterback. They haven't recruited a quarterback. They have a 70 freshman next year. That's going to be their bugaboo right now. They have 3 good running backs. Kenyon Drake, one of the best running backs in the country. They have Dorial Green-Beckham, but not a lot of other skill positions behind him. OJ Howard. So they have enough to get it done at skill positions. O-line, they haven't recruited like some of those northern teams. or USC always gets good ones. It's doable though. Their O-line isn't like embarrassing. They have Jonathan Allen at D-end, Cooley, another good D-end here. Couple of, good. They got De'Aaron Payne on the inside. Their linebacking core is easily the best in the country. Taylor, Shaq Thompson, Jalen Smith, and Reuben Foster. I don't even think they can play all those guys. Jalen Ramsey and Tre'Davious White, maybe the best 1-2 punch at corner in the country. And they got Dante Jackson coming up behind them. Denman, okay. And Harvey, good for a sophomore, but will just be okay this year. So I think they're going to be good. They don't have a QB though, so I'm not too confident, honestly. Okay, Texas. Best team in the country last year. They did lose, but I think they're the most talented. They have, look at their QB room. Johnny Manziel, Josh Allen, Kyler Murray. So they're going to lose Johnny Football, and then one of these two is basically going to be starting next year. Running back, just okay, but this guy's a sophomore, so he's going to develop into something. Wide receiver, this is where they really lost a ton of talent. Luckily, they got Christian Kirk to come in as a freshman, but they had 299s last year. They just don't, they have a nice tight end, but they don't have the playmaking that they had last year. I think they have some good O-linemen. Yeah, the O-line looks really good. I know they have a really good right tackle in Humphreys, so you know what? Good on the D-line, yeah. Just okay at tackle. Good outside, only a sophomore. Nice middle linebacker there. So linebacker, front seven looks good. Not quite the corners. Some of these good, so their secondary is very weak. So that could be, receiver and secondary is not amazing. Defending national champions. Oh, no. They're national champs 2 years ago. It was Auburn last year, but they got Baker Mayfield stepping in. Really good running back there. Some nice wide receivers, 2 of them, but not like incredible. A nice tight end. So, you know what? A&M always seems to play well, kind of play above their overall. So, and they have Baker Mayfield, a good junior quarterback. So A&M's got a shot. The last team I want to look at is USC. So they got Joey Bosa. We see not those a ton of high 90s like we've seen from them. They do have a freshman, starting quarterback in Sam Darnold. Gray and Kevin Scott Hill. They haven't got any of our guys, but a good group of running backs this year. They got Deebo Samuel, only a sophomore. Some other sophomore guys developing. Deebo will definitely be their number 1. Mark Andrews. So their best 2 weapons are young sophomores, but both very good. Always recruit well on the D-line, and yeah, it's no different. Look like they have some really good players and not all upperclassmen, so going to be good next year. They have Joey Bosa. Nice D-end. Yeah, nice D-tackle here, but they're going to need some more. Outside is nice there. Nice middle linebacker. Outside there is not great. Couple of really good young corners. Kendall Fuller, Dory Jackson, this Neal as well. Falk coming up. So yeah, good at the corner. Nice safety here. And this Daniel, nice. Yeah, they have some really good safeties, and they have Derwin James coming up. So USC, I think with the freshman quarterback, I don't think this is their year, but you have, by Darnold's, even next year or the year after, you're going to have Darnold be a mid-90s. You're going to have Deebo Samuel be probably a 99, and Mark Andrews might be the best tight end in the country. So they are, they're building something. They still have a ton of talent. Okay, now we're going to go through just all teams, look at the top overall players at each position. So we have Jameis and Johnny Manziel are the 2 best quarterbacks in the country. That always bodes well for your chances. Devontae Freeman, TJ Yeldon, Kenyon Drake, 3 best running backs. Derrick Henry, Kamara, and Ezekiel Elliott right kind of coming in behind them. Wide receiver, Amari Cooper, Stephon Diggs, Sterling Shepard, Dorial Green Beckham are the 3 best in the country. Mike Williams, Debo, Kerry McLaurin coming up under kind of behind them. This Maurice Marshall, but then we have OJ Howard, already Mark Andrews, only a sophomore and one of the best tight ends in the country. Left tackle, we have Decker, Travis Carroll, Quentin Nelson, only a sophomore, the 2nd best left guard in the country. I don't think we have had any center recruits lately. Schaefer, Joshua Garrett for Notre Dame. Good right guards. Ronnie Stanley, best right tackle. DJ Humphreys in there right behind him. Left end, we have Joey Bosa, best end in the country for USC, and he's only a junior. Should have him back next year. Garrett right there. Buckner's been really good for Michigan, and they have TJ Watt. So Michigan has that's Notre Dame. Sorry, I thought that was Michigan, but Notre Dame has a stud there. Dante Fowler for Bama, that's a big get. Leonard Williams, best D tackle, then Eddie Goldman, Kandichi, Chris Jones. So good D tackles. I don't think we have any left outsides. Shaq Thompson for Tennessee, best middle linebacker. Then they have Jalen Smith in right behind him as a junior. Right outside, we have Leonard Floyd as a senior. I think should be our only outside linebacker there. Ronald Darby, best corner in the country. Then we have Jalen, Vernon Hargraves, Kendall Fuller, Tre'Davious White, Marley Humphrey. So we've had some really good corners starting to come into college football. Nothing at safety right now. Budda Baker, only a sophomore right there. And then strong safety, Landon Collins. He's pretty much by far at either safety position the best safety in the country with, well, pretty much ease. So that is it, guys. That's what the rosters are looking like. That's the top 25. That's recruiting. We're going to sim to week 9 here, and then we're going to look at, try to find a game later in the year. We're going to look at recruiting, see where everyone's sitting. Yeah, boys, absolutely bizarre. I was just kind of following on the clicker as I simmed, and my Army team they're the number 2 team. My Army team's the number 2 ranked team in the country. We just beat Ohio State and Florida in back-to-back weeks. I have not recruited one player. I let it all just auto do it. I do not do one thing. I don't even know how that's possible. If I'm in the running to get one of these quarterbacks, that'll be absolutely insane. Okay, QBs, Dwayne Haskins. That'd be huge for Tennessee. They have not got that QB recruit. Somehow I'm in the top 3, but it looks like Herbert's going to Auburn, which just isn't great because they have Lamar Jackson as a freaking freshman. And Jalen Hurts is going to go to UCF or Auburn. I don't love that, guys. I don't love it. Yeah, Haskins, I would love to see him go to Tennessee. I think that'd be a cool fit, but I don't love the other ones. Okay, Miles Sanders going to Michigan. That would actually be huge for them, or Temple. You could go play with Burrow, but Michigan, that'd be huge. They need a running back to come in there. Wide receiver, A.J. Brown might go to Auburn. Okay, Auburn trying to really get that natty and now may go on a run. Florida A&M in the running as well, though. Claypool locked in at Notre Dame. That's a big pickup for them. DK looking like Florida, Alabama, maybe Auburn. Michael Pittman going to USC or Air Force, maybe Cal. That'd be really big for SC. They'd get him and Debo. I think that was it for that. No tight ends tackle. It's just Jonah Williams looking like Notre Dame. They always just get O-linemen. Landon Dickerson going to Texas. Wow. Okay, nice pickup for Texas for their O-line. D-end. Brian Burns going to Notre Dame. Okay, Notre Dame making... And they get Rashawn Gary. Notre Dame making moves. Nick Bosa looking like Bama. Like almost 100%. Wow. If Notre Dame gets one of these D tackles, Louisiana Tech, Ed Oliver might go to Air Force, Derek Brown going to Georgia, Quinnen Williams going to OU. Wow, OU, okay. And then Dexter Lawrence going to North Carolina, Duke. So Tennessee was in the running for a lot of those guys before the recruiting kind of really got going. But Devin White looking like Texas. Isaiah Simmons looking like OU. If OU gets Isaiah Simmons and Quinnen Williams, wow. OU all of a sudden looking nice. Trevon Diggs going to Notre Dame. So Notre Dame doing well. And they get the second best corner. And then Byron Murphy going to Stanford. Okay. You'd think USC would have really pushed hard for him, but that's how we go. CJ Gardner-Johnson might go to OU. OU getting these defenders. Maybe Tennessee, though. Wow, OU really trying to, like, it's far from done. None of them were, like, finished off their recruiting. But, yeah, Notre Dame getting some really good players. Yeah, Ohio State not in on anybody. Okay, now let's go look at the top 25. Tennessee 7-0. Somehow my Army team 7-0. Georgia Tech. Texas going on a run. Miami of Ohio. Minnesota. Okay. Texas A&M. USC still in it. Florida State. Georgia. Michigan 5-1, nice. LSU, Notre Dame 6-2, Ohio State, and Florida was the big one. Florida's unranked, and they looked like they easily could have, went on a run this year. So that is interesting. Okay, I actually want to see if I can find us a game later in the year. Who does Tennessee play later? They play Texas A&M. That could be big. How about like a USC? Who do they play? Texas A&M. That's going to be huge. Or okay, what week is that? I hate it doesn't say week. It says date. I'm just going to sim like 2 weeks ahead and then we can check. Because I think Texas A&M, Tennessee, that could be a cool game. I'm just going to sim 2 weeks and we'll see where we sit. All right, so we're 2 weeks later now. Let's look. So Tennessee, Army still undefeated, Texas, and Miami, Ohio. Okay, so Texas is 9-0 too. So Texas is going on a run here. Oh, I simmed 1 2 week too far for A&M. Okay, so A&M lost to Tennessee. I would love a Texas-Tennessee final. We still have Georgia. Notre Dame only has 2 losses. Like USC might have lost again, yeah. Okay, it could be USC-Notre Dame. That could be a cool game. Texas doesn't really play anyone. USC-Notre Dame. That's the 11-23, but what week is that? It might be week 14. Okay, let's look at the top 25. So Tennessee, oh my goodness, Texas lost. Wow, okay, so what was the game? Is USC Notre Dame. That is this week. We could hop in. The winner, there's no like national title or anything online. Who does Tennessee play? Yeah, they play Kentucky. Actually, let's maybe sim and we'll look at conference championship weekend. Tennessee might play someone really tough in the SEC championship game. All right, so top 25. My Army team doesn't lose. I don't even know how it's possible. Yeah, and I don't think they're not in a conference. So they won't have a conference championship game. It's gonna end up being them and Tennessee, unless Tennessee loses. It's just very disappointing. I just don't want to see it. Like, I don't think they have another game. Yeah, my guys don't have another game. There's nothing I can do. We got LSU at Tennessee. Definitely disappointing. But yeah, we're just gonna sim. I don't know. That sucks. Kenyon Drake wins the Heisman. Wow, my quarterback somehow got second. Johnny Manziel was fourth. Oh God, do not put my team. Yeah, I'm in the natty. Okay, Tennessee has a shot here. Top 25. Tennessee, Georgia just misses out. Florida State, Northern Illinois, Texas. See if there's any other bowl games that are good matchups. Florida State, Northern Illinois had 1 loss. That Orange Bowl is actually low-key pretty good. Georgia, Texas. Like, that game is just so much better. Notre Dame, Rutgers. Maybe we'll watch some of Georgia, Texas right now. Why not? Just cause. I guarantee that Tennessee Army game is going to be a complete blowout, so... Okay, Texas, number 1 off. Oh, how good of a game would have been Texas versus Tennessee? Georgia, number 3 in the country. Texas is the number 1 offense and number 1 defense, but we got to see Army, a team I don't even recruit for or anything. Crazy, crazy, crazy. All right, Texas, Georgia. We'll just hop in. Obviously, this isn't like anything huge on the line, so we'll just hop in at the end if it's close. Next quarter here, 7-3 Texas. 21-10 Texas. So Texas kind of taking it to them a little bit. 21-13. Georgia's still in it for sure. Georgia's trying. Okay, Georgia's got a bit of a drive going. Hey, they're down 8, so that's tough. But here we go, Georgia. 2:44 left. Okay, who is their quarterback? They have like kind of just a no-name quarterback. For some reason, I was thinking they had JT Barrett, but where JT Barrett's somewhere else. Just a little dump-off pass. They do have 2 really good receivers. They have Mike Williams and McLaurin. They have a good running back. QB's just okay. Some good defenders. So Georgia's in a nice spot here. Texas just missed out on the Natty last year. Easily could have made the national final game this year. Georgia probably would have got in over them, but okay, here's a little toss out to the running back who's got an angle. You probably should have kept going to the sideline, but that's a nice 6-yard gain. Okay, here we go. I form, little handoff here up the middle. Nothing there. Texas holds them 3rd and 2. Okay, here we go. I form. Under center here for the Bulldogs, motioning their receiver across the formation. A little draw action. I think he got it. He did. They need a touchdown and a 2-point conversion though, so they do need, not help, but I just actually super him. Oh, they have Joe Mixon in the backfield here too. Looks like is their backup. Okay, here we go. Big I form set here. 2nd and 1 inside the 5-yard line. Hand it off, get to the outside, no stuff. They actually lost a little bit of yardage there. Wow, big play by Texas, Lee Hawley. Okay, here we go. Under center, tight end left. What do we got? Set, drops back. Oh, in the flats. Oh, he's inbounds at least. 50 seconds left. Georgia taking their time, not going to give Texas any time left on the clock. Are they going to be able to cap this off though? Here we go, under center, I form, big heavy look for the Bulldogs here, handing it off, up the middle. No, they are not getting these short yardage runs at all with Barrett. Maybe try Mixon, I don't know. Barrett gets absolutely stuffed there. Little bit more of a, 2 wide receivers on the field, not totally loading up the middle of their offense here. Okay, little stretch run, he's in, but they still need the 2-point conversion or Texas is basically going to win this game. So it all comes down to this right here. This is the ball game. Sugar Bowl on the line. Johnny Manziel trying to really cap off a great career at Texas here. with a Sugar Bowl victory. Pass over the middle, he's short, and that is going to do it. There's always some weird things, but Georgia has one timeout. There's no way they should be able to get the ball back here. Oh, there's an onside kick, and I didn't. Okay, I had to use a timeout there. I did not mean to, I didn't want to control that, obviously. So I'm going to sim that. Johnny Manziel kneels, but they don't let the clock run down. Okay, they're finally letting it run down here. So they were kneeling, but they don't let the clock run down when you super sim sometimes. It's really weird. And they didn't let it go down there. So they're like, Georgia's not going to win, but they gave him a shot for no reason. Obviously, the AI is going to be a lot better in the new game when it comes out next year, but that's just, like, technically, Georgia could win on a walk-off touchdown here, get 30 yards on the sideline, then go kick a field goal. I don't know. It's weird. I don't know why the AI does that, but here we go. Somehow Georgia has a shot here. Like, there we go. They get one more of that. There could be 1 second left, and they could kick a game-winning field goal. There we go. Little drop back here, trying to just let it fly deep down the field. Should have been picked off. They have another play. Okay, there it is. Texas wins the Sugar Bowl. They should have won it earlier. There we go. Georgia comes up short on the 2-point conversion. Now we have Texas versus Army in the national championship game. I have a feeling this is going to be a complete blowout, but I've said that before and it hasn't happened, so you never know. But yeah, we will see. Okay, so Tennessee is the #1 defense in the country, #2 offense. I actually have the 3rd and 15. So it's like not like my team wasn't good this year, but yeah, I did say, hey, Tennessee had that incredible recruiting class a few years ago. They've got great defensive recruits. They have some really good players on offense. Hey, we said Tennessee looked like they were trying to build something, and they did. They are in a national championship game. They are resounding favorites, but we will see. You never know what can happen in these games. They have the Heisman winner in Kenyon Drake as well. So it is 10-0 after the first quarter, 17-0, 24-0, 31-0, 38-0. This is why I didn't want this to happen, but whatever. 45, 52, 59-7. Gonna go to the end of the game here. They absolutely steamrolled them. 68-14. There we go. Tennessee Volunteers win the national championship. I don't even care about these guys. Let's look at Tennessee. Kenyon Drake had 100. Oh, I thought that was receiving yards. So this Jones guy played really good, honestly. Kenyon, 120 yards. Receiving, Dorial Green Beckham, 102. Let's look at, did they do anything? Like, did they have like pick sixes or something? Tackles for loss, some sacks, a couple of INTs. So I think, you know what? I don't think... Who were the best teams? That USC team was really good. Michigan had a really good team one year, and Ohio State had like one of Tennessee kind of got to put on the short list. I don't think they had the quarterback to really go on like our best teams we've ever seen, but they're up there. That's definitely the highest shit kicking in a final game that we've seen in a national final. So there we go. Let's go to season stats. We're gonna look at final stats of the season. Final Heisman. We know Kenyon won it, but look at all that stuff. Okay, final top 25. Tennessee, Florida State, Texas, Minnesota, Army, Georgia. Oh, I would have loved to see Tennessee versus Texas in that game. That would have been a barn burner. Okay, let's look at all the All-American teams. We got this my guy, Kenyon Drake, Cruz, Amari Cooper. How many did Amari have this year? 1,300 yards in his last year. Okay. Josh Garnett, DJ Humphries, Jonathan Allen for Tennessee, Jalen Ramsey for Tennessee. 6 interceptions. He had 12. Oh no, that was just 6 interceptions this year. But 6 INTs this year. That's huge. Von Bell for LSU. Second team, Ronnie Stanley, Michigan. It's kind of it, honestly. Okay, freshman, we got Sam Darnold for USC. Had a nice year, 3,500 yards. Okay, yeah. Darnold played really well. 354 on the ground as well. Oh, not a lot else. Cam Robinson, Roquan for Bama. Yeah, that looks about it. Dante Jackson is the kick returner. Okay, let's look at season stats. So most yards, Deshaun Watson at Cal had the second most, 31 touchdowns. That's big. Darnold was right there too. Baker at A&M. Oh, Patrick Mahomes right there, 3,100. Okay, let's look at touchdowns. Dunbar, Ross, Darnold. Darnold looks like he could be in a really good spot at USC. Rodney James for Michigan. Wasn't he their backup? Didn't they have Devontae Freeman? Kenyon Drake, second most yards in the country. So Drake had an amazing year. And he had 25 touchdowns, won the Heisman. Doyle for my team. Amari Cooper right there. Deebo Samuel had for a sophomore, incredible year. Amari Cooper, most touchdowns. Okay, let's look at defensively. None of our guys for tackles. Tackles for loss. DeForest Buckner, 37 tackles for a loss as a senior. Crazy. Really good career for Michigan. Sacks. DeForest up there as well. INTs, we already saw Jalen. Adoree is a sophomore. So Adoree and Jalen were playmakers this year. Jalen had 4 defensive touchdowns. Holy crap. 6 INTs, 4 defensive touchdowns. That's not something I usually look at, but I was kind of interested. Okay, wow. Jalen Ramsey, Tennessee. Crazy. Okay, let's go look at just some more individual, go through the teams. Bama, this Bradford had a good year. He's a senior though. They have not got good QBs going in there. Hayes, Amari, but I think they got a good receiver coming in or something as well. But yeah, Bama just never has put it together over the sim. Cal, we know Deshaun had a really nice year for a sophomore. He also ran for 600 yards. He's losing his good senior receiver next year though. Really wish he would have went to a bigger school, but it is what it is. Florida, Jameis, Florida just never put it together this year. Really just not a good year. They got Barkley and Fournette, but yeah, no, I thought they were national. I don't even think they finished off ranked. Like, I don't know how many losses they had, but it was not good. Hodges was okay as a senior quarterback, led them to a Sugar Bowl, almost got it done. Terry McLaurin and Mike Williams were his big weapons. Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, LSU, Miami of Ohio. Ooh, they don't have a very good quarterback. Oh my God, Joseph Jude, their shitty quarterback, out-carried Derrick Henry. Yeah, Devontae Freeman, did he not get hurt? Why did he get no carries? He must have got hurt. He has no injury symbol though. That is bizarre. I don't know. Parrish had a pretty good year for them. He's a senior. Dane, Mike Sapp. Honestly, like, they're not really throwing the ball, but he played pretty good, pretty efficient. Really good 1-2 punch in the backfield, obviously, and they have a third. Stephon Diggs, pretty good final year. Never really was in that position to put up huge numbers, but Notre Dame, not bad. Ohio State, Chip Mueller played okay. 69 Ts, too much. Gonna lose Yeldon. They barely ran the ball this year. Receivers, Butler had a really good year, but he's gone. So there we go with Ohio State. Oklahoma, how'd they do? JT Barrett's the one at Oklahoma. 12 INTs is too much. Shepard had a nice senior season. Yeah, let's look at Tennessee. This guy played really well. 159 rating for an 82 overall is very good. 29 touchdowns, only 4 picks. Kenyon Drake was debatably the best player in the country. Had a good backup behind him as well. Dorial Green Beckham was their #1 receiver. If we look defensively, just because I know they were really good this year, Reuben Foster, Jalen Smith, Jonathan Allen was good along the D-line. We know what Jalen Ramsey did. Friggin' 6 picks, 4 defensive touchdowns. He could have won the freaking Heisman. There we go. Texas, Johnny Football, really good final year. Looks like he actually got injured a little bit. And for some reason, they played Travis Smith over Josh Allen and Kyler Murray. Maybe they redshirted them. Maybe. That'd be actually kind of huge. Whole nother year of eligibility for both of them. Manziel ran for 700 yards. Manziel, one of the better, especially his last 2 years. So he started 4 years. Last year, he was incredible when he won the Heisman, 191, but he played really good every year. One of our better, he could be the best player with all the rushing yards too. He might be the best player we have seen. He didn't win a natty, which is going to hurt him, but he might be the best overall player we've had at quarterback. Just as far as college career in the whole sim. Baker, pretty good as a junior, 59 T's, just too much though, babe, too much. No, none of our receivers. Okay, gonna go down to SC. Darnold, 127 rating isn't incredible. Put up really good just counting stats. Actually got hurt late in the year and this Dortch had to come in. Receiving, Debo played really well. Wesley, Andrew, really good as a sophomore. So I think they're building something here, guys. I think SC could be a little scary coming up here. Dan Harris, tackles for loss. Bosa's only a junior. He's gonna be back next year. So they look like they could be in a good spot. Okay, that is it for this year. Tennessee, I actually gotta write that down. Tennessee beats Army in the Natty. Oh wow, I didn't even realize that. Tennessee, that is actually their second Natty. They won in 06 as well. That was one where they were like a super big underdog against Notre Dame. So Tennessee has won 2, Ohio State has won 2, Michigan has won 2. Wow. Tennessee hasn't been as consistent throughout. I remember that year it was like Notre Dame was the big favorite and it was kind of the upset that Tennessee won, but hey, they've done it. 3 teams have now won 2. Georgia's won 1, USC's won 1, Texas has won 1. No, oh yeah, Texas won 1, A&M's won 1. Those are kind of the other big teams to win 1. Wow, Tennessee, if they're able to wrap up another one, I mean, crazy. Okay, we are going to sim to National Signing Day, look at our final recruiting rankings. Okay, National Signing Day. We know where a lot of these guys are going, but still a lot up in the air, actually. Okay, QB, Dwayne Haskins going to Georgia. That's just over Tennessee. Okay, I'm glad they both at least didn't go to Auburn. Herbert's going to Auburn. He's going to back up Lamar for a long time, which is silly. Hurts at least didn't go to Auburn. He's going to UCF. He's going to play a lot there. I would have liked them to go to some bigger schools, but yeah, there we go. Running back, Miles Sanders going to Michigan. That's a really good fit, honestly, so can't be mad at that. There's a bunch of 5-star running backs here. Okay, wideouts. A.J. Brown going to Florida, but they lose Jameis. Claypool, we knew going to Notre Dame. That's big. Metcalf going to Florida as well. So A.J. Brown and DK, they both went to Ole Miss together. Now they're both going to Florida together, but I don't know if they have a QB. Michael Pittman, SC. That's a big pickup for SC. Few other 5-stars. Tennessee gets one. OU gets that one. Okay, tight end, we don't have any. Tackle, we already knew he is going to Georgia. Did we know that? I don't remember, but he is. Dickerson, I think we knew. He's going to Texas. That's a nice pickup for them. We knew the DNs. Gary, yeah, they're both. And then Bosa's ending up at Bama. Huge get for, like, that's huge for those teams. D tackles was a little weird. So Louisiana Tech, Oliver going to Air Force, Brown going to Georgia, Quinnen Williams going to OU, right? Dexter Lawrence going to North Carolina. Outsides, we had none. Devin White going to Texas. That's a nice pickup for them. Isaiah Simmons going to OU. OU is really trying to get some defenders in this recruiting class. Trevon Diggs going to Notre Dame. That's huge. Byron Murphy going to Stanford. Then Chauncey Gardner-Johnson ends up at Tennessee. That's a nice pickup for Tennessee. All right, so there we go. Let's go look at the top classes here. Texas, number 1. Notre Dame had 5 stars, but Texas had a ton of 4 stars. Ohio State, they've been getting some good classes, just not with our guys anymore, which is kind of weird. But I believe they had a really good, like, low-key class last year. If we look at the rankings, yeah, Ohio State back-to-back number 2s, just not getting a lot of, like, the really high-level guys, which is kind of weird. Bama in there. SC just on the outside. OU had a nice class. A&M. Tennessee had a nice class. A lot of 3 stars for them, though. Yeah, Texas, 12 4 stars is really nice. Like, a ton of just depth in that class, where Ohio State got a lot of 3 stars. So yeah, that's our final rankings, guys. That's where everybody is sitting. Very nice. That is it. Tennessee, 2nd national championship, low key. Got it done after having a few really good recruiting classes in a row there. That is going to wrap it up, guys. I will see you guys in a minute. All right, so here we go. Another season. Now, it's actually been a few days since I recorded one of these. I think it's been 3 days. So I don't even remember everything. I don't remember where everyone is, all that stuff. So we're going to be hopping in and just getting to it. But it's going to be the 2016 season. Tennessee just beat Army, which was the team I was controlling, unfortunately. That was the matchup, but Tennessee smashed them in the national championship game. Top recruiting classes were Texas, Ohio State, Notre Dame, Georgia, Bama, OU, USC. So we are going to be doing 2016 season 2017 recruiting class. Now this recruiting class is very good once again. This is probably the best wide receiver recruiting class of the whole video. Absolutely freaking stacked. Really good on the O-line. Definitely more offensive heavy than defensive, but yeah, very good recruiting class. Not as good of a QB class as we have had lately, but overall, it is going to be very good. Okay, so we are going to skip to recruiting. Guys are already made, and we're going to take a look and see where all these guys are at. Now, usually, because I usually try to record these all kind of back to back to back, keep up, so I kind of have an idea of what teams need what, but I'm Yeah, like I said, it's been about 3 days since I last recorded one, so it's going to be a bit up in the air for me. Now, we have 3 QBs. We have Kenny Pickett, who it seems weird, but he's actually from this recruiting class. He came into the NFL a little older. He's from New Jersey. He's leading Virginia Tech, Maryland, Syracuse, then a few of the bigger schools, Bama, Tennessee, Penn State. Then we have Tua Tagovailoa. He is from Hawaii. He went to Alabama in real life. It looks like he might stay on the West Coast. So usually if the guys are from Hawaii, they like to stay on the West Coast. Cal, SC, Stanford, UW, Texas A&M. Then the other one also went to Alabama. Mac Jones is leading Tennessee, A&M, Georgia, Florida State, the U, and Notre Dame. Okay, if we go running back, we have 3 once again. We have Najee Harris, also into Alabama. He's from California. He's leaning Tennessee, Bama, Notre Dame, LSU, Florida. We have DeAndre Swift, who went to Georgia. He's leaning Penn State, Ohio State, West Virginia. Travis Etienne, he went to Clemson. He's leaning A&M, Texas, Mississippi State, North Carolina. Okay, then we're going to wide receivers. Devontae Smith also went to Bama. You're going to really notice in this, guys, so many of these freaking guys went to Alabama. We got Devontae Smith, Texas, USC, Georgia, A&M, Notre Dame, OU. We have Justin Jefferson, went to from Louisiana, went to LSU. I think he was like a 2-star recruit, but an absolute baller. He's leaning Michigan, SC, Ohio State, Texas, Alabama. So some of the big schools. Then we have, like I said, this is one of the best, probably the best receiver recruiting class we've had the whole time. We have Jerry Jeudy, also went to Alabama. He's leaning Florida, Florida State, Mississippi State, Georgia, A&M. Henry Ruggs also went to Alabama. Florida State, Maryland, Ohio, or is that Miami of Ohio? That might have been another team when I said Maryland, but I think that's Miami of Ohio. So Florida State, Miami, Ohio, Ohio State, Florida, Louisiana Tech. CeeDee Lamb went to Oklahoma. He's leaning SC, Florida State, OU, Louisiana Tech. And then we have one more, T. Higgins. So that is a pretty great 6 of wide receivers. T. Higgins went to Clemson. He's from Tennessee. He's leaning Tennessee, Bama, Georgia, Auburn, Notre Dame. So very, very good wide receivers. None of our guys are tight ends. We have some really good O-linemen though. We have Mekhi Becton. He was a top 5 or for sure top 10 pick by the Jets. And he's absolutely huge. He's 6'7", 365 pounds. Leaning North Carolina, Georgia, Tennessee, Michigan, Texas. We have Jedrick Willis. He's playing for the Cleveland Browns right now. Very good in the NFL. He's leaning Tennessee, Notre Dame, Mizzou, UK, or Kentucky, Georgia. We have Tristan Wirfs, another guy who's like a top 10 pick. Bama, Michigan, SC, Ohio State, Tennessee. So we haven't had the best recruiting classes the last few years for offensive line, but this one is definitely better. And then the last one is Andrew Thomas, who went to Georgia in real life, Tennessee, Auburn, Georgia, Florida, Miami. Plus we also have a guard as well. We have Elijah Vera Tucker, went to USC, was a 1st-round pick by the Jets and is very good in the NFL. So USC, Stanford, Cal for him. Okay, so that's offense. Definitely very good offensive class, but we do have some good defenders. We have Chase Young. Now, this was the first player recruit I made in the last few days, so I just was kind of had a brain fart and I forgot to switch him. He's from Maryland, I believe. Yeah, he's from Hyattsville, Maryland, and I just forgot, and I put him in Alabama. That's where like stock starts, so I just forgot to switch where he's from. So unfortunately, he's not from where he's actually from, so it's a little more likely he's probably going to end up in the Southeast. He's from Alabama, but he's leaning Georgia, Florida State, A&M, Bama, Notre Dame. Then the other one was Jalen Phillips, who went to the U, was a top 20 pick by the Dolphins in the NFL draft. He's leaning A&M, Georgia, Florida, Notre Dame, Alabama. We have no D tackles, but we do have some linebackers, some good linebackers. First, we have Patrick Queen. He went to LSU. He is from Louisiana. Got drafted by the Ravens. Louisiana Tech gets better recruits than LSU, which is just crazy. Bama, Tennessee, Georgia, Auburn. Then the other one, I think I made him an outside. It is Dylan Moses, who is like a top 5 recruit in the country. He went to Alabama in real life. He's from Louisiana, leaning Notre Dame, Syracuse, Duke, Florida, Cal, A&M, Michigan. Then if we go corner, we have 2 really good ones. We have AJ Terrell, who went to Clemson, was a 1st-round pick. Georgia, Georgia Tech, Tennessee, Bama, Florida. Then we have Jeff Okuda, who I think was the 3rd overall pick by the Lions. He went to Ohio State in real life. He's leaning Bama, Notre Dame, Tennessee, LSU, Auburn. He is from Texas, and I don't think we have any safeties. So that is a recruiting class, guys. Definitely a little more offensive heavy, not a ton of defenders, but really good overall. Okay, now we're gonna go to the season, and like I said, it's been a few days, so I don't even really totally remember all the rosters and stuff. So we are gonna go in, look at the top 25, take a good look at the rosters because I'm gonna need to see them. And yeah, we'll see who's kind of the favorite this year. Okay, so early preseason polls, they're defending national champions. Tennessee Volunteers are in 1. Then we have Notre Dame, who's a 99 overall. Tennessee's a 95. Notre Dame looks like they're going to be right there. Texas, 95 overall, right there. Georgia, an A-, 93 overall, has a shot. USC, 99 across the board. And A&M's at 99 and 97. So those actually might be the two, along with Notre Dame, the 3 most talented teams in the country. Georgia Tech's right there. Minnesota looks okay. Florida State. LSU actually has a good overall. That's probably the best overall I've seen for them. Syracuse, North Carolina. Miami looks like they could be pretty good. Oklahoma looks like really good offensively. Florida. Florida, right. Yeah, they're not even ranked because they had such a bad year last year, but they are super, super talented. So kind of looks like some of the big teams this year. We'll look at the Heisman. Jack Mills from Miami of Ohio. Anthony Lewis from LSU. Larry Hodge from LSU, Purdue. So none of our guys, which I just think is so weird that our guys are never in the Heisman running. I think we've had 2 winners so far, Cam and Johnny. Deshaun Watson, first team All-American. There we go for Cal. Debo Samuel for USC. Andrew Tyler, not one of our guys. Laramie Tunsil, Joshua Garnett, defensively, not looking. Jalen Ramsey, senior corner for Tennessee, an absolute freak show. He had like 4, I remember he had like 4 defensive touchdowns last year. Jack Miles guy, Mills, Quentin Nelson, Jonathan Allen for Tennessee. So Tennessee's got a few really good defenders. Robert Kumdici, however you pronounce it. So that's it. Not a ton of All-Americans, but obviously, basically all the best team players in the country are, you know, our guys. So my Army team made the national championship game last year. Hopefully nothing weird like that happens again this year. Alabama, just take a look. Like DJ Moore, Roquan Smith, and Nick Bosa, they've actually been getting a little bit better recruits lately. So maybe we'll see a bit of an Alabama renaissance later in this video. That'd be kind of cool. Clemson, they get 1 or 2 big recruits a year, but they just have not got, you know, those crazy recruiting classes like we have in real life. Okay, Florida, this is one of the best teams with the best overalls in the country. They had a really disappointing year. I remember last year. I remember they had Jameis Winston as a senior. We thought they could really do some damage. It didn't happen, but they're kind of set at quarterback here. They have this Justin White, a senior, big, strong, can run a bit. Then they have a sophomore 90 overall. So he'll step in next year, be a 2-year starter. You know, they got this Antoine Nicholson, who was actually, it looks like he was a pretty decent recruit coming in as well. So running back, they're absolutely stacked. They have Leonard Fournette as a junior, Saquon Barkley as a sophomore, and Damian Harris as a sophomore. So absolutely loaded. And they just got a sick wide receiver class. So they got Jacob Cossey, who's only a junior, but then they have AJ Brown and DK Metcalf coming in. So they are loaded at wide receiver. Florida is like 2 sophomore, really good tight ends. O-line just looks, O-line's okay. Definitely not great, but yeah, they have the makings of a really nice offense. They have Clelin Ferrell on the D-line, this Walker guy, a few good guys there. Good, Christian Wilkins as a sophomore. They have three sophomore defensive tackles. They're in a good spot there. Senior outside linebacker, senior middle linebacker, freshman on this outside, right outside. So they have 2 really good senior linebackers, 2 really good corners. Senior and Hargraves, and JC Jackson's only a junior. So I'll have him back next year, try to develop some more talent. Safety, just okay, not great. But honestly, this Florida team's pretty solid. Be up to their QB, and they have a really good young offense that could develop into something pretty special. So they're in a good spot. Georgia, they got Joe Mixon, Terry McLaurin, few really good running backs. Minka Fitzpatrick. They have some good players. Who's their QB though? Oh, they got Dwayne Haskins, who's actually going to be a starter for them as a freshman. So I like that. Hey, Georgia can make some noise. Joe Mixon, hand it off to Joe, throw it out to Terry McLaurin and let him do his thing. He's only a junior, so you're going to have him back next year as well. Yeah, no, this Georgia team definitely could do some damage. I think Georgia Tech was ranked pretty high. Oh yeah, they actually have some players. Oh, they had Nick Chubb. I forgot about that. Yeah, Nick Chubb. Yeah, he's a junior, 96 overall. So that's a big get for them. LSU had a good overall. They got Von Bell for our guys. They haven't got those huge recruiting classes, but they do have some talent. So you never know. Louisiana Tech, they're not that good, but they get one or two of those big recruits once in a while. Miami, they got junior Derrick Henry, 99 overall. I mean, just give them the rock. Calvin Ridley, only a sophomore. So they have some other good players, but I mean, it's the Derrick Henry show. Miami, Ohio, I think. Oh, they have Marshawn Lattimore went there. And I think their QB was in the Heisman race. I don't even know. Weird. Okay. Michigan. Not even close. They had such a good run there. They had the best 3 to 4 year run out of any team in the sim, but then all of a sudden, I don't know, maybe their coach left or something happened. They just have not been getting those recruits. They did get Miles Sanders, who fits, only a freshman. That's a nice pickup for them. He's like the number 1 running back. But yeah, Michigan, I don't think we're going to see a ton from them the rest of the video, but they did have a great run, obviously. Okay, Notre Dame, loaded this year. Wow. Absolutely loaded. But is this Sapp guy has never played very well. It's really going to be up to him. But wow, this could be Notre Dame's year. Okay, this guy's only a sophomore. Reggie Hall too, coming up next year. But if this Sapp guy can play good this year, they have Alvin Kamara and Derrick Henry, 99s. They have Dalvin Cook next year. So they do need to recruit a running back. But for the next 2 years, they have the best running back basically in the country. They have Juju and Claypool. So Juju's their number 1. They're bringing up Claypool in behind him. Not a ton else, but those two are your 2 number 1 receivers. That's all good. This Battle, nice sophomore there. Cam Robinson, only a sophomore. Quentin Nelson, they're going to probably have the best O-line in the country, just loaded at guard. Right tackle is their only hole. They got Brian Burns as a freshman coming off the edge, a few other, and then TJ Watt as a senior, captaining their defense. This Jenkins guy, junior, really good D-line. Wow, okay, good outside linebacker there. Decent middle. So linebacker, they're okay. Their D-line is amazing. They have Trevon Diggs coming in as a freshman. So that was a huge pickup for them to get kind of a young lockdown corner. A few other decent guys as well. And then safety, they're decent, not amazing, but wow, okay. This looks like the best team so far we have seen if their QB can play well. Ohio State, yeah, they were kind of similar. They still have some good players. Chris Jack, need to get a young QB. This Garrett's going to be really good for them. They haven't been getting the next, kind of freshman stud coming in though. Wide receiver, same thing. Like they used to get every skill position would want to go there, and they haven't quite done it. They still recruited well on the O-line. Yeah, really well on the O-line, but the skill positions, they just haven't been able to lock down as well. Their D-line is nowhere close to Notre Dame. They got Fred Warner, nice middle linebacker, obviously. Corner, Denzel Ward's kind of their stud. Better at safety than Notre Dame for sure. Really good at safety, but their skill position and D-line just do not come close to Notre Dame. Oklahoma looks, they have JT Barrett, senior quarterback. They got this Dave Miller coming in behind him, so OU putting together some offensive recruiting classes, some nice weapons, nothing crazy, good senior tight end. So yeah, OU, especially offensively, looks like, especially with JT Barrett, they could make some noise. Penn State looks okay, nothing to write home about. Stanford, Syracuse, Temple, no. Oh, Joe Burrow in at Temple, but not a lot else. Kind of unfortunate went there. Okay, Tennessee, defending national champions, have a ton of talent at the top, especially on defense. I don't know how good they're going to be on offense, especially, they have no QB. Good, not incredible running back like they had Kenyon Drake last year. Good, not incredible receivers. I think Tennessee, they have OJ Howard as their number 1 weapon on offense. Their O-line they've never recruited O-line like Ohio State or Notre Dame or USC, but they do have an amazing defense. This is one of the better defenses we will see probably the whole sim. Good D-line, incredible linebackers. Still have Jalen Smith, Smith and Reuben Foster's your 2 linebackers, and then they got the 2 best corners in the country right there with Dante Jackson in the slot, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson at safety, and this Harvey. So their secondary is about as good as we'll ever see. They don't look as good as on offense. They are defending national champions, so I'm going to give them a shot, but I don't think their offense is good enough. Texas is interesting. They got Josh Allen and Kyler Murray. They just lost Johnny Manziel, so they have these 2 fighting it out. Good running back there, only a junior. Wideouts, Christian Kirk, only a sophomore. This Wilson. So they have all 3 of these guys will be, these will be their 2 guys next year, but this Washington's a good senior to have. Not much at tight end. Left tackle. Okay, O-line looks like it could be, O-line's not amazing, but very solid across the board. Yeah, very, very solid across the board. Good DN there. Nice DN there. 2 nice defensive tackles, both not seniors. Good linebacker, okay. Freshman Devin White they got in. Corner is okay. They haven't got that young stud like some of the other big teams lately. Secondary is just okay. I don't think they're quite national title contenders this year, but you have Josh Allen or Kyler Murray at the helm over the next, they're both redshirt freshmen over the next 4 years. Texas is going to do some damage. Okay, A&M, they have Baker Mayfield as a senior. Should be really good for them. 99 overall, a couple of good receivers. A&M always plays well, so A&M is going to have a shot. And then if we go down to SC, SC looks stacked. I'm not going to lie to you. Wow, yeah, they are loaded. Okay, QB, you have sophomore Sam Darnold, had a really good freshman year. Going to have him the next 3 years. That's nice. Kevin Scott, Robin Hill as they have 3 really good running backs. They don't have that young stud coming up. They definitely want to recruit one of them, but hey, for this year and next, they're going to be good at running back. Not elite, but very good. They have Deebo Samuel, one of the best receivers in the country, only a junior. Michael Pittman Jr. was the guy they brought in as a freshman too, so they were able to get one of the big receivers last year. So hey, they're going to be good there. I think they have a really good tight end. Mark Andrews might be the best tight end in the country, and a really good backup. So they just give Deebo and Mark Andrews the ball. Really good left tackle, nice young guard, good center, really good right guard, and a really good right tackle. So they have a really good O-line. They have Joey Bosa. They have this Levine coming off the other end. They have a nice D tackle, not super deep there. Linebacker, Neely's good. Yeah, they're okay at linebacker, not incredible. Corner, they're probably only behind Tennessee for the best corner group in the country. 2 of them are seniors, so they will have a Dory Jackson next year. So for them, they definitely want to recruit. But this year, incredible at corner. Really good senior safety there. And they have Derwin James at their other. So USC is very, very talented. I would say Notre Dame, USC, the 2 most talented teams in the country for my money. Okay, we'll go quickly through just the best players. Mayfield, Mahomes, JT Barrett, Deshaun Watson, Josh Allen. Those are kind of our QBs. Running back, loaded right now. Henry's, Elliott, Kamara, Joe Mixon, Leonard Fournette, Nick Chubb, Dalvin Cook. Absolutely loaded. Wide receiver, not quite as loaded with high overalls. We have Deebo, and because we don't really have that good senior this year. So we have Deebo and Terry, both juniors, should be back. Laquan Treadwell is the good senior. Juju's only a junior. So next year when those guys are seniors, really, really high level. But yeah, tight end, OJ Howard and Mark Andrews, the 2 best tight ends in the country. So Tennessee and USC there. Left tackle, Laramie Tunsil and Andrew Tyler. Cam Robinson right in there behind him. Quentin Nelson at left guard, only a junior. 2 centers, Georgia. Don't think any of our guys, but that's where everyone's sitting. Right guard, Josh Garnett. So Notre Dame has the 2 best guards in the country. Copeland in behind him. Jordan Lewis, best left tackle. Isaiah Wynn, only a junior, coming in right behind him as well. If we go ends, it's Jonathan Allen, Joey Bosa. On left end, right ends, it's TJ Watt and Myles Garrett. That was actually one thing too. Myles Garrett was at USC and he transferred to the Lobos. So you don't really see that ever. But yeah, they would have had Joey Bosa and Myles Garrett, but he did transfer out of USC. D tackle, it's Kimdichie and Chris Jones, Hunter Jenkins, few good guys there. I never make left outsides. Right, middle, Jalen Smith, Fred Warner coming up behind him. Right outside, it's Reuben Foster. Tennessee is the 2 best linebackers in the country playing together. They have the best corner and the 3rd best corner with Kendall Fuller kind of mixed in there as well. We have Marlon Humphrey, Vernon Hargraves, Adoree Jackson, JC Jackson, Marshawn Lattimore. So we have some really good corners kind of in the mix right now. Jabril Peppers right there at safety and Buda Baker. Free safety, strong safety, it's Von Bell and Jamal Adams, Derwin James right there as well. So that is the best players in the country, guys. That's the best teams. We are now going to sim till week 9, and we'll look at recruiting, look at the top 25, see how everyone's sitting. All right, so let's look at the recruiting right now. Big time recruits. Now I kind of know the rosters better as well, again, so I can see where people will actually be a good fit. So Kenny Pickett, that would be huge for Bama. They have not got those big recruits between basically Bama and Vautech. Tua is going to A&M. Tua, they've done a good job. Like Tua might be the starter next year for them of just like kind of getting QBs. They had that really good guy that wasn't one of our guys. Then they had Baker Mayfield. Now they're going to have Tua. Mac going to Georgia, Miami, UTEP. But that'd be huge for Georgia. Oh, they just got Dwayne Haskins, though. So that's actually maybe not quite as good of a fit. But hey, there we go. Ncaa going to Notre Dame. I was just saying Notre Dame's going to lose. They'll have Dalvin Cook next year. Then they lose everyone. So great pickup there. DeAndre Swift, Penn State, West Virginia. I like the Penn State fit quite a bit. Etienne going to A&M. That's a couple of big-time recruits for the Aggies. Devontae Smith looking like Texas, USC, Georgia. Whoever gets him, that is so huge. If Texas got him to pair with Allen and Kyler, would be massive. Justin Jefferson going to Michigan. Not sure I love that fit. They don't really throw the ball, but there we go. Jerry Jeudy either going to Georgia or East Carolina. So that'd be huge for Georgia. Henry Ruggs going to Ohio State. That is huge. We were talking about they're not getting those skill position guys. Now they get the fastest player in the whole class. So that is huge. CeeDee Lamb going to USC. That's a huge pickup for USC. They got Michael Pittman, now CeeDee Lamb. That is massive. And T. Higgins, I would like that Tennessee fit. They need some more skill position help. That would be a really good fit. So, and I like they're all kind of going to the big schools except maybe Jerry. We have no tight ends, but the number 1 does go to USC. Tackles, Mekhi Becton, Michigan or Tennessee. That's a good fit for each one. Jedrick Willis going to Tennessee, locked in. That's huge for them. Tristan Wirfs looking like Ohio State, Bama, Michigan, LSU. Last one, Andrew Thomas looking like Auburn or Miami of Ohio. If we go guard, Elijah Vera Tucker, locked in at SC. That's a huge pickup for SC. They've done really well recruiting offensive line. Okay, Chase Young looking like Florida. That'd be a huge pickup for Florida. Just a stud coming off the edge. Oh, not Tyler Holland. We got Jalen Phillips ends up at Notre Dame. Notre Dame's got a few big-time recruits. We have no D tackles. We have 1 outside linebacker. It's Dylan Moses going to Syracuse. So, okay. Well, there we go. Syracuse, big-time recruit. Patrick Queen looking like Georgia, Auburn, Tennessee, Vautech. Lots of teams in the running there. I kind of would like, Tennessee has done so well at linebacker. That'd be kind of cool to see. AJ Terrell, Georgia, Florida, but Georgia Tech in the lead right now. And then Jeff Okudah, Tennessee's so good at corner. Actually would really like that fit as well. Looking like he's going to end up at Tennessee. So that is it, guys. So Devontae Smith's the number 1 player, Ncaa, Justin Jefferson, Chase Young. So there we go. So that is recruiting. Big time recruits up in the air. Okay. Let's go to top 25 here. USC, number 1 team in the country. It looks like 7-0. What did I say? They look really good. 7-1 Notre Dame. When do those? Oh, they just played last week. Oh, and okay. So they were just both undefeated. USC didn't take it to them, but definitely won that one. Does Notre Dame have any big games? USC, Stanford, no. So who else? North Carolina, Wisconsin, Texas. Does Texas have some big games later in the year? Oh no, nothing really. Georgia, oh no, none of these teams are really playing each other. And okay, well, we might just have to sim through here and go to bowl season, but still quite a few undefeated teams. It's looking like Texas, USC, Notre Dame, Georgia, Washington, A&M could be kind of the big boys. All right, yeah, it doesn't look like we have, I just missed that Notre Dame USC game. Doesn't look like we have a huge game. So we'll sim to conference championship weekend, and then we will see if there's a big conference championship game. All right, conference championship weekend. We're going to go through the recruiting once again. Oh God, USC. Kenny going to Bama. Actually, I'd like to see a Bama little renaissance here. Obviously, I don't think they're going to go on a run like they did in real life, but there we go. A&M getting Tua, that's huge. Georgia getting Mac Jones. Those are 3 great gets for those 3 teams. We knew Najee, DeAndre Swift, West Virginia, Penn State, maybe Syracuse, and Etienne, we knew A&M. Wide receiver, Devontae might SC or Georgia. If Devontae goes to SC along with CD, that would be insane. We knew Jefferson, Judy looking like Georgia. I like that fit. Ruggs, Ohio State. We already knew CD Lamb at SC and T. Higgins going to Tennessee. So it's really up to Judy looked pretty much locked in, but Devontae, it's between Georgia, SC, and then Texas maybe could get it done at the end. Tackle, Mekhi Beck. Ooh, that is huge for Tennessee. What did I say? I said Tennessee has never recruited the O-line quite like those northern schools or USC, but they might get worse as well. That's just almost too much, but wow, Tennessee coming for people's throats. Andrew Thomas going to Florida. I kind of hope Wirfs goes just because we don't know, they'd have to move one of them to guard, and sometimes they're weird with switching guys' positions. So I kind of hope Wirfs goes to Ohio State or Michigan, but wow, that is huge for Tennessee. Wow. Elijah Vera Tucker, we knew USC. No centers, but this 5-star looking like Tennessee. So Tennessee's doing work on the O-line. Chase Young looking like Florida, basically locked in. Jalen Phillips locked in at Notre Dame. Moses, we knew Syracuse. Patrick Queen looking like Tennessee or Georgia. Tennessee's putting together a really good class. AJ Terrell looking like Florida, Tennessee, Georgia. Kuda going to Tennessee. So Tennessee is trying to put together a class, ladies and gentlemen. My goodness. Crazy. SC, they haven't got as many recruits, but if they were able to get Devontae Smith and CD Lamb, that is pretty insane. What else do we have? We have top 25. What do we got? We have North Carolina, USC, Texas. 3 12-0 teams, but oh my God, I would love to see USC, Texas, but it seems like it always happens. Notre Dame 1 loss. Wow, okay, is North Carolina, they would have to play in an ACC championship. Scores and schedules, yeah, North Carolina has to beat 7-5 Boston College. SC has to beat, that's actually a tough game for SC. A&M, Tennessee 1 loss. There's so many good 1-loss teams, so Texas is automatically going to be 12-0. North Carolina has to beat BC, which it looks like they will, and USC has to beat Washington. If both those teams win, they're probably in, and Texas on the outside looking in. If one of them falters, basically Texas is going to play the other one. All right, so I think I'm going to watch some of this Washington USC game. 11-1, 12-0, Pac championship. Trying to play spoiler. There's a ton of good 1-loss teams this year. Crazy. Let's get into this. 2 amazing offenses right here. 2nd and 4th in the country. Looks like USC's a little more pass heavy. Washington's a little more run heavy. Looks like SC has the much better defense. So Mark Andrews, Debo, Adoree Jackson, Buda Baker. Not sure the other 2. Oh, Debo's partially torn PCL, questionable. So that definitely hurts USC. USC needs to hang on. They need to win this tough 11-1 UW team. They need to win this in order to make the Natty, play either Texas or North Carolina. Okay, we're just going to sim through the first quarter here and we'll see what happens. 14-7 lead UW. Okay, let's go to halftime. Okay, close game, but UW is just taking it to USC. USC's defense cannot handle them. We will see though. Okay, we have a great game going here, guys. It is 31-all. USC driving to start the fourth quarter. We're actually going to hop in and watch here. So we have a really close game. Down, 31-all. USC trying to make the Natty. They have Sam Darnold in at quarterback. They try a little corner route there. Sam's got friggin' 4 touchdown passes. Playing really well for USC. The UW offense was killing it the first half. Third quarter was a little bit slower, and now USC's got right back in it. I don't know if they have Debo out there. I'm not sure what number he is. They do have Mark Andrews, who's going to be their big-time weapon. Check down to the running back. Maybe no. He's going deep. He's open. Touchdown USC, the 5th touchdown pass for Sam Darnold. He is putting on a show. Okay. Oh, big sacks, 3rd and 24. Intercepted Derwin James. USC has the ball. Okay, they are trying to put a stranglehold on this right here. If they can go up 14 here, that might be all she wrote for UW. They got to really try to hold them to a field goal. Running backs got the edge, cuts back inside, picks up about 5. Okay, here we go. Little spread look here. I don't think they have Debo, unless that's him in the slot there, because it said he was questionable. A little check down underneath. Patrick Stokes with the 5-yard reception. USC putting together a nice drive here. UW really got to batten down the hatches, hold them to 3, keep it, a 10-point game, and UW still has a really good shot. Go down 2 touchdowns, you're in a tough spot. Okay, there we go. Slant over the middle. I think he's just short, but Sam Darnold is just picking them apart. Stokes has 140 yards, down to about the 1 foot line here for USC, trying to just push this in. Not final nail, but a little speed option, but Darnold goes down. That is huge for Washington. John Hill with 3 tackles for a loss on the UW D-line. This is the play of the game right here. If USC gets a touchdown, it's going to be tough. If not, hey, Washington's right in this. Okay, here we go. Empty. Oh, the little QB draw. Darnold is going to be going down. Back-to-back losses for Darnold running the football. So that is going to be it. USC is going to kick a field goal here. It is field goal good. Washington down 10. I'm going to sim if they start getting close. So 3rd and 10. Okay, they're going to punt this ball back to UW. This is not looking good here for Washington. This is 4th and 1. Field goal good by Castillo. That is basically going to wrap up this game. Washington try to put a little drive. They don't. Oh, they do. They score a touchdown. So Tyson, 10 yards for the touchdown. They're down. Okay, they're down 6 with a 1:03 left. Well, onside, 2 yards, 3rd and 1. Okay, we'll watch this 3rd and 1. This is basically the game right here. Washington down to their last timeout. If USC scores here or gets a first down, it is over. Read option. Darnold gonna keep it. Get to the edge. Get down. Don't fumble. Oh my God. Darnold puts on the afterburners and scores like a 50-yard touchdown to end this one. That will do it. What a play there by Sam Darnold, and that should book their ticket to the national championship game. Beating an 11-1 Washington team who gave them all they could handle in the first half. Look at those stats for Darnold. Over 400 yards, 6 touchdowns. Absolutely incredible. Only a sophomore. They went from Mariota to Darnold, who looks like just an absolute beast for them. Huge game for the Trojans. Burns, really, good game. Threw a few too many interceptions. They obviously don't have a ton of our guys, but hey, they had a really good year for University of Washington. Nothing to be upset about. It was the Stokes and Mark Andrews show. We weren't really even going to anyone else, so they did not have Debo. So to get it done like that without Debo, Darnold 68 on the ground, 370 through the air, 6 touchdowns, no turnovers. Darnold just had a game for the ages. There we go. So now it should just be, I think if North Carolina wins, they'll probably make it because they're the #1 team. But if they lose, I'm guessing it's going to be USC Texas. So we're just going to advance week here and we will see what happens. So Heisman, Miller from UNC wins it. Just beats out Josh Allen and Darnold in 3rd. Yeah, it's North Carolina, USC. So they were able to beat Boston College. Texas is on the outside looking in. That is tough. What a game that is. Oh, I would have loved Texas USC. That would have been so cool. That is kind of crazy. So this is where I kind of ran into an issue. Notre Dame only 1 loss, 5th. They lost to USC. That is tough for them. I think Georgia only had 1 loss too, unless they lost in the conference championship game. Where's Georgia? Yeah, Georgia 1 loss. Well, this was one of the best years for records. Yeah, wow. I kind of want to watch a little bit of this Texas-Tennessee game, but we already watched one. I think we'll just watch USC North Carolina. Now, this is where if Texas wins, I kind of gave USC that 1 natty when they, went undefeated, lost out. I kind of give you like a half natty. So if Texas is able to beat Tennessee, who's defending national champions, 1 loss, and they win that game, I'll give them a little bit of an asterisk title as well, because they're really good. Should have made the Natty over North Carolina, but they didn't. North Carolina 13-0, USC 13-0. Let's check this one out. This USC, would this be second or third with the asterisk championship for USC? I'll look at my notes here. Yeah, they've never actually just straight up won one. They had their 13-0 season. So this would be their first full on 100% win. Second offense for seventh, both really good defensively. USC has more talent, but is Debo going to be able to play? No injuries. So if Debo's playing, that's massive. Mark Andrews, Debo, Sam Darnold trying to bring home the Natty in the 2016 season. I don't think this is only USC's second appearance too. They made it in 05 and lost to Ohio State. But like I said, they did have that 13-0 year 3 years ago with Mariota, where they were probably the best just team on talent I've ever seen in the Sims. So, but this team here is very talented as well. Okay, we're gonna go through the first quarter. Okay, 7-7. Let's go to halftime. Okay, 17-14. We got a game here. We're gonna go to the fourth quarter though. Okay, 23-14. Okay, now North Carolina has the ball. They're driving. They're only down 9 here. Okay, we're gonna watch from here. North Carolina. I should have looked at North Carolina's roster. I know they've got some good recruiting classes. They never have like a bunch of our guys, but they usually do have good recruiting classes. I'm sure they have 1 or 2 of our guys, but not a ton. And go over the middle. Oh my God, that's picked off right over the middle. The USC corner steps in front. That is tough for North Carolina. USC, oh my God, Sam Darnold intercepted first play there. Wow. So back-to-back interceptions. I was about to say, if USC is able to score there, that pretty much wraps it up. And now all of a sudden, North Carolina is right back in business. Little I-form look here. Hand off. Oh, nice broken tackle there. Falls forward for a huge gain. Okay, I'm going to sim a play or two just to see if they get into the red zone. 3-yard rush. Throw away. Oh, it's 4th and 7. They're going to have to kick a field goal. Oh, they went for it on 4th and 7. Didn't get it. Darnold, 3rd and 9. Huge play. Darnold to Debo. 18-yard rush by Debo. Incomplete. 3rd and 5. Okay, we'll watch here. 3rd and 5. So Debo had back-to-back like 20-yard gains through the air. And I believe he's number 11 there at the top of the screen. Him and Mark Andrews totally just unstoppable. Nice little throw there from Darnold. Big pickup. This USC team, this looks like it's over here. 7-yard rush, 2nd and 3. It looks like USC is going to win the 2016 national championship unless something wild here happens. Darnold in shotgun, motion guy across the formation. Little handoff. Ooh, gets up field, and there it is. That is going to do it, guys. That is going to be a wrap. Should be a wrap, but USC is looking like they're going to win the 2016 national championship. Yeah, intercepted, Fuller interception. Scott. Yeah, Darnold, Scott. Oh, they're actually stopped there. But that is going to do it. We're just going to go to the end of the game here. Wow, USC 2016 national championships. That gives them, I'm going to say they're second. That, they did kind of, I gave them that kind of split one. So yeah, there we go. If you count their half, you guys can decide in the comments. I mean, they were probably the most talented team we've ever seen, and they went 13-0. But they either have 1 or 2 right now. We also have Michigan has 2, Ohio State has 2, and Tennessee has 2 actually. So there we go. And those, honestly, Tennessee kind of has come on later, but those have probably been the best teams throughout the sim. I think USC has been the most consistent now. They really haven't had a really bad run. Ohio State is starting to fall off. Michigan already fell off. Tennessee wasn't as good at the start, but are playing really good now and recruiting really well. So, all right, we're going to look at player stats here. Miller won the Heisman, did not play great today though. Welsh, so they did not play great offensively. USC Stokes, Andrews, Debo, Russian, Scott had a really good game passing. Darnold actually just played okay. So this is a bit more of a defensive battle. Both offenses didn't play amazing, but USC gets it done. 2016 national champions. All right, we are going to advance week. I want to see what Texas did too. I want to look at the bowl games and see if Texas won. Because if they did, I did it for USC. So I think it's only fair I at least give them kind of just like a little asterisk title. Could be like a tiebreaker. Texas has none right now either. Oh, no, they do. They have one in 03. The 02 and 03 ones, I only kind of count because it was kind of before we even had any of our guys in recruiting and stuff. But Texas had a really tough game. Like the thing too is Texas had a harder game against Tennessee than USC against North Carolina, like talent-wise. So I think it's kind of fair. But Texas actually got stomped, so we don't even have to worry about it. Tennessee's got one loss in the last 2 years. That's pretty great. Okay, let's look at the final top 25. Tennessee should probably be number 2. Minnesota and Notre Dame. So Notre Dame and Tennessee were both really, really good. Finished with one loss. Yeah, Texas still only had one loss. So we had some really good teams at the top. USC, obviously number 1 though. So we looked at the Heisman, but it was Miller, Josh Allen, Darnold right in behind him. So we have some good young QBs, guys. Look at the All-American teams. Miller, Dukes, Walker, Phillips, and Mark Andrews, tight end. Garrett, Joey Bosa for USC. What was his stats like? 10.5 sacks. There we go. Tackles for loss 31. Both had an amazing year. Chris Jones on the inside, 9.5 sacks. Marshawn Lattimore. He had 6 interceptions this year though. That's crazy. Dante Jackson. There we go. Derwin James for USC. Had a sack. Nice tackles, 4 picks. So Derwin. Oh, and Michael Pittman Jr. as a returner. Sam Darnold, second team All-American. Joe Mixon for Georgia, 1,300 yards as a senior. Cam Robinson, Quentin Nelson. Myles Garrett, only a sophomore. Man, if USC wouldn't have lost him. De'Aaron Payne for Tennessee. Kendall Fuller for USC had a pick, I know, in the national championship game. 4 overall. There we go. Let's look at freshmen. Josh Allen. Really, not a ton of passing yards, but had a really good year. 1,200 rushing yards. Oh my goodness. Chase Claypool, nice year for Notre Dame. Landon Dickerson, Derek Brown for Georgia, Dexter Lawrence for North Carolina, Devin White for Texas, Trevon Diggs for Notre Dame. So that is our All-American teams. We're going to quickly go and look at the stats for the season, like the whole NCAA. Then we'll go look at a little bit closer at just a few of our teams, and then we'll go to National Signing Day. So Haskins had really efficient, didn't throw the ball a ton. Darnold actually led the country in passing. Baker Mayfield and JT Barrett just in behind him. Deshaun Watson right there for Cal. Mahomes right there for Kansas State. Touchdowns, it was Baker, Darnold, Mahomes. Mahomes is a junior, so Mahomes, it just sucks. We didn't really get to see much of Mahomes or Deshaun. Just kind of where they went. Jalen Hurts had 1,400 rushing yards for UCF as a freshman quarterback. I don't think I've ever seen that. That is crazy. Joe Mixon, yeah, none of our running backs really get these huge stats for whatever reason. Mark Andrews right there for, that's receptions, but Mark Andrews up there for receptions, over 1,000 yards. Yeah, none of our guys. Juju, 1,100 yards for Notre Dame. Defensively, for tackles, none of our guys. TFLs, Robinson, Allen. Bosa was 3rd. Chris Jones right there at 3rd as well, tied. There we go. Sacks, Robinson, Brown. Joey Bosa was right there. INT's Gonzalez, okay. Marshawn Lattimore with 6. Had a big year. Okay, now we're going to look at just more in depth at a few of our teams. Not everyone, obviously. Just go through here. Florida. I don't even remember seeing what Florida's record was, but this white guy just played okay. Rushing. Lenny. Their QB got a lot of runs. Saquon, so decent. How'd AJ and DK, pretty good freshmen. They're going to be an absolute just handful in a few years, but there we go. So Florida's got a shot to do something the next few years. Will they get it done? Who knows? But yeah, so Dwayne, okay, he was kind of split in time. So when he played really well, efficient, but Patrick Burke actually played quite a bit as well. Rushing, Mixon, really good year with their Jonathan Ryan right in behind him. McLaurin had a good year. They just don't throw the ball a ton at Georgia. Miami, I just want to look. Like, give the ball to he's playing with the guy who gets more carries than Derrick Henry. 99 overall. What a horrible pick to go there. And just the quarterback play at frickin' Michigan has been awful. Awful, awful. They have completely fallen off. If we go Notre Dame, I mean, Notre Dame easily could have won the Natty this year. Sapp finally had a nice, efficient year, 27 touchdowns, ran for 600 yards. They had 2 1,000 yards rushers, just split in time. You know, a little thunder and lightning with Elliott and Kamara. They easily could have won it this year, guys. Juju, one of the better receivers in the country. They had Claypool as well. Like some good players on defense. TJ Watt, 6.5 sacks. They had Diggs as a freshman, 4 picks. So one loss for Notre Dame this year. You're just upset. You know, they lost to USC, so their one loss was to the national champions. You cannot be upset at that. Okay, Ohio State, Chris Jack. Decent year, definitely not incredible. Oh, they really throw the ball a ton. Marcus, they got a big time receiver recruit coming in finally, at least. Jamal Adams led the team in tackles. Yeah, they just haven't been getting those impact players like they were a few years ago. So Ohio State, still a good team, but they were like right there every single year. Has not been like that in a minute. Keep going down. I want to look at Tennessee for sure. Okay, this guy, Kyle Green. So when Green played, he played pretty well. When Bolden played, he did not. They just haven't got those recruits. So either they didn't have that impact running back this year. Didn't have the receivers. But they ended up 11-1. Only lost 1 game. Smashed Texas in their bowl game. So Tennessee was right there. This is one of, I actually might want to, I never really look at team stats, but I want to see where this defense finished in the country, because talent-wise, that was maybe the best defense we've ever seen. Texas, Kyler, when he played, actually played pretty well, but Josh played really good. 2,000, ran for 1,200 yards, 238 carries. Jesus. If they want to run him like that, they better be happy they have Kyler Murray backing him up, because he's probably going to get hurt at some point. Christian Kirk right there. Defensively, I don't know if they have any huge impact guys like Pavars, Marcus Young, INTs, nothing crazy. I want to look at A&M actually, because they got Baker, senior quarterback. Really good year. One of the better quarterbacks this year. Definitely throwing the ball at A&M a ton, which we like to see. All good there. Texas Tech, USC is probably the last team we want to look at. National champions, throwing the ball a ton with Darnold. You know, 2 good runners here, and Darnold can run as well, so that's going to make him tough. Debo got injured, so he didn't play a ton, but he averaged 100 yards a game. So he would have been well over, he probably in the 1,300 receiving yard range if he played every game. So they have Debo and they're not losing anybody in offense skill position wise next year as well. They do lose Joey Bosa, who's maybe the best defensive player in the country this year, and they lose Kendall Fuller. So they're losing stuff defensively, but offensively they should not miss a freaking beat next year. I probably should look at team. There's just so much to look at. I haven't been looking at the team stats, but I do want to look defensively, like who had the most points per game. Notre Dame, actually, I probably should look at this stuff, guys. It's just like, I can't look at everything. I wanted to see who had the best defense. It was Tennessee. Okay, Tennessee was 4th. A lot of defense can depend on who your schedule is, but wow, Notre Dame played really well defensively as well. Okay, so Tennessee had the #1 scoring defense, 4th in points. So yeah, Tennessee was incredible defensively this year. Okay, that is going to wrap up the 2016 season. USC beats North Carolina. We are going to advance to National Signing Day. Take a look at that. See our top 5 recruiting classes. This is a 2017 recruiting class. Will be 2017 season, 2018 recruiting class next year. Okay, National Signing Day. Let's see what happened. Okay, we see Devontae already, but we knew the 3 QBs. I actually like all those fits. We knew Najee. DeAndre ends up at Penn State. I actually like that fit quite a bit. And Etienne ends up at A&M. That's a huge get for them. Devontae ends up at SC. Jefferson, Michigan. That's the only one I don't really love. I just don't think they're going to throw the ball much. Judy, really nice get there. Ohio State, that was a huge pickup. CD going to USC. I really like all those fits. I don't love the Jefferson one, but other than that, tackles. Okay, Wirfs didn't end up at Tennessee, which I'm happy about. They already got the 2 #1 tackles. Great for them. Michigan. And then Andrew Thomas ended up at Florida. Really like all those fits. Guard, we knew Elijah Vera Tucker is going to USC. The end, Chase Young going to Florida and Jalen Phillips going to Notre Dame. So Florida getting a few big recruits. Outside, we knew Dylan Moses there. middle. Patrick Queen ends up at Tennessee. That's a big get. And they might have got the... Okay, so AJ Terrell ends up at Florida. Okuda ends up at Tennessee. Huge pickup there. So that's our recruits. Obviously, a lot of other 5-stars and stuff, so we'll see the top classes. Notre Dame, or I think Florida and Tennessee. Minnesota. I feel like they had a good recruiting class. Yeah, no, okay. They haven't been in the top 5 in the last few years, but that's a great recruiting class for them too in the country. 8 5-stars for Tennessee. Wow, so that ties them. What year? I thought I made a note in here. I guess I didn't. There was one year where USC had 8. It might have been 2013, but wow, Tennessee. I'll have to go back in my notes and look at that. But this, they have one of the best classes of all time right here. Well, let's take a look. Higgins, Okuda, Patrick Queen, Becton, Willis, and then a bunch of the other guys, 4-stars. They didn't get a QB though, and that's where they really needed. None of our guys here for Minnesota. That's a great recruiting class. Really nice for A&M. Texas, really nice. Notre Dame, USC. So USC and Notre Dame didn't quite have the depth of the other guys, and only 2 5-stars each. But Tennessee, Barnett. Where's Florida though? I felt like Florida had a nice class, but maybe they just didn't have any depth to it. Did I miss them? There's no way. Okay. Well, they only got 13 players. So they got some really good talent, but they didn't get enough people into the class. Wow. Okay. Tennessee putting in work. Really good. So Tennessee, 8 5-stars. Crazy. All right, guys, that is going to wrap it up. I will see you guys in the next season here in a sec.
This is going to be the 2018 recruiting class. That makes it the 2017 season. USC just won the national championship. Tennessee just had an incredible 8 5-star recruiting class. Now, this recruiting class here, this is probably... Oh man, this is probably a top 5 recruiting class of the whole sim. It is right up there. You could make an argument this could be the best. It's tough. There's a ton of good ones. This is right up there, honestly though. So this is, like I said, 2018. Yes, 2018 recruiting class, 2017 season. We have some big boys for some big positions here. So starting with quarterback, I actually have 4 of them. So the number 1 in the class is actually Joe Milton. Now I believe he went to Michigan originally. He's actually going to be the starting quarterback at Tennessee this year. It's like his 6th year in college football. He's an absolute freak show. Some people say he might have the best arm anyone's ever seen, like just an absolute cannon. He's leaning A&M, Ohio State, Notre Dame, SC, or UNC. Then we have Will Levis, who's just a 2nd round pick by the Titans, started out at Penn State, ended up at Kentucky. Yes, both these two are physical freaks, crazy arms, good runners. A&M, SC, Ohio State, UNC. Then we have Trevor Lawrence, one of the greatest, if not the greatest recruit at quarterback of all time. From Georgia, he was the number 1 player in his class. He's leaning Tennessee, Notre Dame, Georgia, Arkansas, Miami. If any of those top 3 gets him, they are instant title. If Tennessee is able to, they haven't never got a good QB. If they were able to wrap him up, that would be insane. Then we have Justin Fields, also from Georgia, and he was the 2nd ranked player in his class, just behind Trevor Lawrence. He's leaning SC, Georgia, Tennessee. So once again, Tennessee in on him, Georgia. So 4 absolute physical freaks in at the quarterback positions. Whoever gets those guys locked down is going to be in a great spot. Then we have 2 running backs, not the best running backs, but both good. James Cook, this is Dalvin Cook's little brother. He went to Georgia. He's leaning Tennessee, Texas, Alabama, Notre Dame. Tennessee is like in on literally everyone. Then we have Dameon Pierce, who's leaning Notre Dame, Tennessee, SC, Texas. So Tennessee is just making moves. Okay, then we have a very good receiver class, especially at the top 2. First is Jamar Chase. He's from Louisiana. He went to LSU. He's leaning LSU, A&M, Texas, La Tech, Mississippi State, Georgia, Florida. Then we have Jalen Waddle from Texas. He went to Alabama. He's going, and he's great for Miami Dolphins right now. He's leaning Notre Dame, SC, Tennessee, Texas, Ohio State. So kind of the big guys. Then we have Justin Ross. He went to Clemson, 6'4". He was like amazing his freshman and sophomore years. Dealt with some injuries later in his career, but was very, very good in college. We have Bama, Auburn, Tennessee, Florida, Georgia. Then we should have one more. The last one is Terrace Marshall. He ended up going to LSU. He's from Louisiana. Him and Jamar went there together, and he's leading OU, SC, Ohio State, Florida, and Texas A&M. Then we have a tight end, and maybe the best tight end prospect we've seen enter the NFL draft. I made him freaking good. Kyle Pitts. He went to Florida in real life. He's leading Notre Dame, Tennessee, Bama, Georgia, LSU. So kind of the big guys there, but whoever gets him is getting a super stud. Okay, we only have 2 offensive linemen, but they are both studs. Now, I guess Penei Sewell, I always thought he was Hawaiian. He's actually from American Samoa, but you can't actually pick that as an option where they're from. So I made him from Hawaii because that's like the closest. He went to Oregon in real life. He's leaning Notre Dame, Tennessee, Alabama, Florida, Georgia, LSU, USC. Then the other one is Tyler Linderbaum, one of the best centers we've seen in college football in a long time. He went to Iowa. He's leaning Tennessee, Alabama, Florida, Georgia, LSU, Notre Dame. Tennessee looks like they could just have a class. Then we have Aiden Hutchinson. Okay, his name is Hutchinson, not Hutcherson. I don't know why I put but he went to Michigan in real life. He's leaning Michigan, Notre Dame, Ohio State, Tennessee, Bama. Then we have Azeez Ojulari. He's leaning Georgia, Georgia Tech, Tennessee, Florida. I think that is it for DNs, but a couple really good ones. We have one D tackle only, but he's a good one. Went to Alabama, Christian Barmore. He plays for the Patriots right now. He's Notre Dame, Tennessee, Bama, Ohio State, Penn State, Michigan. Okay, then we go outside linebacker. We have one of the best linebackers, DNs we have seen in college football, come into the NFL in a long time, Micah Parsons. He went to Penn State. He's from the state of Pennsylvania. He's actually leaning Bama, Tennessee, Notre Dame, Georgia, Florida. Tennessee is in on everybody. Then we have Quay Walker, who went to Georgia in real life. He's leaning smaller schools, so UNC, Va Tech, Toledo, Wake Forest. Then if we go corner, we have 3, and one of them is incredible. Asante Samuel Jr. went to Florida State in real life. He's leaning there right now. Also Georgia, Tennessee, Florida, OU in the mix. Then we have Patrick Surtain, who went to Alabama. He's leaning Notre Dame, Tennessee, USC, Texas, Georgia. Tennessee, once again, trying to just put it all together. Then last corner with Tyson Campbell. He went to Georgia. He's leaning Florida, Miami, Florida State, and Georgia. Then I believe we only have a strong safety, no free, and is Javon Holland. He's from Oakland, California. He went to Oregon in real life. He plays for the Miami Dolphins now. He's leaning USC, Cal, Stanford, UCLA. So that is the class, guys. That is a class and a half, and Tennessee is trying to put together a recruiting class. If they could lock up like Trevor Lawrence and half of those guys, they are going to be in a scary spot. Okay, so we're going to sim to the regular season now. We're going to look at the top 25, look at who are teams to beat, who are kind of like looking like the best teams this year. All right, so let's look at this preseason top 25. Looks like USC is going to be first. They're 99 across the board. They're defending national champions. That makes sense. And we have Notre Dame, number 2 team in the country, 99 overall, 95 defense. Should be really good. Then we have Tennessee. Doesn't look like they're great on offense, really good on defense. Should be in a good spot. Minnesota finished the year really good. We're definitely gonna have to look at their roster. LSU, I don't think they're really in the running. Georgia, 99, 99, 97. They definitely in the running. North Carolina is always around there. UW had a really good year last year. Texas played really well, lost one game until their bowl game last year when they got kind of smoked. So that's why they're not up there with Notre Dame and Tennessee. Florida, really good overall. They had some really good young players. They have a ton of talent on offense, so we'll definitely have to check them out. A&M could be pretty good. Miami could be good. Anyone else? Oh, wow. OU 99. Yeah, we definitely got to look at OU's team. Those look like our big guns. Where? Oh, there's Ohio. I was about to say, where's Ohio State? They're 99 across the board. We have not heard much from them in the last few years, but hey, they have a really good team. What about Michigan? Michigan has just fallen right off. Hey, they're a B+. Yeah, not great. Okay, let's look at Heisman Watch. We'll look at preseason All-Americans, then we'll look at the rosters. Okay, Josh Allen, only a sophomore, and he's a 99 overall. Jeez. first in the Heisman. Sam Darnold, a junior, 94 overall. Second, we have Cedric Will. Yeah, okay. So then Joe Mixon, a senior running back for Georgia. Preseason All-Americans. Who do we got? We got Darnold, Mark Andrews. So that's great 1-2 punch there. Quentin Nelson still at Notre Dame. Not much on defense. Derwin James for USC. Going to be a stud for them. We go second team. Joe Mixon for Georgia. Juju Smith-Schuster, one of the best receivers in the country for Notre Dame. Myles Garrett. Oh my God. If USC wouldn't have lost him, holy. Dante Jackson and Trevon Diggs, two really good corners. And Saquon Barkley is a second team All-American kick returner. Okay, so that's our All-Americans. Let's look at the rosters and let's take a look at how each one of these teams is looking. Bama's started to put together a bit better recruiting classes. Still not, in that national title contention, but they looked like they were trying to get some big recruits this year as well. So you never know with them. Clemson, same thing. Or not even same thing. They're not even really doing what Bama's doing. Okay, we have Florida. 299 running backs in Saquon and Leonard Fournette. Saquon's only a freaking junior and he's a 99. Christian Wilkins. Okay, we're just going to look through their whole team because these guys are definitely in the national title hunt. If this Titus Williams plays well, they got a nice freshman in behind him. But if this guy plays well this year, everything is in front of this Florida team. Look at their running back room. They definitely got to recruit one. Everyone's a junior and one senior, so they have no underclassmen, but absolutely boat-loaded, best running back room in the country. One of the best receiving cores, especially for how young they are. Two sophomores leading the way. They have this Jeremiah Fry guy who's another sophomore. AJ Brown and DK Metcalf. That is scary. Really good junior tight end. Two really good junior tight ends. Left tackle, yeah, they got Andrew Thomas. Oh, good center. So O-line is good, not absolutely incredible, but definitely good. They have Clellan Farrell on the outside. Oh, and they brought in Chase Young, the number 1 D-end recruit. They have Wilkins. Oh my goodness, their D-line is great. Linebackers, just okay. Yeah, just probably a little below average. Really good cornerback room. AJ Terrell, they bring as a freshman to take over for JC Jackson, so that's huge. Nice safety here. Yeah, just okay at safety. So this team's very good. This team could easily win the national title if their QB plays well. Okay, then we have Georgia. I don't know why I'm missing some letters there for Georgia, but they have Dwayne Haskins, only a sophomore, another sophomore in behind him, and they have freshman Mac Jones. So their QB room is looking nice. Joe Mixon, these guys are only sophomores, so good running backs in behind him, honestly. Like by next year, they'll be like low 90s probably. They have Terry McLaurin as a senior, freshman Jerry Jeudy coming in next year. So basically, they're going to lose McLaurin, then they'll just have Jeudy step in as their number 1. They definitely want a little bit more depth in there behind him, but not really much at tight end either. Once they lose this guy, who's a senior this year, yeah, really nothing at tight end. O-line, O-line is good, but not great for sure. Defensive line, yeah, they're just okay defensive line. Derek Brown obviously is nice. They haven't actually recruited defense. They have some good linebackers, okay. Good corners, Mike Hughes, May guy, a couple of good guys though this year. Oh, they have some really good safety. So Minka Fitzpatrick, this Washington guy, and they have 390 at least safeties, which is great. So Georgia definitely in the hunt, 100%. See what Dwayne Haskins can do for them this year. But yeah, Georgia's in the running, 100%. LSU had a good overall, but I don't know. I don't really see it with them. Like if you look at their level of talent compared to some like Georgia, just not there. Miami, Henry is still there, but he never gets the ball. Like the best year was actually his first year. I mean, give it to him and let him cook, but we will see. They always maybe they lost the guy who they let run a lot. They have Calvin Ridley. I mean, they have some talent for sure. I don't think they're quite, national title. I mean, you never know though. You never know. They do have a lot of talent. So we could see something from the U this year, especially give it to Derrick Henry. Michigan totally fallen off. Miles Sanders, I could see having a really big year for them. And they got, who's their QB? They got this Hopkins, only a sophomore. So they have a few sophomores they can develop. They did get Justin Jefferson kind of out of nowhere this year. But yeah, no, Michigan just doesn't have a ton else. Notre Dame, 100% in the title hunt. Let's go through them. They have Gray and Hall. So they basically just have to pick which one of these guys they want to start. Hall will be back next year. So they're going to have a good QB for the next 2 years. They really need to get one of those good recruits this year. They have Dalvin Cook. and Ncaa. So they're basically going to go, they lost who they lose. They lost Ezekiel Elliott and Kamara last year, but now they have Dalvin Cook. Then they have friggin' Najee Harris to step right in. So they're going to be good at running back for a long time. They have Juju Smith-Schuster. Claypool is a sophomore, will step in their number one role. So they've, done a really good job of just kind of keeping that train moving. They have this battle. They need another tight end, but he's good. They always have one of the best O-lines in the country. Cam Robinson, 99. Quentin Nelson, 99. 94 center, 93 guard, and an 80 tackle. So maybe the best O-line in the country. They have Brian Burns, a 92 sophomore, just crazy speed off the edge. Another 90 D-end across from him. Not great on D-tackle, but not horrible. Linebacker, good senior middle linebacker. So they have some good linebackers, not incredible. Trevon Diggs, sophomore, 93 overall, All-American. Some other good corners in behind him. This guy's only a few sophomores too that can really develop. So they're in a good spot at corner. Safeties, just okay. Definitely not great. But Notre Dame, 100% in the title hunt. Ohio State. We're just going to go through this team because they're 99 across the board. So they have this Chris Jack guy. He was a full-time starter last year, played decent. They don't really have a guy in behind him. So they really should be trying to get one of those big-time recruits as well. Good senior running back, but not getting those. This sophomore could turn out okay. He's 81 speed, though. They haven't got those big running back recruits. They have this Russ guy, only a junior. They got Henry Ruggs, which was a big get. Then their seniors, they haven't got a lot of depth at receiver, but they're okay. Tight end, two good sophomores right there that they can develop. I like to see that. They always have a good O-line, nice left tackle, couple of good guards there, really good center, another really good guard, and a decent right tackle. They're going to be really good along the O-line. Defensive end, Weber looks good. The rest is okay. Sutton looks good, but not incredible. Rutledge, Warner's going to be maybe the best linebacker in the country this year. So linebacker, they look really solid. They have Denzel Ward, this Hall guy. Oh, wow. And all these guys are underclass. Wow. Okay. I mean, he's a junior, but these guys are all sophomore or freshmen. So they're developing a good ass corner room. They have this Cunningham as a senior, looks really good. A sophomore, and behind him is an 86 and a 99 Jamal Adams with a 6'6" safety coming in next year. So I just don't love their skill positions. But once again, they have a senior quarterback. If this guy plays good, they're going to be in a really good spot. Penn State. Who's the team that I said? Oh, Minnesota. That was it. They're like a top 5 team. We definitely got to look at their squad. I don't think they're good QB. This Travis Smith. Yeah, they look really good. They have a lot of talent, some playmakers. Yeah. I don't think, you never know though. If they finish 12-0, they're going to make the national championship game. We know that. Okay, Oklahoma. I know they're going to be really good offensively. They have Dave Miller, only a sophomore. Looks like he could develop into something. Really good running back, a nice junior in behind him. Good fullback. Not that matters a ton. Okay, a couple of really good senior receivers. They haven't got those, so they're doing a good job of getting maybe not our recruits, but bringing in some good talented offensive recruits for sure. So yeah, Oklahoma looks good. I want to look at Temple just because they have Joe Burrow as a junior. He is not really doing much. I can't believe he went to Temple. That's tough, bro. Okay, let's look at Tennessee. Once again, quarterback. They just don't, this guy played okay last year. They just don't have the quarterback. This guy looks pretty good. Junior in behind him. They need, a big time recruit, but this guy's going to be really good for them this year. Wide receiver, they did get T. Higgins, so he's going to develop into something for them. They just have, they're not great at the skill positions, and offensively, they did get a ton of talent in on the O-line this year. So give them a few years, they're going to be incredible on the O-line, and they look pretty good right now. But Burgess, nice D-end, a couple of nice D-ends there, and this Willis, they have some really nice D-ends. They're all upper class, like senior though. They have Payne, really good on the inside. They always have good linebackers, but they might a lot. Yeah, they have Patrick Queen coming, but they actually, they don't even have really good linebackers this year. They have a few good corners, but they lost their 2 studs. They have Dante Jackson. Okudah's going to start for them. Gardner Johnson's going to be a really good, safety, free safety, and they have a really good strong safety as well. So overall, really good defensively. I don't think they're going to win the national championship, but you never know. Okay, then we have quarterbacks. We have Josh Allen being backed up by Kyler Murray. They're both sophomores, and they're 99 and 97. Oh my goodness. They have a 96 senior. They have a nice freshman in behind them. None of our guys, but Wide receiver, they got Christian, Kirk, and Wilson. So Kirk's going to be there. So they have a couple freshmen who could develop into nice players, but they need some of those young guys. So they need to get like one of those Jamar Chases or something like that. Some nice tight ends. Yeah, really nice tight end. Stevenson, nice there. Nice guard. Landon Dickerson, one of the best centers in the country. He's 92 only a sophomore. Banks here and Chandler. So they have a really nice O-line. Flanagan looks good, a freshman in behind him. So decent DNs, really nice D tackle, but they need some more in for sure. Nice senior left outside. Devin White in the middle of their defense, just flying around. That is nice to have. Nice. Yes, they're really nice, back linebackers there. Some okay corners. They haven't got that big time lockdown recruit like a lot of the other big schools, and safety just okay. So Texas is a shot. Josh Allen was an absolute freak show last year. He's in the lead for the Heisman. And he does have Christian Kirk as his number one option. They're going to be, really good. Okay, A&M, what? Oh, they got Tua Tagovailoa. So they lost Baker Mayfield. They bring in Tua, and they brought in Etienne as well. So yeah, and Etienne's going to be the starter. Not a ton at receiver right now, actually, at all. So if they have a nice senior tight end, but you get Tua, you get Etienne. If you could bring in a nice receiver in this next recruiting class, they could definitely build a nice offense. Okay, then we have defending champs USC. They look really, really good. Now, they have Sam Darnold as a junior. Not really anything under them. They've done a great job of getting quarterbacks in. So if they could get another one in this class, which they were in the running for, take over for Darnold in 2 years, they'll be in a nice spot. Running back, this Massey, but he's a senior, and they don't really have anything else. So they have not brought in the best running backs. They've done, look at their receiving core, and they're in the running with more. Debo this year, senior. They have just 3 seniors really going to be playing a ton this year. But then next year, they're going to have Michael Pittman step in. They're going to have Devontae Smith and CeeDee Lamb. So that would be maybe the best receiving core in the NFL if you had those 3 playing together. And next year, that's going to be their big 3. They have a bunch of seniors this year going to lock it down. And then you have the best tight end in the country. They have this guy developing behind him, but Mark Andrews, best tight end in the country. So Darnold's weapons are incredible. They always have a good O-line. Doesn't look maybe quite as good as some years, but still really good. Young, developing, not as elite as some years for sure. Prince looks good. So yeah. Oh, and this Levine looks really good. Some good DNs, good D tackle. They need some younger D tackles in behind him though. Harris looks good. A nice sophomore in behind him. A junior middle linebacker. You'll take that. Yeah. So nice linebacking core. Not elite, but nice. They have Dory Jackson, one of the best corners in the country. They haven't got another guy coming up though. So yeah, their 2 guys are seniors this year, and then it's a ton of young guys. So that could hurt them in the upcoming years. 2 good safeties there. They have Derwin James, who's only a junior right now, one of the best players in the country. USC is going to be right there. Their skill position, receiver talent with their tight end is pretty incredible. Okay, we're just going to go through quickly and look at the best players at each position. So Mahomes, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Lamar. Oh, I forgot about Lamar. How's he been? 2,300 yards last year. He ran for 932. Kyler Murray's never going to play, but looks really good. Florida has the 2 best running backs in the country, but then we also have Joe Mixon, Derrick Henry, Dalvin Cook. That 5 running backs right there is incredible. So ton of running back talent right now. Terry McLaurin, Juju Smith-Schuster, and Deebo Samuel are the 3 best wide receivers in the country. DJ Moore right in there as well. Christian Kirk, AJ Brown, DK Metcalf. Really good receivers up and coming. Mark Andrews, best tight end in the country. Western Kentucky. I don't know if we have any really big time tight ends, but yeah, Mark Andrews, easily the best in the country right now. Cam Robinson, only a junior. Best left tackle by far in the country. Quentin Nelson, best left guard. Parsons, Larry, our big center from our kind of recruits is Landon Dickerson coming up for Texas. Nothing really at right guard, right tackle. Isaiah Wynn for Florida State. And Jonah Williams already looking really good for Georgia. Clellan Ferrell, not huge, great DNs on that side. And then Myles Garrett, only a junior at 99 overall. USC let him get away. That was tough. Christian Wilkins at Florida, best D tackle in the country. De'Aaron Payne at Tennessee in there. I don't think we'll have anything at left outside. Fred Warner, best middle linebacker. Roquan Smith for Bama, looking really good. Nothing really for right outside. Corners, Marlon Humphrey and Adoree Jackson, best corners. JC Jackson, Denzel Ward, Dante Jackson, Trevon Diggs, all in there as well. Free safety, it's Buda Baker and Jabril Peppers, the two best in the country, with Minka Fitzpatrick and Chauncey Gardner-Johnson both looking really good. Jamal Adams and Derwin James are the two best strong safeties. Okay, that all looks really good. Now we are going to sim till week 9, and then we're going to look at recruiting, top 25, see where everyone's sitting. All right, so we're in about week 9 right here. We're going to look at recruiting. This is some big players here, boys. We will see where we go. Okay, Joe Milton going to Georgia Tech. That's a big get for them. Will Levis, A&M or SC, Ohio State. Don't go to, they just got Tua. Go to USC or Ohio State. Trevor Lawrence looking like the U or Illinois. That'd be a huge get for the Illinois and SC Georgia, and there's a ton of schools really close for field, so that actually doesn't narrow it down, even though SC's technically in the lead. James Cook looking like Tennessee, Ohio State, maybe Texas. Dameon Pierce already locked in at Tennessee, so they're in the running for the 2 top running backs. Jamar Chase, Houston or SMU, LSU, Texas. I don't know. Okay, Jamar. Jalen Waddle looking like SC, Notre Dame, Texas are his for sure 3. Justin Ross already locked in at Florida, and they have DK Metcalf and AJ Brown. So wow, that would be huge. Terrence Marshall is our last one. He's like an SC. SC is doing so good with receivers right now. Tight end, this is massive. If George, whoever gets him, we're just not, this is probably the last really high level tight end we'll see in the video. Georgia, Notre Dame, Tennessee, or Bama. Whoever gets him is just getting a super stud. Same with Penei Sewell. All of a sudden, Tennessee's getting all these tackles. They got 2 last year. Tennessee or Florida, maybe Georgia. Tyler Linderbaum, they're getting all the O-linemen now. Looking like Tennessee, maybe Georgia. Tennessee is trying to put back-to-back recruiting classes that are just insane. Looks like Michigan is going to get Aiden Hutchinson. Aziz Ojulari, looking like Georgia Tech, maybe Georgia, Bama. The tackle, Christian Barrymore locked in at Notre Dame. Outside, Micah Parsons locked in at Notre Dame. What a pickup for the Irish. Ooh, Quay Walker looking like Toledo, Appalachian State, South Carolina, maybe Georgia. Corners, Asante Samuel looking like Georgia, Oklahoma, maybe Florida. Patrick Surtain locked in at USC. That is a huge pickup for SC. When I was going through their roster, I literally said they need to get a big time corner. They get a big time corner. Was there only 2? I thought, oh no, and Tyson Campbell, he's locked in at the U. Nice pickup for the U. Free safety, there was none, and we had a strong safety in Javon Holland looking like SC or Boise State, maybe Iowa. If SC gets out of there with Javon Holland and Patrick Surtain, that is a huge pickup for them. Okay, Tennessee SC kind of off the top there looked like they were really doing well. Okay. Did USC lose some games? USC lost 1 game, but they did drop down. They must have just lost. Did they just play Notre Dame? Oh no, they lost early to Cal. Oh, they played Notre Dame last game of the year, and Notre Dame has 1 loss as well. Georgia, North Carolina, Iowa, Texas, Michigan, Rutgers. We have some really good, like, unbeaten level teams right now. Yeah, there's a lot of good records floating around right now. A lot of 1 losses. Ohio State 6-0. We did say they're 99 across the board. So they're Florida not playing well, matching how well they've recruited. What about Tennessee? Oh no, Tennessee only 1 loss as well. So we have some good matchups there. Is anyone we want to, like, who's Georgia? Florida, no. Does North Carolina play anyone? Oh, they play some good teams. Iowa, they play Michigan still. Texas, nothing crazy. Michigan, Ohio State, yeah. Notre Dame plays. I kind of want to go to that 11-27. I'm going to sim to week 13 and try to get into USC Notre Dame. I think that could be good. Yeah, okay. Oh no, but it must be week 14 because Notre Dame plays us and then they would play. So I'm going to sim to week 14. That should give us USC and Notre Dame. All right. Let's look at the top 25 here. Ohio State, only unbeaten team in the country. Tennessee 1 loss, Georgia, USC 2 losses. Texas, Notre Dame. How is my Army team once? If my Army team gets in again, they only have one game left in the year, and it's against a 2-8 Navy team. There's just no way that my friggin' Army team can get it again. So yeah, looking through, I don't know. I don't even know if it's worth looking at Notre Dame, USC. Both 2 losses. The winner will still maybe be in the hunt, but the loser's basically out. I'm actually just gonna sim to conference championship weekend. All right, it is now conference championship weekend. We are going to look at recruiting. Then we'll look at the top 25, see what the conference championship games are looking like. This will be the last time we look at the recruiting until National Signing Day. Joe Milton, we knew. Okay, Will Levis, go to USC or Ohio State or UN, any of them. Don't go to A&M. They have Tua. Trevor Lawrence going to Miami. Wow, that's a huge pickup. Fields. Oh, don't go to ECU because we'll never see. The rest of the teams would absolutely love him if he went to USC, Georgia, or Tennessee. Georgia actually is a really good QB room though. I hope he goes to SC or Tennessee. I honestly kind of would like to see Tennessee. They've had such a good recruiting classes lately. If they were able to lock down a quarterback, they get the 2 #1 running backs in the country and Pierce. Looks like Jamar, go to LSU, Jamar, Texas. I would love for him to go to Texas with Josh Allen, but looks like Waddle. Oh my God. Whichever one of those 3 gets Waddle is going to be in a great spot. Justin Ross, we knew. And then Terrence Marshall is locked in. SC has been getting receiver recruits like no. Oh my God, Kyle Pitts, Tennessee, Georgia, Notre Dame. One of those 3, whoever gets them. Tackle Penei Sewell, looking like Tennessee's gonna get him, and they were in the front for Linderbaum, but Linderbaum isn't going there. He's gonna end up at Georgia. That's a good fit for the Bulldogs. Hutchinson, all of a sudden, Spurs, Michigan, who are way out in front. They must have lost a bunch of games or something. And now all of a sudden he's basically locked in at Tennessee. Huge pickup there. Azeez Ojulari going to Georgia, but that's a huge pickup. We knew Barrymore was going to Notre Dame. We knew Parsons was going to Notre Dame. McDuffie, a 5-star. I don't know anything about him, but he's going to Notre Dame. Quay Walker going to Georgia. Okay, I'm kind of glad he went there instead of one of those small schools. Asante Samuel, Florida. Patrick Surtain, we knew. Tyson Campbell ends up at the U. Like that fit. And then Holland was looking like USC. He does end up at USC. Tennessee and USC, Notre Dame. Those 3 really have chances to do some special stuff with those classes. Okay. Gonna look at the top 25 here. Ohio State, the only unbeaten team in the country. Tennessee right there at 11-1. We have USC at 10-2. Texas 10-1. Texas, I know, doesn't have a conference championship game. Oh, that probably makes them out unless a bunch of teams lose. Let's see. So Ohio State has to beat Iowa, who's number 6 team in the country. If they do, they're in. USC, if they beat the 19th team in the country, they're probably in, honestly. Hawaii, Georgia, LSU, Miami. Who is the number 2 team? Because they don't have a game. Tennessee, they didn't make the SEC championship game. Wow. Okay, so this is going to be really wild. So LSU, Georgia made it, but Tennessee has 1 loss, but didn't make it. So that makes it really complicated. I think I'm going to watch. We won't watch a ton. If it's really close at the end, we'll hop in and watch it. So we don't know anyone on Iowa, but number 6 versus number 1. If Ohio State wins, they make the ship. All right, so this is where the 2 teams sit. Ohio State, the number 3 offense in the country, way better defense as well, way more talent, but Iowa only 2 losses, look like a really good team. There's their top 3. There's Iowa's. Let's look at the injuries. Jamal out, their left guard questionable, and I don't know if that's their starting QB for Iowa, but he is out. So Ohio State's got to be a pretty heavy favorite here. Undefeated. They've had a few down years, but if they can make the Natty this year, that would be massive for them. Yeah, a few just not great years. So this is huge for Ohio State. Let's go through the first. Okay, really good quarter there. Okay, it's already 17-0 Ohio State. This looks like, unless Iowa can do something here quick. Yeah. So this is going to be a blowout. It looks like 24-3, 27-3 at half. This is a blowout. Ohio State just more talented. We're just going to sim to the end of the game here. Yeah, this is an absolute blowout. There it is. Huge win for Ohio State there. We'll look just at their stats. Even though Ohio State on offense, especially, like, this Jack guy's good, but like they don't really even have any R guys. None of our they have Henry Ruggs is really our only big time player they have. That's actually one of our guys. But hey, this on offense. They do have some guys on defense. But hey, these guys are getting it done. They're 12-0, undefeated. They book their ticket to the national championship. And it looks like they're going to play either USC or Tennessee, which I'm excited. We don't always get where it's two really good teams that are fighting it out that have a lot of our players. So I'm excited. Let's just see who it is. USC, Tennessee, I'm good with either. Tennessee would be trying to win 2 out of 3 years. USC's trying to go back to back. So Jack, yeah, the Ohio State QB wins the Heisman. Mixon gets second. Okay, let's see here. Ohio State, Tennessee. So I don't know if USC lost. Where did USC end up? USC might have lost. Did I miss them? USC did lose. So really was kind of a simple decision. One loss Tennessee versus undefeated Ohio State. This is quite a run the last 3 years for Tennessee. They went undefeated, won the Natty. They only had one loss last year, didn't make the final. Only one loss this year. And they don't even have a good quarterback, like stat wise or like overall wise. So Tennessee on an absolute heater the last 3 years. Kind of a really good offense versus a really good defense here. Yeah, let's just get right into it. I'm excited for this one. And whoever wins this, guys, will be our first team with 3 national championships. Ohio State, I'm going to look really quick. So Ohio State won in 02 and 05. Oh no, Ohio State has 3, but I don't really count the 02 one just because like that was before we had any of our guys really in it. So I'm going to say they won in 05 and 11, where Tennessee won in 06 and 15, which was 2 years ago. So whoever wins this will have their 3rd national title of the video, really for Ohio State kind of 4th. So this would be massive for Ohio State. They're the number 1 offense, number 6 defense versus the number 3rd defense and number 10 offense. There's 2 really good balanced teams. That's their top players. I don't know if that Green is their starting quarterback for Tennessee, but here we go. Ohio State trying to win really, I'm going to call it their 3rd. Tennessee trying to win their 3rd. So whoever wins this is going to be first in the video in national championships as a school. Tennessee has some incredible recruiting classes in the works behind what they have now. This is absolutely massive. Okay, going to go to the end of the quarter here. 14-6, but Tennessee just scores right there. So they're only down 2. We're going to go to halftime. 28-12. So Ohio State had a really good second quarter. We're going to go to the 4th here. 35-28. I think this is Ohio. Oh no, that was Tennessee driving. So that's a huge answer back for Tennessee. Okay, this is Ohio State football. They're about to punt this ball to Tennessee. If Tennessee gets close, we'll definitely hop in. They got some drives. They got some plays going, really running the ball here. Oh, it's 4th and 4. What do? They go for it and they get stopped. My 3rd and 15. Here's a 3rd and 15 for Ohio State. We'll hop in here. 3rd and 15, 3 minutes left. They quick snap that. Quarterback sitting in the pocket. A ton of time, all the time in the world. Pushes it downfield. What a play. That guy literally had an hour in the backfield. Tennessee must have rushed 3, and if they lose this game, 29-yard pass. All of a sudden, Ohio State is deep into Tennessee territory. Volunteers out on 3rd and 15, just couldn't get to the QB, would have forced the punt, but now Ohio State's in a great spot. They can run the clock. If they kick a field goal, they'll be up 9. So if they kick a field goal, this game's kind of over. Tennessee would need some magic downs 2 scores. They get a little speed option here. Ooh, try to flip that out. That's a good late flip. A little risky though for Ohio State. Okay, so here we go. 3rd and 5 right here. Ohio State, even if they kick 3, they're in a good spot. So I would not get too aggressive. Yeah, they're just going to run a draw. They go down, but as long as their kicker makes this field goal, they will be fine. And he does. He makes a field goal. We'll just walk. Bolden T. Higgins for a big gain. So yeah, 1:30 left. It's a 2-score game. Very tough for Tennessee here. Obviously, Ohio State, that's going to be a tough hill to climb for Tennessee. Ohio State's in about as good of a position as you could hope for here. You got to snap the ball. You have 1:15 left here, buddy. Sometimes the clock management in this older game is just not good, but what can you do? Okay, drops back, sits in the pocket and just airmails that. Lost about 10 seconds. There's Fred Warner in the middle of this Ohio State defense, their captain. Okay, 3rd and 7. What do you got here, Tennessee? If Tennessee has such good recruiting classes the last few years, if they're able to get one of those quarterbacks, they just haven't had a great quarterback. And so now when they're down like this is just not what Tennessee is built for. They're built to play defense, run the ball, and, have athletes all over the field. They kind of remind me of kind of what Georgia was before the last year or two in this sim. Georgia in real life is kind of how Tennessee is in this before Georgia has kind of went on their really good run here. But where for a long time, Georgia had really good athletes, really good defense, but never really had the quarterbacks. Here it is, 4th and 7. This is the game. Ohio State trying to win their 3rd national championship of the video. Tennessee trying to win their 3rd, but they are in a tough spot here. Okay, drops back, time, throws it out, but he is short. That is basically going to do it. Tennessee does have 2 timeouts, but they're stuck 9. Yeah, basically over. Yeah, it is over. Kneel it down. Ohio State, 2017 national champions. They haven't even been back to the big game since 2011. So it has been a bit of a time for them. But you know what? They haven't even, this was probably not even their most talented. It definitely wasn't their most talented team ever, but they got it done. It's so big for them now. They don't have to deal with that, with Michigan being as good as they used to be. But there it is. Ohio State W versus 10. Wow. The Ohio State knocks off the Tennessee Volunteers, who before that game had lost 2 games in 3 years. So very good teams. Great matchup. One of the best matchups we've had in a national championship game in years. So that was cool. Let's look. Bolden, their sophomore quarterback. He actually played good. He's not a talented like that. 98 overall. He played good. They have T. Higgins, who's going to be a really good receiver for them. For Ohio State, Lonnie Russ. Henry Ruggs had a nice game. Pretty good freshman year. This Carrington played well for them. And yeah, Chris Jack won the Heisman. Got it done in the big game there for Ohio State. That is it. They lock that up. We are going to sim through the rest of the bowl games here. We'll look at all the kind of end of the year stuff, the National Signing Day, and that'll wrap up the 2017 season. Okay, top 25 final. Ohio State, Tennessee, West Virginia, Texas, North Carolina, Notre Dame. Did USC lose another? Oh, they lost 3 games. Yeah, so there it is. Okay, let's look at Heisman. We saw All-Americans. Stanley from Cal. Joe Mixon, Deebo Samuel. What did he do this year? 1,113 touchdowns. What about Mix? 1,500 yards for Mixon this year and 400. Oh my God, Mixon had an incredible year, like 2,000 all-purpose yards. Connor Williams, Christian Wilkins for Florida. They had both the D tackles. Jabril Peppers and Derwin James were the 2 safeties. That's pretty good. Second team, Cam Robinson and Quentin Nelson. Isaiah Wynn, kind of it there. Let's look freshman. Kenny Pickett. I forgot he went to Bama. That's a really good pickup for Bama. Travis Etienne for A&M. 800 yards. T. Higgins, 651. Justin Jefferson had a really good freshman year, actually. 761 and 9 touchdowns. I wasn't sure if they would really throw the ball there. Elijah Vera Tucker, Mekhi Becton. Not a ton on defense. We got Patrick Queen, Jeff Okuda. Hey, there we go. Okay, let's look at some stats here. Look at kind of the leaders of the NCAA, then go through the teams. For yards, wow, Memphis threw the ball everywhere. Same with Cal. Sam Darnold chucking it. Kind of it. Touchdowns. Josh Allen and Darnold are doing well there. This guy threw 20 interceptions. That's good. Rushing yards. Joe Mixon and Dalvin Cook right there near the top. Both had great years. Dalvin might even have had a better year. 7.1 yards per carry. That is very good. Touchdowns. Mixon right there. Mixon had like 500 on the ground though. Receiving yards. This guy at Memphis killed it. Deebo right there. First team All-American this year. Great career at USC. DJ Moore for Bama. Receiving touchdowns. There we go. Deebo and Juju. We look at defense and tackles. None of our guys. Tackles for loss. None of our guys. Sacks. Our guys. Ints. Jabril Peppers. 7 picks this year for Jabril. Great year for Jabril. Okay. There we go. We'll look at just a few more of our big teams. See how these guys did. Florida was disappointing this year. But what did I say? This Titus guy was going to have to play good, and he did not play good. 106 QB rating is awful. Rushing, Saquon and Leonard Foe. Like, that's good. This guy got a ton of carries, too. He's averaging 3 yards per carry. AJ and DK just aren't not getting the QB play. Yeah, so there we go with Florida. Georgia, how'd this guy play? Oh, Haskins must have got hurt, but both these guys played decent. Good QB ratings. Mixon was a dog, and then they had Brandon Flowers in behind him. Haskins ran the ball well, so they're just gonna run the ball. Like, they've had some good receivers, but like Mixon was their second leading receiver too. They have Jerry Jeudy, really good freshman year, especially considering they don't really throw the ball. So there we go for Georgia. Once again, I didn't see Henry only had 1,000 yards. Like, they're literally letting their QBs run the ball more than Derrick Henry. I don't know what Miami's doing. They have Trevor Lawrence coming in, so they're gonna have a really good quarterback here. So hopefully they can figure that out a little bit. Michigan, this Hopkins played pretty good, honestly, and he's only a sophomore. They have Miles Sanders, only a sophomore in the backfield. They have this Courtney Smith as a senior, but they have Justin Jefferson, only a freshman, 20 yards per catch for Jefferson. So he played unreal for Michigan. Michigan, hey, maybe they can put it back together a little bit here. Notre Dame, Hall, 130, decent, not incredible. Rushing, Dalvin played unreal. Najee is a freshman, 930. Najee is going to have an incredible year next year. Juju, they're going to lose, but they do have Chase Claypool coming in behind him. So Notre Dame, hey, if this Hall, he's going to be back next year. If he can improve a bit, they'll be in a spot. Okay, Ohio State, Jack won the Heisman, 3,200 yards, 34 touchdowns. I think he ran the ball well. Almost 1,000 rushing yards and 13 more touchdowns. So Chris Jack definitely was a huge reason they won the Heisman. Look at him in his first year as starter, 93 QB. Oh, he wasn't even a starter, but he played a bit every year, and he definitely improved a ton each time. Hey, that's how you got to get it done. I don't know. I don't think they really have a really good recruit in behind him, so it'll be interesting. I don't think Ohio State will be back next year, but you never know. How's Burrow doing it at Temple? Literally nothing. Don't go to these small schools. Okay, Tennessee. Bolden, Kyle Green got hurt. They had Bolden step in. Neither are great. He played okay, enough to make the national championship game. Two good running backs, but they do lose this Derek Johnson next year. Receiver T. Higgins is a freshman, led them in receiving yards, so that's huge. They do have a stud receiver at least on the team, and they have just some recruits coming. Josh Allen right there, only a sophomore. Should start his whole career here. Rushing, Allen ran for 1,300 yards. That's insane. Receiving, Christian Kirk, 818. Wow, that is wild. Okay, we're going to go to just a USC, and then we'll get out of here. USC rushing. I want to look at QB. So Darnold had a really good year. One of the top passers in the country. Debo, Mark Andrews right there. They are losing those guys, but these guys don't even get playing time, but the young receivers they have coming up is actually insane. Darnold can also run the ball a little bit, ran for 411 yards as well. So there are the stats, guys. We are going to go to National Signing Day here, and we'll just take a look at this final recruits. Okay, National Signing Day. This is a huge recruiting class. All right, you see Jamar? There we go. Let's look at the QBs. We knew Milton. Levis goes to OU. I actually like that. Will Levis OU, we knew Miami. Fields ends up at Georgia. That is huge, even though they do have a good QB room, though. I think it was just those four, right? Wow, crazy. Okay, running backs. We know both those guys ends up at Tennessee. We knew Jamar. We seen at LSU. Waddle ends up at SC, and they got friggin' Terrace Marshall, and they got CeeDee Lamb and Devontae Smith last year. Who was the other one? They might have got Devontae Smith. They need a quarterback because they are about to have the sickest receiving room we'll ever see. Justin Ross ends up at Florida, and they have a really good receiving room actually as well. So wow. Tight end Kyle Pitts just narrows out Georgia. Tennessee is doing some wild shit. They get Penei Sewell. Georgia gets Linderbaum. Wow. Hutchinson, not Urson, is going to Tennessee as well. Barrymore, Notre Dame. Middle linebacker Quay Walker, Georgia, we knew. Corner Asante, USC, and Tyson Campbell, the U. And we knew the strong safety, Javon Holland was going to SC. Tennessee, though, I think Tennessee is going to have the #1 recruiting class again, or USC. Florida, USC. Oh my God, Tennessee's no. Okay, so Tennessee only got 16 recruits this year. So that really holds you back if you don't fill it out. They got 5 5-stars again, so a ton of talent. Like, whereas Nebraska got 0, but they had 25 players. Florida, really good recruiting class. USC right there. Nebraska, Georgia, Notre Dame. Wow, where's Ohio State? Ohio State is. They just won the Natty, and they're not even in the top. They're in the 31 spot. Florida keeps getting these recruiting classes, but not the rankings to back it up and the wins. Georgia had a really good class as well. So there it is. SC. Tennessee had just some studs, but not enough depth. But wow, look at their just top. Panay Sewell, Damian Pierce, James Cook, Aiden Hutchinson, and Kyle Pitts. But they don't get the QB. And USC didn't get a QB this year as well, which I could see hurting them for sure. Because they are going to have this insane recruiting class, our receiving core. But this is Darnold's last year, and I don't think they have a QB in the wings. So that could hurt. If they would have got Fields, they would have been a great spot. There it is, guys. Ohio State national champions beat USC. There's the top 5. Keep it going.